to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god of the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a drain as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies. Uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double Roy goes down 1 by 1. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite. The Kite-Kite combo complements Aurora's methodical playstyle, leaving fans to wonder how will they fare in M6. Spearheaded by superstars in Kelra and King Kong, Fnatic Onyx, PH made MPL PH history with a 13-match winning streak. Known for his insane mechanical skill, Season 14 has seen King Kong perform at peak confidence with aggressive and assertive plays throughout the season.
It's a battle in the mid lane. Domain for Kelra.
While Kelra has proven to the world why he's the gold standard. Making his M-Series debut and ready to shake the international stage once more is Selangor Red Giant Skies. Known for his signature fanny, Skies is able to switch it up with fighter junglers, enabling SRG to deploy many different playstyles to surprise their opponents. These rising stars have claimed the spotlight, but which player has what it takes to emerge greater than ever?
An Indo-MY rivalry over at the cornhole game. Two has to enter the hole. Okay, salam dulu, salam dulu. Salam dulu. An MYID rivalry at the cornhole game.
Okay guys, right now I am over at the basketball arcade machine because we are going to see a 1v1 situation happening, which is going to be Miles from Fnatic Onyx Philippines going up against Tarzan from Twisted Minds.
1v1 going on. Who is going to win? Once again, we have a 1v1 going on. Hades and the one and only Dominic. As you can see here, it's a very tight game. Very, very tight.
If you guys can do better than this. Here we have
And that is Skylar. Nice one. Manta. All right. Once again, Singapore, which I'm assuming they should be very good at because Malaysia and Singapore we pretty have very similar childhood. Oh, nice one.
Just for your information, there's an official merchandise for M6 and TNT Gold dropping on 28. Ladies and gentlemen, let's come on with TNT.
Terima kasih Malaysia, we are ready for M6. Kita siap untuk M6. ML Kitchen Hazardous.
Kita udah ready buat M6.
We are ready for M6.
Handa na kami sa M6.
We are ready for M6. M6， 我们准备好了。
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go inside. Who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for. Takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
Alright, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's gonna be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive counter play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes.
CW on releasing.
Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sijibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double Overloy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite. The Kite-Kite combo complements Aurora's methodical playstyle, leaving fans to wonder how will they fare in M6. Spearheaded by superstars in Kelra and King Kong, Fnatic Onyx, PH made MPL PH history with a 13-match winning streak. Known for his insane mechanical skill, Season 14 has seen King Kong perform at peak confidence with aggressive and assertive plays throughout the season.
It's a battle in the mid lane. Domain for Kelra.
While Kelra has proven to the world why he's the gold standard. Making his M Series debut and ready to shake the international stage once more is Selangor Red Giant Skies. Known for his signature fanny, Skies is able to switch it up with fighter junglers, enabling SRG to deploy many different playstyles to surprise their opponents. These rising stars have claimed the spotlight, but which player has what it takes to emerge greater than ever?
An Indo-MY rivalry over at the cornhole game. Sue has to enter the hole. Okay, salam dulu, salam dulu. Salam dulu. An MYID rivalry at the cornhole game.
Okay guys, right now I am over at the basketball arcade machine because we are going to see a 1v1 situation happening, which is going to be Miles from Fnatic Philippines going up against Tarzan from Twisted Mind.
1v1 going on. Who is going to win? Once again, we have a 1v1 going on. Hades and the one and only Domeng. As you can see here, it's a very tight game. Very, very tight.
If you guys can do better than them. Here we have
And that is Skylar. Nice one. Mantap. All right. Listen, again, Singapore, which I'm assuming they should be very good at because Malaysia and Singapore would have very similar childhood. Oh, nice one.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small, but I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just on in my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find you. Won't get and dreams ignite. There are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the right, make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride, make it, break it, hate it, I've shined. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back
Hello. Today's the 6th day of the Swiss stage, where today is going to be all about eliminations. We've already had 3 other teams make it to the next stage. We have 5 teams in total in the knockout, so only 3 are left. Welcome to the elimination day of Swiss stage. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Brigida as well as Trex. For today is such a serious day. None of us are allowed to smile or smirk. Maybe mog a bit, but nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. And I feel like they chose the wrong 3 people to be on panel for a serious day. Don't smile, Trex.
I agree.
You can do it, Trex.
I'm having such a hard time right now if people just knew. But today is the actual day. We need to see the teams get back on track with that fearful attack.
Yeah, seriously, in all seriousness, 3 teams are going home, right? And 3 of those teams, some of the teams on this lower 2-1 or 1-2, nobody expected would be here, right? Nobody expected that this much pressure would be on these teams this early.
We need to see the teams get back on track with that.
And just to let you guys know, you guys can experience the thrill of gaming in real life.
3 teams are going home, right? And 3 of those teams, some of the teams on this lower 2-1 or 1-2,
is a celebration.
Nobody expected would be here, right? Nobody expected that.
We're going to be very, very serious here because again, we just got to remind you guys, NFP Flash, Falcon, and Team Spirit has joined. And just to let you guys know, you guys can experience the thrill in a knockout stage in real life.
are going home, right?
We're just going to focus on today's
some of the teams on
and I
this
gotta
lower
say, every
2-1
team
or
I saw
1-2,
celebration, I'm not ready
nobody
for it.
expected
And
it would be.
Brigida, are you ready for it? It's going to be very, very serious. We just got to remind you guys, NF Flash, Falcon, and Team Spirit has joined. And just so that you guys know, you guys can experience the thrill in a knockout stage in real life. But we're just going to focus on today's district. And I gotta say, every team I saw celebration, I'm not ready for it. Brigida, are you ready for it? It's going to be very, very serious. We just got to remind you guys, NF Flash. Now we got to talk about Team Spirit has joined. Just so that you guys know, you guys can experience the thrill in a knockout stage in real life. Now we're just going to focus on today's district. Everyone, and I gotta say, every team I saw celebration, I'm not ready for it. Brigida, are you ready for it? It's very, very serious. We just got to remind you guys, NF Flash. Now we got to talk about Team Spirit has joined. Just so that you guys know, you guys can experience the thrill in a knockout stage in real life. Now we're just going to focus on today's district. Everyone, and I gotta say, every team.
Like I said, we've never. It's
Brigida, are you ready for it?
It's been groups. It's a lot easier to see the outcomes. It's a lot easier to kind of know who's going to make it out. But I think from the very beginning of this Swiss stage, we've been at a point where, you know, it's just been getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And there's so much pressure on these teams. And the pressure comes so quickly because the draws are so quickly and just... It's definitely intense at this point, and I don't know if I'm ready for it.
Yeah, their ability to prepare for multiple potential opponents has definitely been tested heading into the Swiss stage. And now at least they have an idea of who might be the next possible 3 teams they will be going up against in the 2-2 bracket if ever they win. But at least for today, we really don't know what might happen.
Don't smile, please. Okay. I always have to remind you. Now we got to look at the brackets here just to see the movements of every single team. Where again, just to remind everyone of what happened yesterday. It was a 2-1 bracket. Those that win, NIP Flash, Falcon, as well as Team Spirit has joined RRQ and Fnatic Onyx Philippines in the knockout stage. The battle continues for Twisted Minds, BTK, as well as CFU, where they're waiting for the winners of today of who they're potentially going to go up against. And after the day tracks, we are going to do the draw.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but me and Trax doing the draw, oof.
It's either going to be kind of bad or really bad.
Yeah, there's nothing.
That's about the only options for us right now, and we could walk out of this friends or not be friends by the end of M Series.
Yeah, ooh. I do agree.
Yeah,
it's okay. Game never over, man. We gotta look at the schedule for today. Ooh, Brigida, can you take this one?
Yeah, we're seeing Vamos going up against S2G for the first match. Another Malaysian team, SRG, going up against KBG for the second series. And the PHID matchup once more between Aurora, MLBB, and TLID to finish off the day. And yesterday, we saw 3 full series, if you would recall. So I'm just preparing myself for anything that may happen for today if we already saw 9 games yesterday.
So between you and me, we'll be holding our breaths for today while Trex, he gets to breathe easy. Because I got to tell you guys, looking at the matchups today, there is a high possibility that we will go all 3 games because especially the final one, Aurora going up against TLID, no one would have thought the champions of MPLID, the champions of MPLMY, and the runner-up of MPL Philippines, and the runner-up of MPL Malaysia will be here in elimination bracket. That's, I gotta say, guess coins be damned.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Aurora be very comfortable when they were able to try out the best of 3 series, and I feel for TLID, this is something they've been waiting for as well. To see them play in a best of 3 where they're really comfortable and they're really able to adapt a bit more, that's a matchup we definitely have to watch out for. But for all the Malaysian audience who are already here with us in IOI, I know the first 2 series, those are the matches they really came to watch.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at MYPHID, it is the big 3, right? It is the major 3 regions, and about 80% of their representatives are still fighting for life at this point. About 80% of what they have to compete in this composition is looking for the 3 remainder spots. There's only 3 spots left that are going to be able to get in.
Yeah, like we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Right now, we have a topic that we do have to discuss. It is about win or bust here because recovery mission for home ground. This is, of course, Malaysia focused because both Malaysian representatives will be playing today. The unfortunate detail is that it's a fight to continue the fight.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because, I mean, for the first day, we've seen S2G go up against SRG, and they began the upsets, the trend of upsets. And now they have to go up against another Malaysian team, which heading into this day, for sure, we don't know who to actually consider as the underdog anymore. Like, could we actually expect this to be an upset even? I mean, Vamos definitely, they wouldn't want the same tragedy to happen to them.
I mean, I think we're at a point in M Series where there aren't many underdogs. I think we came into this thinking, yes, there's a few teams that maybe we're not putting at our top 8 list. But after the beginning, from day 1 to day 2 to day 3 of Swiss Stage, we have learned that just about any team could take a game or two off any team at this point. Nobody has a guaranteed shot. I mean, at this point, I don't think any casters have been wanting to make predictions because of how hard it's been.
Oh yeah, we've been avoiding it for sure. But the only difference this time is that it's a best of 3. So they're able to learn, they're able to adapt. And this really shows the experience of the teams coming in. And of course, we're going to be talking about the first match of the day. We're going to be talking a little bit more about the other matches as we move forward. We got to talk about Vamos going up against S2G, where again, like Brigitte has mentioned, S2G did defeat SRG as the opening match of the Swiss stage, and that's the beginning of the upsets. But yeah, I do agree right now, no one is really underdogs. But before we move forward, we were able to catch Chibi backstage. We're able to get a quote from him. Considering all of his losses, 1 win and 2 loss, this is what he has to say. The last push for knockouts, I feel rather disappointed because if we hadn't lost to CFU, our chances of reaching the knockouts would be much higher by now. For our next game, we have to perform even better than we did in the first few days. There's no way we want to lose again, right? It's my second M Series, and I'm determined to qualify for the knockouts. Plus, we're playing on home ground for Malaysia, so we just have to give it our all. I feel like looking at the quotes, Trex, we have to talk about this one. In M5, no Malaysian team went to the knockouts, but more specifically, Chibi. Chibi, MPL Malaysia looks great. Internationally, hasn't been performing.
You know, well, there's definitely a pressure that comes with international. There is a very different vibe of the teams you're going against. I think a lot of teams do well at home, right? Because they're playing against these players year round. And then you get to this grand stage where there's just so many different styles of play. The same thing that you use on your home ground doesn't always work.
Yep, and I feel like for Team Vamos, at least, it's really something we know of them to be super duper focused on the early game execution. But I don't get to see that accurate level or coordination from them just yet. It seemed like their intentions tend to be a little scattered in the beginning of the games, which it really does matter a lot, especially if they want to allow Nets to just freely perform in the lane. And it's been a struggle for Nets as well, I feel. So I'm also watching out for whatever kinds of heroes Team Vamos are trying to bring into the table for this match, because it definitely has a lot to do with the early game idea executions that they have.
And we have to look at the opponents that they fought against before. The ones that they've lost were against Twisted Minds, where we saw Twisted Mind is playing for the mid as well as the late game. So maybe the early game pressure, either it's not an okay idea against those kind of teams, or it's not enough, meaning the pressure is not enough.
Yeah, well, if we did mention that Team Vamos, they really want to play for the early game, S2G, they tend to be a team who they tend to wait for a bit. Like, wait for Sigiboom to go online and then play around him once they know that he's already capable of joining the team fights. But that's a contrast that we have to watch out for, because the game, I don't know what adjustments they made before heading into the series.
Gentlemen, get ready for your predictions, because we're about to do it now. We're about to do it. Do you guys have everything ready?
I'm ready.
On 3. All right? On 3, with the score, remember?
All right.
Wait. Oh, with the score.
With the score. All right? You guys can play around in 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
I'm already saying S2G. We pick one, Brigida.
Oh, sorry. I brought up both. Here you go.
All right, so Trex going against the trend. You still believe in Vamos?
You know, all week, or the past couple days since I saw the draw, I've actually been rooting. I've been thinking S2G is going to win this, but I was sitting in the talent room, getting ready, sitting in silence, and I was like, who should I give my prediction on? And for some reason, my gut said Vamos, so...
My course says
I like to go with my gut. So yeah, I think Vamos can pull through.
All right, so your gut says Vamos, my curse says S2G, and you're saying, I forgot, you said S2G.
Yep.
You believe in Turkey. And me and Brigida, we feel like it's going to be a 2-0. You're the only one that feels like it's going to be a 2-1.
Because S2G's still a strong, I think comparative, they are a much stronger team than what we've seen before from them. Vamos has had some rickety games, has had some rough days, some picks that maybe are a little bit suspect. Overall, I think as long as they tighten up and they bring what they need to the table,
yeah,
I think experience will triumph in this best-of-3 series when everything is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take it away from Vamos completely. I myself had a hard time trying to decide between these two teams. Because who knows, we might see Warlord get his hands on an actual mage mid lane this time. Maybe.
Yeah. Don't smile.
Don't smile.
Relax. It's all about setting up the tempo. And honestly, if we go a little bit meta here, we're going to look at the ping test here for the players. As we discussed, some of the mistakes, especially Vamos has made, where if you guys have looked all over TikTok, by the way, thank you very much to ROG, our official gaming phone for the players to play on the world stage. Thank you very much. Even on the health cart, there's been multiple instances where Zorn missed his skills, missed his abilities, and we cannot afford from either of the teams to make those kind of mistakes because, again, this is an elimination match. Everyone keeps asking, are they still fighting? Are they still fighting? After today, if they lose, that's it.
This is going to be a very difficult situation for both teams as they only have one chance left to survive. But we're looking at Team Vamos with Nets, Sword, Warlord, Chibi, and Smooth. And I believe that this time around, a lot of us are really looking out for the adjustments. Team Vamos, you can't just stick with a particular plan in mind if it's been proven to be unsuccessful multiple times more than it has been successful for them.
Let me just say, if they still want a tanky mid laner, Nets has to step up, because for that kind of composition, it does look like you need one person to hyper carry the game, and if Nets keep losing lanes, you can't do that, Trex.
You definitely can't do that. I think overall, we saw yesterday, they put Nets on heroes like the Moskov, which need time, they need space to move, they need the ability to really pop off, and it's true, Nets hasn't been able to do that. The rest of the team hasn't been able to keep that space, so it's definitely just been a problem.
And now we got to look at the team lineup here. Sigibum, Pagu, Begin, Kazue, as well as Lunar. And let me just remind everyone here. Sigibum made a promise. Made a promise, Apex 47, one of us will make it through to the knockout stage. Unfortunately, Ufandar cannot do that. But S2G, they still have a chance.
Yeah, I think in this matchup with S2G, I think it's fundamentals all the way, right? I think going against a team like Vamos that likes to get a little bit crazy, there's two ways to pretty much do this, and I think sticking to the fundamentals won't lose either way. If Vamos decides to get crazy, S2G just play what they always play. Get Sigiboom online, let Lunar be able to zone out the enemy team. We've seen things like the Ruby, we've seen these compositions that work very well for the team, and that's what they need to stick to. They already have an identity that works.
Yep, it's also just finding the balance between sticking with the fundamentals perhaps and not being too passive, if I might say, because if they tend to be a little too passive and they don't try to be as even just the slightest bit of aggressive in the early stages of the game, then they lose the chance to capitalize on all the possible punishes they may get from Team Vamos if they play overly aggressive as well. We've seen it multiple times in previous games, and that is one thing they can potentially capitalize on, all the while waiting for Sigiboom to go online.
Yeah, I feel like to summarize what you said is like play to win, not play to not lose.
Yep.
Now we have an M chat coming in from Nats. Can you tell us what went wrong for you in the match against CFU? Is it in the game? It was tough because I died in the laning phase. CFU's Nathan had an early snowball. He became hard to kill later on. If we managed to stop him, that we could have sustained until the mid or late game. So in a way, Nets understood where the problem was. It was against his lane opponent. So I don't want to put too much pressure, but again, this is an elimination match. If Nets wants to go to the next round, he has to step up against Sigibum, which has been performing quite well.
Yeah, and I mean, if laning has proven to be quite a struggle for Team Vamos, then it's all the more reason that they should try to be a little bit more careful in the early game executions, because trying to bounce back from such a huge disadvantage would be so difficult for you, especially if you don't get to win the laning phase and if your mid-trio rotations aren't as successful in the early phase.
And speaking of that mid-trio, right, just overall, laning phase for the whole team is important, right? Because it's Nets against Sigiboom. They might not get the better, but if Sigiboom's on a scaling hero, the team needs to gank that gold lane, right? The team needs to put pressure on. We've seen so many teams fold because they're unable to put the pressure down on that gold lane early on. They're unable to stop these scaling heroes. So I think Vamos has to come into this knowing what the win condition is for the enemy team and for their own team.
Wow, this is so interesting. This is like the 4th game in a row where S2G is playing on blue side. So they've been all blue side for the entirety of the M6 so far.
And looks like Coach Pao Villain. Maybe he's overthinking it, but he's already batting out the Hellcurt, showing proper respect, and he seems like he's still considering that the mid-tank, mid-fighter could still be a part of the plan of Coach Pop's for Vamos. Looking at the bans again, both the Hellcurt, the Chip, as well as the Alpha. So these are targeted bans. 2 bans for Zorn, 1 ban for Chibi. Coach Pops batting out the Hilda, which indicates that they might want to use something like the Joy in this draft as well. Okay, Suyo ban as well, and now banning out the Bruno. I'm smelling a Joy here.
Yeah, and Joe is also still open if ever S2G wants to deny that from Zorn, because I haven't seen Zorn play the Cho just yet.
I mean, so far he's been playing all these assassins.
Yeah, I mean, Cho's open. I think S2G approaches this really well, though. Being on blue side, they get to target ban, they get to free up some things, and they leave a lot of trades open. Jushin, Cho, Yves, so many things up on the field. Tro does get picked up front. Vamos pick up the Hayabusa quickly. Is it a little bit too early? I mean, we have seen it work. We saw One Shot pick it up early yesterday, did great. So, I mean, Hayabusa's starting to make his way back in. This could be a decent pick for an aggressive Vamos.
Okay, a lot to unpack for this one. First of all, Valentina!
No smiling.
Sorry, no smiling, of course. A mage mid laner has been brought back, and I kind of feel like I see where you're coming in, Trex, but maybe this is one of those situations where it's not too early to pick up your jungler, because the Suyo has been banned, the Alpha has been banned, but more importantly, the Hilda has been banned. So not a lot of aggression unless S2G picks up the Khalid here. If they pick up the Khalid, they can potentially deal with the Hayabusa, but they pick up the Eve as well as the Hylos.
That's a lot of zone control there for S2G. And I mean, we haven't seen Vamos reveal what kind of frontline heroes they want to use just yet.
The Gato's still open.
So I don't know, yeah, the Gatot is still open, but at least they have some ways to deal with it. The Terrify is there, so they have some means to actually deny the aggression so far from S2G. But behind the IGN, speaking of Warlord, who picked up the Valentina immediately.
Yep, Warlord chose his IGN because he imagined that if he met the in-game Lord in real life, he would go, wow, Lord. So it's kind of like, oh, wow, Lord.
Yeah, so he's not his...
No smiling.
Gotcha.
No smiling.
We got the Glue Pick. Glue Pick's been this pick, this EXP laner that has been spiking itself into the meta recently, becoming more and more popular. And I think it helps deal with things like the Hylos. It helps deal with sometimes things like the Hilda, which is not here.
Could also be a
overall, yeah, it's just a solid over-round. It does zoning, it can hold its own in the XP lane, it has crowd control. It is this hero that has just kind of taken the meta by storm recently. In terms of ban, on the other hand,
they should ban higher fear.
I mean, S2G kind of takes that risk of not picking up a jungler, but I think it was a good play overall because as Brigida said, they get so much control with these 3 picks right here. And there's, with the Suyo and the Alphagon, there's plenty of assassins to pick up still. There's plenty of options.
For me, Nets has been performing only on the Harif. So if the Harif does get banned here, it's going to be pretty tough. Nets have one. He has one pick that is not good in this patch. but that's his go-to, which is the carry.
Yeah, the carry and the Claude. It's mostly just really the Harith and the carry for Nets. And so far, I mean, I think it would fare well against the first 2 or 3 picks that are shown to us here by S2G, the Harith and the Cho, but they have to really be careful of the zone control that S2G can actually provide whenever there is a team fight. I mean, yeah, they have the glue, and it's also a nice pickup, as you've mentioned, because S2G, they've already revealed their potential mid and their XP and roam so far. So they already know what's going to happen in terms of the matchup. I like how they're keeping Nets heroes still hidden because they really need to kind of make sure it kind of falls into his favor.
So what do we think we see here from S2G in terms of jungle? I mean, they go for something like the Nolan, the throwback to the Nolan or something.
Joy is still open.
Joy is also still open, definitely a possibility. They could go for something tankier. I feel like Joy's the most solid, right? Especially with the lineup they already have.
Yeah.
If S2G wants to go for a hyper carry marksman, then they can still pick up something like the Beatrix and then the Fredrin if they want. But yeah, I do feel like the Joy is in the conversation for it. Oh, wait, Nolan.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, Nolan's a possibility for sure. We know how aggressive it can be early game. With a Cho and the possibility once you hit level 4, you start getting some pickoffs. It is dangerous. Vamos still need a roam and a marksman. You mentioned the carry. I mean, the Beatrix is still open. There's still plenty of options. A lot of possibilities. He could go for. I mean, we even see things like the Wan pop in. We see the Aerithel pop in.
Oh,
Jawhead roam.
Jawhead roam for sure. Because the thing about Zoran is he's a catch specialist. Honestly, when it comes to the setup, he does hesitate every once in a while. But when it comes to catches, immediately. Defend. Oh my God. How did we not notice the Fanny?
Because it's banned all the time.
Why did we not notice the Fanny? Oh my goodness. Now whether Nats wants to or not, he might have to consider the Moskov.
Yeah. It's probably one of the best potential picks he can go after.
What about a Brody?
We haven't seen much. I think we haven't seen the Brody at all.
Yeah, but if you're going up against an assassin, Moskov or Brody, that's the traditional answers.
Yeah, I mean,
and Bruno, but Bruno has been banned.
Yeah,
and Brody does pack a punch. He can kind of maybe get away. We'll see. Beatrix gets locked in for S2G. I think the Moskov is the more solid pick, but I'm not completely against the idea of the Brody. It's a big risk. It is game 1.
It is game 1.
It is game 1.
The range is there.
Go for something like, what about like Melissa or something? I don't know, to deny die from the Cho and the...
I've been waiting.
Wait, what's that?
What? Carry.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, this is Vamos basically trusting their instinct as well as comfort.
Yep.
Whether it works or not, again, this is a best of 3. They can see how it goes, and then they can adjust in other games. Thank you very much to Trex as well as Brigida for paneling alongside with me. And now we got to throw it over to our lovely friends, casters Ingan, as well as Naisu.
The game is never over, and it's never been closer. There's 6 teams fighting for the chances to move on to the next stage. 3 going home. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Ingan. Ingan, are we feeling the pressure here?
Man, I feel the pressure from the players. Again, last chance to advance to the knockouts for the side of S2G to fulfill the promise of Sigibum to his brother that one team from Turkey will advance, and for Vamos, the hometown heroes, to make Malaysia proud.
We're going to see if they can do that as we load up. A lot on the line here. Of course, the home team, one of the hopes of Malaysia on the line against the champions, S2G from Turkey. We load up into it. It's a best of 3, and we get off to game number 1. Now let's bring it to a close here to start things off already. The draft is said and done. And there's a couple new things that we're going to see this time around, Ingan.
Yeah.
Number 1, 2, Nets is actually bringing out the carry to this game to take us through here. So interestingly enough, but also before that, we got to invite you guys watching right now, the M6 Pass, it's now available. There's a whole lot you guys can grab. You can hit level 75 for free all the way, and you can get Claude's Battle Emote, the M6 Glory Avatar. Zorn's taking a couple of damage, and also the new special skin. Don't forget that Dauntless Shield for free.
And looking at the 2 lineups, you know that they're going to battle it out for mid control. Again, S2G Esports, we know their play style. Give a lot of space for Sigibum, the Turkish trigger man, to get enough farm, dominate his laning phase, and eventually, like Brigida mentioned, play around the fact that they have a Beatrix that could go all in against Team Vamos. And for Team Vamos, I like that they're resulting to a much more balanced lineup right now with Warlord having a Valentina.
No, they got the Valentina. I think one of the big questions too is the matchup in the jungle, you know, like dealing with the jungle. We've seen a couple Fannies so far, you know, one that sticks out specifically, obviously from one shot. But this time in the hands, this matchup is going to be a classic. The Fanny and the Hayabusa. Something that definitely a lot of people love to watch and unfold, but it also comes with a sense of risk, you know? You got to be able to go ahead, secure more so for the Fanny here, the purple buff, play around it. And I'm wondering if Team Vamos will actually put pressure there or if they kind of take a step back, because honestly, so far from what we've seen, Ingon, they like to take chances, they like to take some risks, and sometimes they get punished for that.
Yeah, and previously, the games of Team Vamos, they're used to controlling the early game. They're aggressive, but the thing is, two teams have already used that aggression up against them to their advantage, though why Team Vamos can't seem to close things down for themselves. And looking at the lineup, Nets actually has the tenacity. So in terms of, you know, a rotation coming in from Kazue, if ever they go in and try to go for the gold lane, that tenacity could really be a big help for Nets later on.
Starting up the turtle here. Team Vamos going to keep things together. Warlord does have that glorious pathway available to him. As they get they take this very slowly. They did have to wait for Chibi. He's going to make his way. He's got both buffs too. Lunar on the whim. They're actually going to engage.
Another ejector coming in from Soren. The first one actually to take down Begin, but S2G, they want to fight it out.
Oh, they're going to have to break it out. Lunar's in trouble. They're going to jump back in.
What a cutthroat play to bring down Chibi. Now Team Vamos, they still have the numbers here. Split coming in from Smooth. They might want to go for Pagu, but the damage might be enough though. Here comes the Revitalize. Soren throws him out.
He gets thrown out. Here he comes. Kazue though. Pagu's already gone. They get the kick. Lunar on Zorn, but they're in trouble. Still waiting for time. RWM comes down. Smooth gets a double.
And here comes the Smooth pick, the glue. Trex actually mentioned this a while ago, that in terms of picking this glue, ideally, it's going to disrupt the rotation of S2G, trying to be a thorn in the neck of the lineup. But in this case, he's actually picking up the kills. Assuming that Chibi was taken down, you thought that they weren't able to take this turtle away, but with the help of Smooth, along with Soren's two crucial ejectors, they were able to take the lead by taking down a turtle as well.
At least in that sense, Kazue did get a kill. You know, at least he gets a little bit of gold in his pocket, but ultimately that was such a drawn-out objective take. And this is the power of the Jawhead. They go in.
Unstoppable Force plus the Ejector. They'll have their own glorious pathway to try and break down Pagu. 4 members are ganging up. Here comes Kazue with the steel cables. But Pagu's the one first man down.
Lunar jumps in, gets the kick. Chibi's out of the picture. A good setup once again in the mid lane. They got to disengage. Lunar could be in trouble now. Taking a couple of shots. They set up with the RWM. And now Sugiboom might actually be trying to get the shot out, but it looks like they're just going to back off.
Luckily, Lunar was able to escape that thanks to Begin's real-world manipulation. That was the signal for Team Vamos. Let's not overextend. Let's learn from our mistakes the previous games. If we have the lead, we have to hold on to it. We can't give S2G Esports an opportunity to turn things around, because right now their aggression of Team Vamos is actually calculated. It's not over-diving, over-committing.
Yeah.
This time, it's all about discipline, and Kazue goes in with the steel cables, but the cutthroat might actually be able to save this, but Kazue, with the fast hands, takes down the tankiest hero of Team Vamos.
That's what you call confidence here, Ingon. 3-0 now. Got enough to go ahead and just visit a lane, get a kill, and get out. Especially when he's buffed up. You know, that's great for him. Also, you can see this. Causeway is going to pick up that War Axe. He's got that available. Nets and Sugiboom both have just relatively been pretty chill. You know, farming up in the lane. BOD now picked up here for Sugiboom. The power spikes are going to come in. And look at that push also. Playing on that macro level again. They might try to set things up here on the top.
Again, Soren with a beautiful ejector. Pagu has time to use the glorious pathway. Here comes Kazue though.
There's the kick again. Lunar's been on point. Look for Chibi, but he's going to get stopped in his tracks. They're in trouble.
Sugiboom! And they take down Lunar and Kazue, but Sugiboom picks up a kill of his own, trying to bring down Chibi. And a shutdown there coming in from Smooth. That was a quick response once again from Team Vamos.
Still in the mid lane, focusing down the turret. Pagu is going to try to do much here alongside the help. They hold on to the mid lane turret, but they will lose that buff. And now the fact that the turtle's up, Team Vamos will make their way. But notice, you know, all this action here, Ingon, has led us to essentially an even game. You know, nothing too crazy in terms of economy building up. But what you do have to pay attention to is how many turrets start to fall at this point. You know, S2G did get that bottom one down, and it looks like they might be trying to get some more here. But right now, the focus objectively is the turtle. If they can secure it, Lunar's been doing so much work, man, to get the setups with the kick, and it's a little bit more difficult for him in comparison to Zorn. Zorn, for the most part, just goes in with the unstoppable force and just tosses someone in the air, whereas Lunar's got to be a little more finesse with it as they approach this turtle here.
Okay, here comes the clash. Glorious Pathway is there, but Chibi gets the turtle. Will they go for it? Zorn, look at the unstoppable force, but Kazooie manages to turn things around and use the cutthroat and steel cables to bring down Raja emote, but Team Vamos will secure that turtle.
That's a feels bad, you know? I mean, when you lock in with that ultimate from the Jawhead, that unstoppable force, you can't help it, but you're going to travel with them. It's still going to be used. Lunar, I'm not sure if he's going to find anything here. Warlord's pretty much safe at this point, and they back off. You know, that's one of the prices you pay for picking the Jawhead, but nonetheless, Zorn's been doing work, like I mentioned, alongside the opposite roamer here in Lunar. And as they approach this point of the game, obviously those pickoffs are going to pay a part, but essentially this is where we start to see that shift also for the gold laners to start to shine. You can already see it too. Both gold laners having a kill for themselves. You saw the Malefic Gun also being picked up by Sigiboom recently. And so the damage profiles are going to be there for those gold laners. Nets, he's still working, I believe, on his third item. He's got Golden Staff and Corrosive Scythe. So he's pretty much nearly there. He's going to be in a good position to go ahead and fight this Lord when it does come up. They still have some time, you know, less than a minute to build up to here. Be great for either team, too, if they can actually focus down. Oh,
Sword Ejector plus the throw onto Begin gets deleted in the mid lane.
Wow.
Surrounded by 5 members of Team Vamos, and they made quick work of that mid lane turret.
As I was about to say, if they could get one of the mid turrets down, that'd be great. And it's Team Vamos that does it off the play from Zorn. So now buff's going to be secured. Still finding some time for themselves. S2G, though, taking a look quickly at the items before we get to that next big fight. You can see it, Glowing Wand already locked in here for Eve for Begin, and then building into it. You know, you're not too tanky yet for Pagu. He doesn't have a completed item. He's kind of going, you know, that mixed up build, Chop Suey build, if you will.
Yeah.
Eventually getting to the point where he will have those items, but he's mostly relying on the fact that you just kind of go in, tank things up, drop down, and revitalize in Glorious Pathway. And so far, building into it, we've seen a lot of the times where Warlord takes that Glorious Pathway alone. So you have this interesting fight for both teams on how they can utilize cutting people off or slowing people down. And this is what I was talking about, the pressure on the buffs.
Okay.
It's going to start up.
Okay, coming in from Lunar, plus the real world manipulation. They have their Glorious Pathway of their own. Swords is first man down. But Chibi goes in with a Wiki Shadow Kill's going to take down one more. And Smooth with a split to bring down a Pagu. Team Vamos, once again, they're controlled and calculated. Aggression back as Zoe goes in. Steel cables might not be enough to keep him flickers in, but targets the wrong man. They trying to take down Smooth. And Team Vamos, that was an unfortunate event for Sigiboom. Locks onto Smooth instead of Chibi. Oh no, it's not looking good for the Turkish Kings.
A big mistake from Sigiboom himself. Goes in, flickers in, and gets punished, and now all of that might result in a Lord unless something can be done. S2G, they want to get a position for it. Slowly but surely going to approach the fight.
Okay, Pagu, just casting a Glorious Pathway to make sure Team Vamos doesn't continue with the regression. There was an attempt to go for that Lord for Kazooie, but the thing is, S2G, they don't want to risk anymore. Again, they have a lot of outer turrets still. In terms of clear wave potential, they still have Sigiboom with the Batrix that could easily burst down the first Lord right away. So S2G Esports, they still have an opportunity here to not let Team Vamos maximize the first Lord.
This is why
safely do so.
This is why, man, like, the Valentina is always a good pick. It's always like a priority too, not only for the fact that you take ultimates, but the Terrify mechanic could actually be pretty devastating in certain situations, you know? So now they play around this Lord, marching in the mid lane, a Warlord still holding on to a Glorious Pathway. They do deal with it, but they're trying to keep this buff together. This might break out in the fight if they're not careful. Smooth, popping the split. Nets cutting that wave there on the bottom side. Wants to push into that tier 2, and Zorn just around the corner, not wanting to toss up Pagu, of course. Ice Queen Wand now pick up for Big N 2. That's going to be helpful for them when they set things up with the real world manipulation. But right now, they kind of just have to hold on the best they can, buckle up. Lunar getting a check, they're going to go in.
Oh, Glorious Pathway plus the real world manipulation, but Team Vamos, 5 members are still here. Kazooie, though, tried to go for Nets, but the problem is Nets was surrounded by a lot of members from Team Vamos, and Kazooie trying to look for a proper angle and catch Team Vamos off guard.
This is, it looks like they want to fight. It looks like Lorner's like, guys, I'm going to go in for a kick. We know the conceal's gone. We know there's no unstoppable force. He
Oh, they commit.
Smooth.
They commit. They commit. Sigibum burst it down smooth. That's one member down for Team Vamos. And that was a well worth it trade for S2.
Advantage for S2G to go ahead and push on these sides of the map. Even the mid turret, it looks like they're going to go for a Warlord.
Oh, they're going to try and pushing out Warlord's glorious pathway. Kazue onto the able to take down a mid lane turret, but that might not be worth it for Team Vamos right now. Because just look at the aggression, just look at the push, just look at the throw!
They're going to have to get away. Kazue has a couple spin wheels on him. He's burning, but he'll get back to base. And they hold on the best they can in the defense. Still 2 members down. They'll come up. He's going to lose his purple buff. Whew, Team Vamos, man. They don't want to let up here.
Discipline. Again for Team Vamos, calculated plays, and at the same time, I don't recall when was the last time Kazue had his purple buff. Because 10 minutes in, 9 minutes in, Team Vamos was already able to take down a mid lane turret. That's why they were able to camp out, but the kick from Lunar!
Again, a kick. Chibi, the target, the perfect one. S2G is able to find, and now, is this the chance? Is this the opportunity for the Lord to be open here? Lunar still checking things out. Zorn, though.
Okay, Pagu just trying to soak up the damage to Glorious Pathway. Kazue goes in, cutthroats onto Nets, but Nets with the tenacity, able to sustain. Smooth going for the backline with a split. Manages to get onto Sigibum.
Oh,
and Nets is trying to do the free hit, though. Surrounded by 4 members of S2G. Here comes the counterattack from Team Vamos!
They get the flicker out. Kazue is back, but Nets will pick up the killing spree. And they pushed in the wave a little bit longer. Kazue will try to keep it at bay, but now, Lord, it's going to be started up by Team Vamos. The back and forth between both teams so far, Ringon, has been intense, just as much as the series has. But that'll be an objective secured. Zorn trying to stop Kazue. Toss him up with the injector, and here he comes. Chibi to pick up the kill.
A purple buff attempt for Kazue resulted to a Team Vamos Lord takedown, plus a kill onto him as well as Team Vamos on the push. They have minions onto the top and onto the middle lane.
They're going to march in. Top turret going down, mid as well. Lord will make its way here as they get all base turrets down. Getting ready for the end here. Team Vamos in position, full forced and ready to go. You have Warlord with the glorious pathway. Kazue almost up. They're going to try to delay this as long as they can. And here's the response.
Here comes the ejector plus a glorious pathway. Kazue doing his best to try and defend, but Team Vamos focusing on the crystal. They have the real world manipulation. A kill onto Pagu, a kill onto Lunar. Team Vamos locks on the crystal, and they will take game 1 away from the Turkish Kings.
Team Vamos. The back and forth, back and forth. It's never been closer for them, and they take the first blood in the series, this best of 3. What a performance from both teams, but this time around, Team Vamos came together. Zorn threw the right targets. Both roamers, man, on point, really. But this time around, Team Vamos will get it done. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down game number 1.
Thank you very much, Ingan, as well as Naisu, and that is Lord Smooth. Smooth on that glue, really performing. And Trex, I already see you want to change your predictions here for instead of a 2-1. Looks like Trex will be changing to Vamos 2-0.
Lord Smooth, baby. Warlord Smooth. It's a Warlord Smooth combo right there.
When Warlord gets a mage, Warlord gets well. And that's, again, this is one of those situations where I feel like as panels, we've been changing panels, but this is part of the conversation. Do you go for meta or for comfort? And that's went for comfort on the carry. Even though carry on paper, this is not the right time for it, but he made it work.
Actually, everyone felt like they went on comfort. And even in terms of like how they tried to approach that game overall, it felt like they really just went for comfort. They didn't mind S2G taking control of the macro for majority of the game. They just stuck to what they knew their strengths were, which is actually just going for the team fights, then trying to convert from there. And even when we thought that they were at a disadvantage in terms of map control, just a single team fight already allowed them to even things out.
And again, we got to talk about the glue pick as well, because the glue pick came out after the Eve has been picked. So there's no threat of a Faramis or anything like that. So glue was able to do very, very well. Now we're going to look at the itemization here for both S2G as well as Vamos, where I got to say, honestly, Lunar on that show really disrupted Team Vamos because he was able to control Chibi very, very well, Trex.
You know, there's something I've been wondering, and we've been talking about this Malefic gun so much in M Series and Nets on the carry. I'm like, would it help, right? Because it helps the Bruno have the extra bit of range. And towards the end there, Nets getting that Malefic gun, you know, maybe it doesn't feel like a lot because carry's range is so short.
Yeah.
And the little bit that you get from Malefic gun, but that little bit just creates a little bit more of a box, and having that glue, having that Jawhead, having the Terrify from Warlord creates the perfect bots for Nets that even when they got to late game, they had even more security because of it. They have even more safety, and they could really just finish that game when they needed to.
By the way, just look, Warrior Boots as well for Nets, making sure that he has a lot of armor in this game. He even has Tenacity.
Yeah.
So Warrior Boots and Tenacity make it so that even if Kazue or Sigibum try to get onto him, he does take a lot of damage, but not enough for him to be taken out.
Yep, and there were so many great combinations and combos that we've seen from Team Vamos. I mean, we've seen we've seen Sorn and his emblem combinations in the early. We were talking about it earlier on how he was so invested in terms of the mobility, the movement speed, which was kind of understandable since they had to go up against both the Hylos and the Eve. But beyond that, their ability to just layer their skills so well. One beautiful ejector play onto a key target, a Terrify from Warlord, and Nets with a Malefic gun, he can just keep attacking from a distance. That's way farther than how he should initially be if he hadn't had the Malefic gun.
You know, something to point out with these emblems as well. So many marksmen. There's been this back and forth between do I pick up the tenacity to get a little bit of defense, or do I go full damage? Siggy Boom takes the risk and goes full damage. Essentially, does pick up the quantum charge, but still very damaging. And a lot of marksmen have been kind of back and forth on this, and that could have been the thing that made Siggy Boom pay the price, not having that little bit of extra defense to survive when the aggression of Vamos came.
Yeah, and I mean, look at just how well the mid duo for Vamos was able to work. They were just so active in the early stages. Sorn and Warlord, it felt like all the engages that they did for the first few minutes, they were always together in the rotations, and Nets was able to shine because he was also included in that. But it was all made possible again by Smooth and that advantage he was able to secure in the XP lane, allowing him to just be so fast in terms of rotations and so active. Positioning was just so hard for S2G here.
I like that you talk about the mid duo from Vamos doing well, because we got to talk about how, honestly, they've been countering Pago as well as Begin. A lot of aggression are really on the mid. Having the carry as well makes the high loss not that big of a problem. And we got to talk about Warlord as well. Which ult did he take? He took the Glorious Pathway quite a lot. So it's kind of like their draft is really just to counter Pagu, and them having the Glorious Pathway as well really helped out a lot. So Vamos, it looks like their idea going up against S2G is to control the mid duo. And S2G, they're really looking at the side lanes, trying to get a lot of objectives there. But now we got to talk about our MVP of the game, and it's going to be Warlord on that Valentina. 56,000 damage. This is what Warlord looks like with a mage.
He looks like an MVP.
He looks like an MVP.
He looks like an MVP. And that's exactly what we want to see. You know, this is what we've kind of been waiting for from Vamos. We knew they had it in them. They bring out a relatively meta composition here, relatively something with a little bit of spice, you know, like the Jawhead that still kind of fits to their aggressive style. But overall, it was a solid Vamos identity-driven composition, and Warlord took full advantage of that. And I love what you said about taking the Glorious Pathway. It also helped deal with the Cho.
Yeah.
It helped give the team their movement. I mean, overall, it just was the answer.
Something to talk about is his emblem set as well as items. He didn't go for the Enchanted Talisman. He just went for Inspire, and a little bit of that cooldown as well is from the boots, as well as the other items that he had. So honestly, a different way to build Valentina here. Now we're going to look at the game highlights of what Warlord really did throughout the game. Where as a mid laner, so this is in a way him playing the mid lane, but he still plays a tank.
Yeah, and I mean, this is how Team Vamos was able to play against the Fanny. To think that their only major lockdown was really just the Jawhead, and we've seen some overextensions with the Unstoppable Force from time to time, but they were just able to time their skills so well, those crucial skills so well, that even when Kazuya did attempt to go in for the team fights, as long as they were together, they just knew how to juggle their skills in order for Kazuya not to have a great time.
Yeah, I love how you said he almost played a tank, because it also pairs up even more with getting those cooldowns, taking the cooldown emblem, taking the cooldown boots, just the whole deal. He's able to use his skills more, he's able to get more terrified. He was a beautiful peeler for the team, and then taking that glorious pathway like what we just saw during that S2G's purple buff, he essentially nullifies some of the effects of the enemy RWM, right? He essentially nullifies some of that so they can actually move freely in these fights.
Yeah, and of course, we got to highlight the real tank of Vamos, Lord Smooth on that glue. The glue really helped the team out because, again, considering the Jawhead really is not all that tanky, so Smooth had to work overtime. But because of the aggression coming in from both the Jawhead as well as the Valentina, made it so that there's enough backup to make sure that the glue doesn't get taken down. But now we got to talk about game number 2 because S2G performed the macro game very, very well. We have to remember that they banned out the Hellcurt in game number 1. Maybe this time they'll open up the Hellcurt and ban something else.
I mean, the intention was there. They knew what to target, or at least what they wanted to target ban, and they denied the Cho even. So it did feel like they were able to get their hands on the heroes that they wanted to, but then it didn't stop Team Vamos from eventually picking up their comfort heroes if they were that limited in terms of the meta go-to priority picks that are available.
Well, you know, there's one thing that I've noticed with a lot of teams right now. There's one thing I've noticed in the current meta. Macro is good, right?
Yep.
But micro has been seeming to win. 5v4s, if you're able to get the kills, it can come out on top. All you need is a big team wipe, and now you have the macro, right? And I like the way that S2G approached those off lanes, but a lot of times when the big fights come, they were one member down, or one member was a little bit late, or Kazuya didn't have the right angle, didn't have the right setup, and Vamos was just grouping up. It's like, fine, you can attack our off lanes, we're going to take out 3 of your members and just finish the game. We're going to take out 3 of your members and get the next Lord. We're going to continue to take down your mid trio, and it's GG's.
I like that you mentioned the mechanics has to be on point. For you guys at home, if you guys want to splash this emote over again, Wata! 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 Water. ROG. Unleash unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, a mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. Don't smile. Don't smile. Wata! Make sure you guys grab the ROG Phone 9 because if you guys want to win more games, you guys need awesome mechanics. If you guys want awesome mechanics, you guys need an awesome phone. And if you guys want to do well, you need a lot of energy. So we got Hello Panda for you guys. Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Hello Panda.
Hello Panda.
Well, not smiling, of course.
Okay.
Hello Panda. Hello Panda. Semua suka biskuitnya. It's in Malay, but it's okay. I got you. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, or in our case, we got strawberry over here. Let's show Trex for a while he's opening up the Hello Panda, the ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up your day, and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Honestly, it goes well with your suit.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
It goes well. Yeah.
Let me tell you guys something. Christmas is coming up. If you celebrate Christmas or any holidays at all,
What's
if you really want to rizz up the ladies, my gentlemans, you get them some Hello Panda. Brigitte, would you like one?
And she's all rizzed up. And for you guys at home, what's up? From the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December. I didn't know I was going to like this much. Participate in M6 Lucky Draw. Join the draw for a chance to win. I just spit. Claude's new epic skin challenges Flare. Don't smile. And Beatrix new M4 epic panic skin, a Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get a Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
It's like water, but it's like, what's up?
What's up?
See, she's
I
enjoying
don't have one.
You don't?
You have different emotes. You have different emotes, but we got to talk about game number 2, especially on the draft. But I kind of feel like we need to discuss this a bit privately before we really talk about what we want to discuss. So before that, we have a side interview with one of our members here. So let's go for that.
Hello everybody, welcome to the courtside report. Here's Michelle with Poji, and now we are having like the Sultan Rick with me. Poji, it must be your girlfriend.
Sultan Rick, KOL paling famous dekat Malaysia. Untuk kalau kata saya nak cakap pasal Sultan Rick, semua orang dah kenal. Boleh tak Sultan Rick kenalkan lagi diri supaya peminat-peminat dekat luar sana kenal. Who is Sultan Rick?
Hello guys, my name is Sultan Rick. My main platform is TikTok. I do content about Mobile Legends, mainly about tips and tricks. So if you want to learn more about Mobile Legends, you can visit my TikTok, Sultan Rick.
Okay, we're gonna follow you. Thank you for coming. So you must come in for the Vamos, right?
Sorry?
You must come in for the team Vamos,
Yes,
right?
of course. I support both of Malaysian team.
Okay, sure. So which player is your favorite player?
In Vamos? Of course, Chibi.
GB?
Yes.
Why do you like him?
Because I like his aggression in the game. I like that kind of player.
Yeah, his playstyle is pretty aggressive, right?
Yes.
So after watching the game one, is there any like the best moment or the best highlight you think of him?
I think I like the trio mid in Vamos, like how Zorn and their team, Warlord, Zorn and Warlord set up the team fight, and how the follow-up going on is perfect, man.
It's a perfect show,
Perfect,
right? So, Poji, you got anything for our student Rick?
Basically for Sultan Rick lah, because you speak English just now, so I want to ask you something like in English as well. What is your expectation for Vamos? Because previously they lose 2 rounds in Swiss round. Nobody ever expected that, but somehow they try to bounce back. How do you feel about that, my man?
Okay, so disebabkan Poji tanya in English, saya nak jawab Melayu pula lah. So guys, saya rasa Vamos kalah tu bukannya maksud je dia lemah, tapi mungkin dia tengah mencari rentak, dan dia orang dah buktikan tadi. Betul tak guys? Yes.
Oh, that's it. So what he said was, Vamos haven't got their gear yet, but now they have find the tune, they have got the momentum, and for sure Vamos will finish this game in this series 2-0 because Hala! Something like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Poji, for the translating. Okay, so now there's only one step away for the team Vamos to go on with their journey or just end up here. So any message, any words to the team Vamos here?
Kepada tim Vamos, teruskan berusaha. Kata-kata daripada netizen tu ambil sebagai kata-kata semangat, tak kisahlah baik atau buruk. Yang penting anda perlu tahu yang satu Malaysia support anda. Boleh tak kalau saya nak buat cheer sikit untuk fans-fans Vamos? Boleh? Semua ready ya? Kita kasih gegar ya dalam ni ya. Saya cakap 1, 2, 3, korang cakap Hala Vamos, okey? 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Thank you so much. That's perfect. That's perfect. So you must enjoy everything here around M6, right? Including our sponsor?
Panda.
Yeah, so let's just follow. Hello Panda, hello Panda, hello panel. Back over to you.
Hello Panda, hello Panda. Semua suka biskutnya. Okay, it's like semua suka biskutnya.
Strawberry.
Yeah, chocolate and strawberry. But anyways, going back into the game here, do you guys feel even despite the win, does Vamos need to adjust?
I think the...
By the way, do you want to change your predictions? Because you're already kind of wrong.
You're not allowed to.
Oh, I don't think I'm allowed to. Am I?
No. Okay. So again, back to the question. Vamos won, but it's not super convincing. Do you guys think that they have to change it up? And if you guys want to talk about S2G, do you guys think S2G needs to change it up?
I mean, at least for Vamos first, I think the only struggle we've seen them encounter in that game was just really Chibi in terms of his farming or his execution of the early game. But so long as they're capable of actually focusing their attention on other aspects, all the while allowing for their, or at least Chibi earlier, to just really bounce back, then I think everything is going to go well for them because they're just a really team fight oriented team. So I like how coordinated Vamos is right now, but I can't change my vote, so...
You know, I think S2G, on the other hand, overall, their draft was solid. I think the Cho and the Hylos could have been swapped. I think the Hylos isn't going to do as good against the Jawhead early game because it's just going to walk up towards the Cho and kind of bob and weave, make plays happen. So I think overall, with those small things, it wasn't really a draft, right? I think it was more of mechanics. We even saw at one point Sigiboom brought the flicker in, misfired to the right. If he would have landed that shot, it could have been a whole different game. So there was a couple small micro mechanics, a couple small overall roaming around the map and stuff that just went wrong for S2G.
Yeah.
And now we got to look at the player achievement here by Sigiboom. All about MTC here. Season 1, 3rd place. Season 2, 4th place. Season 3, 2nd place. And Season 4, champion. So you can really see, aside from Season 2, he's honestly been having podium finishes. So Sigiboom so far has been an amazing player. And him on the Beatrix was amazing. He just made one crucial mistake where instead of targeting the Hayabusa, he accidentally targeted the glue, I think. The glue. Yeah, he targeted the glue.
Auto-clicked.
And again, this is one of those things where, you know, targeting on your settings really disturb you. But now we got a player focus here for Zorn. He's been here ever since the 4th season of MPLMY up until today. So more accomplishments, honestly, than what we can show here. Season 12, champion. MPLMY SG Season 3, champion. Season 14, 2nd place. Season 13, 2nd place. And on M5, this is where they really want to make a change. They couldn't make it to the knockout stage. For this time, they want to make sure they do.
Yep, and in that game, I feel like Zorn was just really able to set things up. The tempo was there, and he led his team earlier. So I'm looking out for Pagu this time to do exactly the same, because it's hard to fight against this team who's currently riding on the momentum.
Yeah, we also didn't see a whole lot from Lunar last game, and some of their big victories, Lunar was really able to shine. And last game, I don't think we saw a single big Way of the Dragon from him on the Cho.
I mean, he stopped the Hayabusa quite a lot, you know?
Fair.
Yeah, the Hayabusa bit was good, but then after that, he couldn't catch a break.
When it really mattered, like, I don't know. And I think towards the end, you really needed to get nets. It was hard to get to it either way.
Yeah.
I think Lunar needs to be that guy right now. Like, he needs to be the one who is able to change things around, because what we saw from Smooth last game, the opponent EXP laner, Smooth carried the early game and set them up to be where they were in the mid.
So
let's talk about the bans here, Brigida.
Yeah, I mean, wait, adding up to that, should we be seeing perhaps Lunar get hold of more of his comfort picks, like the Phoveus Edith? Because I think they've been trying to go with that for the past few games. But again, now it's a different draft we're seeing. It's first time S2G is actually going to play on the red side.
They choose it.
So, Vamos, they can decide to... Oh no, the Cho's not there anymore.
I mean, if the Bruno is open, maybe
they'll
pick out Bruno. If the Bruno is not open, perhaps Chibi will pick up something like the Suyo, because we got to talk about the bans here. Coach Pops betting out the Hilda shows that they do want an assassin still. Betting out the Fanny because like they probably didn't thought that the Fanny was possible, but they have shown, and they don't want the Bruno themselves. So they themselves ban out the Bruno, so they don't want to risk it for picking it. And now looking at S2G, full on respect ban here. The glue was annoying. There's no way for you to fight against that. And then they ban out the Cho as well.
Do we get to see Warlord on the Jushin possibly for this game?
I mean, Vamos has put them in a very sticky situation, right? Because you have the Jushin, the Yve, and hopefully, I think SUG is hoping that the Bruno stays open, so they went out on the red side trade. But at this point, Jushin's definitely a possibility. Do they ban it?
Personally, for me, I would not pick up a mid first pick here. Because both Yve as well as Jushin is open, so maybe pick up something like the Suyo.
Suyo here, so the Alpha's banned.
And then let S2G pick whatever mid they want, and then you just fight back.
Yeah, I mean, if they do take the Suyo here, then they can respond with something like the Jushin.
Yeah.
They can still get Hylos is still open, so S2G still gets a decent trade up here overall.
And I mean, even the Mathilda combo is actually still possible right now. So if ever they do not want to go for the jungler yet. So I think Vamos, they're really trying to think about what to prioritize in the first pick. So they go for the
Valentina first pick.
I mean, comfort. It looks like even from game number 1, Vamos is all about comfort. They're not going to stray too far away from the meta, but they are definitely going for comfort here. But this does show that S2G, they have a lot of options. They pick up the Suyo, what we predicted to be the first pick.
Suyo Jushin here, you just go for the Suyo Jushin, something like that.
I mean, Jushin you can pick up
Hylos,
later.
Hylos, so possible. So Warlord can get his hands on the glorious pathway again, but this time around. But we're not entirely sure what Zorn's planning to actually show us.
Don't pick up something yet.
But we're probably not expecting him to get anything soon. So do they go for the Nets hero this time, or do they want to hide it again later on? Because I mean, earlier, even though it was reserved for the last or the second phase,
Hayabusa,
they were able to still get his comfort. So yeah, they just hide it. Either way.
The Cho is not there anymore unless S2G wants to pick up the Jawhead. Right? So right now the Hayabusa is a little bit more freer this time.
And I think there's a big chance that Vamos could take the Jawhead once again if S2G doesn't ban it out or take it themselves. Because once again, if this Hylos ends up in the mid, it does well against it. It can just throw it away. And now same thing with the Suyo. S2G does wrap up their first half of the draft with this Jushin. So just overall, I mean, this is game number one. We saw S2G get a lot of meta picks. Vamos sticks with comfort. They win. Once again, S2G getting some picks that a lot of teams are going after. Can they execute it, though?
Oh, my only worry is how would Vamos play the mid duo again this time if they are up against the Jushin and potentially a Hylos, which can be really aggressive in the laning as well for the early stage at least. And you have a Valentina, which isn't that high in terms of range, but at least you have a Hayabusa. But it'll be kind of tricky to find the Jushin, especially if she's always surrounded by those other front lines here for S2G.
Hellkurt.
What if? I don't like it.
What if?
I don't think it's it. Maybe we'll see. It hasn't been working for them, so I don't know. I would have PTSD if I was them picking it up. But I do think the Valentina, you can still dash. You still have some abilities to get out of the lantern distance and everything. You still have good wave clear. So I'm not against it, and I think as long as they get something that can move as well, Matilda also still Matilda is still open.
Always forget.
S2G is first pick, so I mean, we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, but again, like honestly, maybe they do have a world where they just pick up the Jawhead again, the Jawhead and carry. Because again, this is all about comfort for Vamos. I can see a carry coming up again because the Hylos has been shown. Earlier, the Jushin might be a little bit annoying for the carry to deal with, but once the carry gets the Malefic Gun, it's probably not that big of an issue anymore.
And now we're just waiting for Vamos and their potential last ban, still respecting Khalid. I'm also thinking of like if ever they want to pick it up for themselves.
Obvious.
Since we're yet to see Nets hero, we'd also probably want additional mobility for him. And since they only have the Valentina so far for magic damage, they might want to consider that.
But because the Khalid and Phoveus has banned, this does make it feel like the Gator is going EXP.
I mean, it's Vom. I think they could still. I think most likely Gatati XP. I think they want something
as long as it's not mid,
with a bit more crowd control on.
I mean, there's the Valentina, so it's
on Zorn. Hopefully, S2G I think is going to save gold lane for last pick here. Maybe get some counterplay in. Maybe get something. Have a little bit more ability of what kind of roam or EXP Vamos will have. Seeing as Vamos is pretty flexible still right now with the Gatot, it might just be the better pick. S2G does lock it. They go for so I don't know. It's a little risky for me showing that this early.
No, I was thinking of Moskov as well, but I was also thinking it was the last pick. But yeah, showing the Moskov early here, probably just saying there's no way they're not picking anything other than a carry. And carry as well as Moskov relatively have about the same range, so no one really has a big advantage there. It's just about who is more aggressive on those trades.
Yeah, so is he really just going to go for the carry instead and stick with the comforts here for Vamos?
Stick with the Jawhead?
Their lineup feels really similar to like their first game. It's just except we don't see the glue. It's a Gatot Kacha, but they can kind of like they have a lot of similarities in terms of how you.
I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Yeah, it is.
Very true, and I think they have. I mean, they still gives them everything they want. They still have a box that can sit around and carry.
Oh,
okay. So
this is one of Smooth's specialty, by the way.
Good specialty or bad specialty?
As in first phase ban. Specialty.
Okay.
So that's good.
So, but it's aggressive, right? I mean,
it is
it going to go hybrid? It's just, it feels like it might not give the box that carry needs, right? That's my worry. It might not give the protection that carry needs in mid game.
But there's a lot of threats here.
Yeah.
The only, like, Gato Gacha is kind of a threat, but at the same time, compared to everyone else here, it's a threat. So how does S2G respond? The Hylos can still go either way. It can go EXP, it can go in the roam position. Now, S2G, they have 15 seconds to make a choice.
What else is there? There's
Edith?
CC, Edith. You'd have to be really careful for the eye for an eye, just in case you're S2G. So they go for the CC. So at least they have some sort of axes as well to the backline, similar to what we're probably expecting from... Wait, okay, I thought it was Warlord.
And they can keep up with the rotations of the Benedetta. You have a pretty fast-moving hero. You have someone that can kite around and at least mechanically deal with the Benedetta.
This is a risk, but this is one of Lord Smooth's best hero. Thank you very much to our panelists. Now we're throwing it over to Ingan as well as Naisu.
A signature hero for Smooth, bringing it at the game that is match point now for Team Vamos. We'll see if they can make it happen with this one, or if S2G can bring us to a game number 3. That's what we'd love to see, of course, going the distance, 3 games. We get a glimpse of the lineups here by both teams. Once again, everything on the line. It's not over just yet as we load up into the land of Dawn to battle it out. Once again, S2G Esports wanting to go forward. Team Vamos as well sees it on the glimpse as we load up in the land of Dawn. Game 2 here. Can Team Vamos do it and bring it all together?
Looking at the lineup, I like it. When push comes to shove, you know you have to boil down to the basics. You have to go down back to your comfort. And with Smooth's signature Benedetta, you know Team Vamos can go with their usual rotations of being aggressive, being fast with their rotations. Especially since this is Smooth. Okay, but speaking of early rotations, Lunar pops his Vengeance right away.
Don't tell me.
Oh.
He doesn't want to fight that, does he? He got the Vengeance out. Smooth, though, again. If you've been watching Team Vamos leading into M6, like LaFell mentioned, this is one of his signature heroes.
And
loves to play it. And the damage one, yeah, that's to be the fact. Oh, no.
Oh, go Chibi, plus the Petrify, as you were saying, and the damage one. It was a smooth play, trusting Chibi that he'll be there right on time for the Petrify and eventually the burst onto Lunar.
Oh, that's such a big early play already in the hands of Smooth for Team Vamos. You know, in that lane alone, getting that little bit of advantage against Lunar is going to be playing a big part of things here. Now, part of this, too, is the fact that, yes, you know, this time around, you've got Pagu rolling around in the high-lows. They're going to have to match some of that momentum that was already started this early on. We take a quick glimpse. So, hold on, Lunar in trouble again? Whoa! My goodness, Ingan, they're not joking around here.
Not joking around. They know that their power spike may be on the top lane. Smooth right now is their win condition in the early game, and Chibi knows that. That's why they keep rotating onto the top, not giving Lunar a really good time. And when it comes to objective, especially the first 2 turtles, the XP laner needs to be aggressive, needs to be active. And with the 0-2 start from Lunar, it's going to be hard for S2G.
This is massive already. They're going to fight for the turtle, though. It's going to get broken down. Easy turtle. I mean, this just seems like it's getting to a point now where S2G is forced to go fight for these objectives and even things out.
Yeah. For Team Vamos, they didn't look for a trade instead. So right now, they're playing at their pace. They know that it's okay to trade the first turtle because they have a slight advantage, but Smooth might get caught here by 4 members. An eye for an eye might be able to save him out. One more hit and starts the comeback of S2G. And a Wigi Shadow kill to Chibi, but Team Vamos answers right back.
Like we've seen already in game 1, this is the story for both teams, just duking out all across the map. You know, Smooth goes in, and he was feeling pretty confident after those first portion of the game, but this is actually enough now for Lunar to get a little bit, you know, of the resources that he needs, get caught up. He got a little bit of extra gold, of course, there too. And as long as Lunar adjusts from this and doesn't keep getting punished on the top side in that XP lane, then he can go ahead and make the grounds that he needs to make, because early game, he struggled already off the bat. Might have to rely a little bit on Causeway to go ahead and help him out, but for the most part, you slow it down, you bring it back in your favor. Lunar, though, look at this.
Going on V1, Yo-Yo Blitz coming in from Lunar, so Smooth has to walk away. But again, same strategy. Smooth doesn't have his Petrify. Will they commit though? Like the final blow, but Lunar has the Vengeance. Chibi goes in. Will he commit the Wigi Shadow Kill? Just waiting for the Vengeance to pop off, and here comes the Wigi Shadow Kill! Chibi takes down Lunar once again! A 0-3 start for Lunar. Not looking good for S2G.
Yeah, just as I said it too, you know, that's not where you want to be in that situation. You just grab some equalization and then they fall behind. Oh, Pagu, he's going to have to pop the Glorious Pathway defensively. So they hold it together, but this is all part of the plan for Team Vamos. Oh no.
Warlord has his own Glorious Pathway, forcing Beacon to use the Crimson Beacon out. And now Team Vamos, first turtle, They traded for the turtle instead. They didn't contest, and this time it looks like after Chibi gets his orange buff, but S2G knows this. That's why they're trying to push down the second turtle.
They're going to go for it, actually. Already Smooth trying to delay them a little bit longer. There's the jump on in. Warlord gets the turtle, and now Zorn on the run. The rest of the team's going to join.
Wiki Shadow Kill on to begin again, but there's a Revitalize though. Warlord just trying to keep them at bay. Will they go for it once again? Smooth waiting for the perfect opportunity to cast out like a final blow. He doesn't. He has the Purify though. And now Team Vamos, when you thought that they were just going to trade out the turtle because Chibi was going for the orange buff, Warlord says, I got this, Chibi. Don't worry about it.
He's got it locked in, and that's what they needed. Getting one of the objectives at least, you know, 1-for-1 for the turtles on both sides. Smooth gonna go ahead and cut this wave in. He did get the Blade of Hepsi, so he might actually look for a 1v1 again against Lunar if he decides to go for it. Looks like he's gonna pop the Electro Final Blow. Vengeance also gets away enough, but here's TV again. Just visits up top and gets another kill.
It's like the same play over and over again 3 times.
It's like it's
the
choreographed.
concept is Smooth is gonna go for it and try to go for the 1v1 up against Lunar, force out the Vengeance, then when the Vengeance is all used up, Chibi goes in with the Wiki Shadow Kill. 4-0-1 for this Chibi, and this is beneficial. Yeah, because Chibi has a Sky Piercer, so now he has 40 stacks, and Team Vamos looking good with a 2K gold lead.
All part of it. Pagu once again trying to be that front line, of course, for S2G. Scout things out. They know that because of what's happened to Lunar, Lunar is essentially just shut down, man. Like, he's not in a position where he's going to be having a good time at all. And even if he jumps into the fights later on towards these objectives, then he's probably going to get melted down. That's the situation for Lunar. Later on, when he gets some of the items and catches back up, then maybe, you know, we've seen this before with the CC where they can turn the fights around. But right now, he's kind of forced just to sit there, clear out those waves topside. And this turtle, though, you can already see Team Vamos getting in position. They know that S2G isn't really in a fighting position to go toe-to-toe. So as long as they have the numbers advantage and they just blitz this turtle, they should be fine, be able to secure it. Warlord still holding on to the Glorious Pathway. Turtle's going to be work done, and they're not going to get there in time as Chibi will secure the last turtle of the game.
Oh, that was close. 2 Glorious Pathway colliding onto the bottom lane, forcing out Sigiboom and Pagu, and this is the Zorn we all know. Raja emote with the signature recalls. And right now for S2G, ideally, you saw that Team Vamos keeps rotating on the XP lane.
Yeah.
As much as possible, you want to see Kazue begin and Pagu, 3 mid rotation, to be to at least control the mid lane or go for a cross map play onto the bottom lane. But we haven't seen any rotation coming in from S2G so far.
And Kazue gonna be on the run. Smooth though, gonna work for it. Kazue's gonna be fine, but you can already see the glimpse. Look at the glimpse of the XP lane difference. This is what I was talking about, Lunar. So they're gonna have to try to catch up. Tier 2 turn in the bottom lane, gonna be work done, and now S2G trying to hold on.
Okay, here's the Glorious Pathway. They're gonna stun Warlord though, but here comes Chibi though. He can't go for the backline. Sword just trying to keep them at bay right now as Nets continuing the speedy light wheel, and look at the damage coming in from Nets. That was almost close.
It goes on in! And they find multiple things now in the mid lane. I'm surprised Warlord was just walking around, scooting around at that much health.
The thing is, the Spear of Destruction didn't even connect. It was Kazue delivering the final blow, but a quick response for Team Vamos. And now Smooth doing a lot of things right now, trying to get the orange buff away from S2G Esports. So far, that was just the second response from S2G. And with the current lineup that Team Vamos has, this might not even reach the late game, Naisu.
They're going to have to stall out here. Hang on, that's what S2G also needs to do. As things are slowly but surely slipping out of the hands, going towards Team Vamos here, which really was on the, you know, the blades, the shoulders of both Smooth and Chibi in the early game, and now the rest of the team is really profiting from this. Despite Warlord going down there, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean too much because S2G still has a lot of ground to cover. You can already see the difference here in every single lane, pretty much just the mid lane there, relatively even in the roam, but now the Lord for the taking, and notice where Smooth is. The rest of the team gonna go ahead and keep S2G kind of zoned out from this. I'm not sure if there's even an angle. Looks like we're gonna take a little breather here while we take this time to adjust things for the players, of course, before this Lord gets taken up. Looks like it might be over here for S2G, but that's the thing, man. I mean, looking at this, the Lord already, they're not in a position here, Ingan. They're not in a position really to contest it. I don't think they will. It looked like, you know, with it already being less than half health, it's just going to be secured here by Team Vamos, and then it'll be up to the situation for S2G to go ahead and defend. And if we look at that lineup that they have, do you think this is enough? Like Lunar, like I said, Lunar, he's not, like, all he has is a War Axe? He's got level 2 boots, of course, but he's got War Axe. That's about it for the most part. And so even if he throws his body into this fight from Team Vamos when eventually that Lord is secured, once that vengeance is down, like, he's going to get blown up. You know, he's going to have a hard time, and the rest of the team is also just going to rely on Pagu to be that front line for them, but he doesn't even have his first item complete.
Yeah, and that's the thing. S2G really needs to extend this game to eventually have a macro advantage, especially since they have the Moscow. But just looking at the grand scheme of things, we really had to commend Smooth. I mean, game 1 performance, the panel even mentioned it, they really commended Smooth with the glue, giving them an early lead. And this is the same thing that what happened during game number 1. Smooth's play, this is not even macro, micro plays up against a Lunar, going for the lethal, up against Lunar with the CC, going with the lethal ignition plus the petrify. Wants to dominate the early game, and with the help of Chibi was activated early on. The Sky Piercer really is bang for the buck right now for Chibi. 550 stacks already with the Sky Piercer. So at this point, S2G, they're playing reactive because we haven't seen any much big rotations coming in from their lineup, especially since Vamos literally repeated 3 rotations on the XP lane consecutively.
I guess that's why, you know, even with LaFell mentioning on the panel, like, it's a signature hero for Smooth, and Smooth obviously, you know, he knows those limits, but it's not so much for him to get those kills, but it just worked out perfectly for him to be like, hey, Chibi, come on up, you know, get your kills, get your stacks eventually when he had the Sky Piercer too for Chibi, and it's just relatively done wonders for them because even so, Nets hasn't had to do anything. Like, Nets is 0-0-0 right now. He's been just stacked up, having that gold lane experience, farming up everything he needs. He's almost on his 3rd item. He's got the Corrosive Scythe and the Golden Staff. And he's essentially locked and loaded and ready to fight this fight. So we got word we're jumping back into the game. So it looked like all right, the Lord reset a little bit there. Back to it. Nets is going to go ahead and start it up. Pagu trying to get the information. Of course, Sigiboom up on top side. Can join the fight, but they break out. Zorn!
Oh, Zorn pops his revitalized AOG defensively, but here comes Chibi. Pagu forces the Glossus Fireway. Look at Chibi with a Wiki Shadow kill. He's not going to take down anyone just yet, but might be enough to keep S2G at bay. And Team Vamos going to try and play this patiently. They're not going to force out anything. All the while, Sigiboom just working on for the cross-map play, trying to take down the top lane turret.
Great push from Sigiboom to go ahead and push that turret down. Got word that, hey, we don't need you. You can keep pushing. We got to get some control around the map. And also, that was great revitalize from Pagu to go ahead and keep his team topped up in health because of what Chibi tried to do there. Again, he is pretty stacked on this Hayabusa. They're going to go for a fight, Zorn!
Okay, plus the Curtain Call and the Glorious Pathway to bring down Zorn!
They're in trouble. Chibi will be able to get a kill and make it a double. 3 fall for S2G. Sigiboom and begin to try to hold it together. Now Smooth just around the corner. The rest of the team going to start up the Lord. And look at Warlord. He's got information. He's going to back off, but this ultimately results in the Team Vamos. Good try from Sigiboom trying to take that Lord, but Team Vamos will secure the Lord.
This is where you see the immense goal difference of Team Vamos. 4 ultimates just to take down Soren. The Curtain Call was used, the Glorious Pathway as well. They did, however, successfully take down Soren. But after that, Team Vamos was comfortable enough to go and dive in back because they know that S2G used up a lot of resources. Able to take down 3, able to take down the Lord away safely. Even with the attempt of the Spear of Destruction, Team Vamos, it looks like from minute number 1, from second number 1, they're in control of this game. And again, we might not even reach the end game where we see a lot of Moscow players really shine because Team Vamos, they're disciplined enough but at the same time not afraid to go for those dives because they know that they have an immense lead.
They might try to make it work despite the deficit they're up against. 7,000 now as they watch the tier 2 turrets and the holy defenses being popped here in the base. GB's gonna jump in, takes a ton of damage. That's Kazooie will be able to get the kill.
A crucial stun there for Pagu, a bit of an overextension from Chibi. They did, however, pop all the holy shield from S2G. That wasn't such a crucial loss for Team Vamos because, again, they're holding on to a 5.6k gold lead. But again, when it comes to the late game...
That's a lot of gold, though.
That's a lot of gold, a lot of shutdown. And to top things off, Sky Piercer got affected from that kill from S2G.
I mean, the fact that Chibi went in for that, I don't think he was expecting to, of course, get stunned, stopped in his tracks, and then killed that quickly. Because that was enough to go ahead and stop that push with that Lord, of course. You know, yes, the shields went down, and maybe that was all they got, but they could have still played around with some of the pressure, you know? Unfortunately, because of that kill, Team Vamos now has to go ahead and just kind of recalibrate and wait for the next push in from the Lord take. But I would say that in a minute, if S2G is able to get something else from this, you can see the stacks there, of course, with the Sky Piercer. If they're able to extend this and maybe get another pickoff on the right targets especially, S2G might be able to crawl back slowly into this game. Pagu's going to take some damage. Smooth joining the fight on the off angle. He's got to be careful on how he approaches it, gets checked, because you can see here, man, they are starting to show some of those damage profiles from these heroes that S2G brought to the table. I mean, even Sigiboom, like he's got the Trinity, you know, so he is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage himself. Even now checking in on Lunar. Lunar, he's at least got an extra item. He's got the empty Karas at this point.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit more tanky. So now he can kind of weave in and weave out in some of these, you know, physical damage types coming out from Team Vamos and just soak things up, because that's his job at this point. As bad as his early game was, I would say now he's got some use. You know, like now that he's got a couple items and he can just pop the Vengeance and be a distraction, or even go for the back line if he can, then that might be enough here to change the tides a little bit for S2G Esports. Lord is up. They're going to keep Sigiboom still down, pushing into that tier 1 on the bottom side. They might make a choice to just let this go again and try to defend. They're going to get in range.
Oh, they might try to go in for the contest, but Warlord, though, managing to keep them at bay. A clean take for Team Vamos. While on the other hand, S2G resorting to the cross-map play once again, trying to take down a bottom lane turret. Forced to use the flicker.
He's running.
He's running because he knows Soren might be able to taunt him down. And you know, Chibi's been following up with a lot of initiation started by the rest of the members of Team Vamos. So that's just making sure Sigibom isn't taken down, because he's really needed for this potential final Lord defense for S2G Esports.
Taking a look here once again before this defense. Both marksmen going to be crucial here. Smooth. Takes a little bit of damage. How's going to be fine. So still, I'm just waiting for them to go ahead and get that. Oh! As we missed it! I was wondering if it was going to happen.
That's why, because looking at Smooth's item build, it's all damage. He doesn't have to sustain. This might be an opening for S2G. Eventually, their bottom lane inhibitor turret is going to fall down. That's a second level Lord. But that's more than enough for S2G. That's more than what they wanted. And now they might be able to find an opening for another pickoff. And that's a strike contrast of the item builds of these two XP laners, but they want to go for it!
They're going to go for it! Chibi popping the Woogie Shadow Kill now, fighting it out, still going for it too. Vengeance already going to be popped. Pagu's down, and they're looking for more!
One more! Begin Winter Crown! Not enough! A full team wipeout for Team Vamos! Minions marching in onto the middle lane 20 seconds before Pagu is there! And it looks like Team Vamos lives long enough to finally become the heroes of Malaysia!
And S2G's bold march into uncharted territory comes to an end, as Turkey's hopes are left behind on the grand stage of M6. As one of the home teams, Team Vamos will sweep the series and move one step closer to the knockout stage.
The hometown team making their hometown proud with a decisive, finally nice, a decisive series win from Team Vamos.
Again, it's always tough to see at this point in the tournament, but panel, I know one guy's happy over there. Let's throw it to them.
You're right, Naisu. Trex is indeed very happy. By the way, Ingan, I heard that he's right. From the anti-heroes, today Vamos is the Malaysian heroes. Today they redeemed themselves. It's not over just yet. If they want to make it to the knockout stage, they need one more win. But we gotta talk about this. Unfortunately, S2G has been eliminated. And I don't know, I feel like a Malaysian-Turkey rivalry is about to start because, again, it's something about Turkey as well as Malaysia. We keep facing each other.
I agree. You mentioned something earlier about how we didn't expect this to be the farthest Turkey can go for M6.
I don't think anyone expected this to be the farthest that Turkey go. Essentially, this is their worst finish, I think, in international series. I don't know about before M4, but since I've been around since M4, Turkey has always at least secured top 8.
Yeah.
And so this is pretty unprecedented right here. The fact that S2G goes home, they were the last standing hope. This is the first time they had 2 representatives on the main stage. And they just fell short, sadly. Goodbye, Turkey.
Yeah, but again, like, Vamos is looking very good. The crowd is feeling quite happy as well. But again, we have to throw it over to the stage where both teams are present. So, Rose, it's your time to shine.
Their presence on the world international stage paved the way for a new generation of players. However, Turkey Ace S2G's journey in the M6 World Championship ends here today. Ladies and gentlemen, before anything else, I would like you all to give a round of applause to S2G. And in a count of 3, 2, 1, you guys may give your final bow. Thank you very much to S2G. We hope to see you guys come back stronger next year. Thank you very much. And of course, the team that still has a life in the Swiss stage, the home ground heroes. Give it up for Vamos, Nats, and Coach Babs. Hello, how are you guys? You guys okay?
Good.
Good. Okay, Nets, let's start with you. How nervous were you? This is an elimination match. Were you nervous for today?
No.
No, not nervous.
Because best of 3.
Because best of 3s. So best of 1s, I'm pretty sure it was scary, but best of 3s, you guys got it in the bag. Okay, Nets, before the match started, we saw a quote from you saying that you took responsibility for your loss against CFU. Maybe you can share with us, why is that so? Why do you feel like you were the reason why you guys lost? You can answer in Tagalog, you can answer in English, it's okay.
Nets has fever.
Oh, Nets has fever. Yeah. Okay, fever also can play really well. Now, Nets, I hope you get well soon, okay? Okay, now, Coach Babs, despite facing an elimination match today, you guys went out and had fun on your off days. Other teams would be like practicing and whatnot. So do you guys not feel pressured?
The sport that we played is part of our weekly activities that can release our stress. So that's why, even though we have packed schedule and we have received so much pressure because of this, it can be our one last ride, right? So yeah, we just focus on what we need to do today instead of not having fun. Yeah.
Okay, since you said Nets is having fever, I'll leave all the hard questions to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Coach, I'm just gonna ask you, do you guys finally feel redemption after your loss against CFU? Today, winning today, this could mean that you guys have another day tomorrow. So do you guys actually feel redeemed now?
Not really, because if you want to make a redemption arc or if you want to redeem something, we need to go to the knockout stage first. Yeah.
I like that. Knockout stage is the goal, and hopefully even Axiata Arena, you know, it would be amazing. Nets, I said I will leave the harder questions to Coach Babs, right? But Nets, maybe you tell me something, okay? I heard you lost your lucky charm. What's your lucky charm about? I heard you lost it on the day 1. Is that why you lost?
Ching Ching.
Chin Chin. Ring. What ring is it?
Onyx Ching Ching.
Onyx? Onyx ring is your lucky charm? How did you lose it?
Hilang di hotel.
Hilang di hotel. He lost it at the hotel. I love it. He's a Filipino answering me in Malay. I love it. Now, is it the reason why you lost on day 1?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Mungkin.
Sebab tu. Mungkin sebab tu. Maybe because of that. I love it. I really do. Okay, so now do you have a new lucky charm? Ada. What is it you have?
Coach Pub.
Huh? Coach Pops is your new lucky charm? So with Coach Pops, do you think you can go to knockout stage?
Boleh.
Can. Okay, now maybe Coach Pops, I'm just gonna... Thank you, Nets. You can move. No, don't go. Just stay. I'm gonna just ask Coach Pops one last question, or maybe last 2. Do you feel like your performance today was good?
our performance today. Yeah, they are playing so well, and they are playing how they are supposed to play. So yeah, I'm so happy with that kind of performance.
Is this the Vamos that we will be seeing if you guys do qualify for the knockout stages?
This is part of Vamos because when we play Hellcat, that is also Vamos.
I love it. All the cheeky strats, all of it coming out. Okay, Coach Pops, final words to the fans who has come and support you guys full house today at IOI.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you to all supporters that comes today, especially if you are from supporters for S2G, and of course Forza Vamos, family, bosses, and thank you so much for coming today, and all of you guys that come here to cheer all of us. We really appreciate it, and we hope you guys can continue supporting us.
Thank you very much to Coach Pops and of course Nets. Congratulations on the win today. They live to see another day. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this best of 3 match against S2G.
Thank you very much, Rose, Pops, as well as Nets. It's unfortunate to hear that Nets is unfortunately having a fever now, but still he had an amazing performance. But we got to break that down. S2G going up against Vamos. Let's first talk about Chibi on this Hayabusa. This time there's no Chow to lock him up. Unfortunately, the CC, Lunar, had to be the one on the receiving end to receive Chibi's wrath.
Yeah, Lunar, he didn't have the best time. It was kind of similar to what Chibi had to go through during the first few minutes of the previous game. But now Chibi, he would just shine. And we see the intention now of Team Vamos. They were really trying to put an emphasis on the XP lane, on smooth. And it's nice to see damage XP laners come back once more.
Yeah, I think once again, Vamos came in with a clear win condition, and they hit it right on the head. They focused on the XP lane, and what I was worried about was Smooth not being able to supply space for the team, not being that tanky XP laner that so many teams need right now. But Vamos knew that was a weakness, so what do? We make sure Smooth farms up quick. We make sure Lunar has a horrible game, and that's exactly what they did. They just, back to back to back to back kills onto Lunar.
Can I just say, even though it worked out in that game, but honestly, this draft, the win condition isn't that easy to execute, because imagine if that initial gank, for some reason, Lunar was actually the one that able to got a kill there, right? Would it have looked this good, right? Probably not.
No, everything probably would have went downhill from there, honestly. If like one small mistake happens in the beginning, Vamos' draft most likely falls apart.
Yeah, the strength of a Vamos lineup in terms of really just continuously going for the engages, they were able to do all that, especially because they were also in the lead. And even during moments wherein we thought S2G were actually getting the advantage in terms of team fights, I recall one recent team fight wherein we thought that S2G might have actually gotten the upper hand, but Nets, he just went unnoticed, and that's when you know that Vamos was actually able to pull off what they really wanted. They were able to look and pull off their win conditions. It's when, even at the most unfortunate timings, they still prevail after those team fights.
Honestly, like carry, getting to that late game is very difficult, but once you get there, you feel like you're a shredding machine. No one can really tank for you, especially when their tankiest member, Pagu, with that high loss, feels like he's the squishiest member because the whole kit of a carry is a tank destroyer.
Yeah, so does this mean that carry is possibly one of the future answers to these high-lows picks?
Yeah.
To some of these very tanky, bulky guys, the Revitalize doesn't even seem to matter that much when the carry is just shredding you down.
Yeah, even, for Begin, he had a fairly tanky emblem combination. The Tenacity, the Fighter emblem, those Brave Smite. We've been seeing a lot of Jushins go for that kind of emblem builds, but even that didn't really feel like it was able to sustain S2G much when it came to the team fights. Vamos just had overwhelming damage whenever they picked a fight.
We gotta consider that. You were right. You're right. Begin is actually quite tanky. So don't get Begin. We were watching, and even Trax, you were saying it. They went up, they went bottom, they went up again. They really attacked the side lanes. They made sure that both Nats as well as Smooth has a good time. Zorn and Warlord, they just slowed them down. They just made sure that Begin is not influencing EXP or the goal lane, right? So this is quite an interesting thing. It's like actually killing the Jushin is difficult. So just don't.
Yeah, and what have we all been talking about when we talk about S2G? We talk about Sigiboom and we talk about Lunar.
Yeah.
If you take off those two key players, the legs fall, right? S2G is unable to stand tall, but we do have the MVP, very well deserved, Chibi on his Hayabusa.
He rotated faster than anyone else during that game. Even more than the high loss, more than the Jushin, more than those potential rotations shown to us by Sorn on the Gatot Catch. I mean, he was like slower, of course, but then he was just so decisive. Go farm for a bit, get your creeps, and then return to Lunar's lane and just give Smooth the best possible early game. So like all the attention, it was just towards the upper portions of the map, and Nets was just so free up against Sigiboom.
And as we see some of these highlights, I mean, personally, as an EXP laner myself, this is the type of jungler you want, one that is always willing to come up, gank, and that was just the start. And literally, half of these highlights are going to be him attacking the off lanes here from top to bottom, from top to bottom. I mean, he was about to die.
Yep.
Every time Lunar thinks he might just win this fight, up comes Chibi to get that final kill, and this is one, once again, Smooth thinks it's going to go down, and Lunar just knows at this point. I think he's like, oh god, I fell for it again. Here comes Chibi.
And that's another thing, right? Like the XP lane, that happened multiple times. It was always Smooth trying to pick a fight against Lunar, but Lunar just attempts to fight back, and maybe he hasn't learned his lesson that I shouldn't be fighting back, I think.
Yeah.
There's a potential follow-up that will always and always come out from Team Vamos, and they were able to capitalize on that. This is one of the few things that it was okay to keep doing because it never really failed. It's literally don't fix anything that isn't broken for Team Vamos.
Yeah, Smooth was a really good bait because every single time we see the highlights, Smooth has been chunked down for quite a bit. So it does feel like, oh, I couldn't probably get a kill. I might die, but I could get a kill. But Smooth made sure that he did not die, which is something that we have to commend because it's a full damage Benedetta. Does not have defensive items. So the fact that you're able to get out of a sticky situation, that is honestly very, very impressive. And again, unfortunately, just to announce later on, we'll be having a visual that unfortunately STG has been eliminated. They have played well, but this does mean that Turkey is out of M6.
Yep. Now we see one Malaysian team join those teams who are already in the knockouts as well.
The 2-2. The 2-2. Not yet.
They got another game to go.
The 2-2 bracket. Yeah,
they're
but
still fighting for their life, essentially.
Yeah,
and tomorrow's going to be insanity, I feel like. It'll be probably one of the most insane Swiss/group stages and M series I've ever seen.
I mean,
tomorrow is going to be one of those days where we break the PCU, probably.
I mean, imagine like the four teams that are already in the 2-2 bracket right now. Twisted, BTK, CFU.
Yeah, and now Vamos joins.
Vamos joins.
What kind of...
After this, we have KBG going up against SRG. So that will also be a matchup that we have to watch out for. And for you guys at home, thank you for supporting M6. This is something that we want to do. We want to always be better. We want to be greater than ever. For you guys in the audience, you guys can see there's a QR code behind here. Make sure you guys scan the QR code. Your feedback is invaluable in helping us improve future tournaments. So make sure you guys scan the QR code there. Anything that we can do to make it better, we will. More Brigida, you know.
What would you do to make it better, Brigida?
More regions.
All right. Hold on. I got something to tell the audience here. By the way, don't smile. Yeah, thank you very much. MLBB has been nominated for the Players' Voice Award at TGA 2024. The first round of voting is now live until December 5th. So it's up until tomorrow, 12 noon, GMT +8. Simply scan the QR code to vote now. Let your voices be heard. Hold on, let me scan the QR code. Don't leave it. Let me scan.
Great.
All right. Scanned it, so I'm gonna vote for it now.
Wait. Do we scan it too?
No, I'm good. I don't have a phone that can scan QRs because I don't have a ROG.
If only they give us the ROG.
Yeah, my phone.
I'd be able to do it quickly.
It fell the other day, and now it won't open. I wish I had one too.
Yeah. Having an RG would definitely help. But again, we got to talk about after this, again, we'll officiate it properly. Just to remind everyone here watching, after this, it is going to be Keep Best Gaming, KBG, going up against SRG, another elimination match. And the match, whoever wins, goes to 2-2, joining the other 2-2 bracket, as Brigida has brought up. Twisted Minds, BTK, CFU, Vamos is in there as well. And the final match of the day is going to be Aurora, MLBB, going up against TLID. And now let's witness. This is, unfortunately, this is going to be the elimination of S2G.
It hurts.
First team to go out 1-3. Oh, I voted for this one already.
Definitely
I already
hurts.
voted.
You know, I came into this event with really high hopes for Turkey. I've been a big fan of Ulfidnar since Fireflux and Incendio Supremacy. And it is definitely painful, and I don't know if it's just the nature of Swiss stage, if it's just current meta, what the deal is, but I do have full confidence that Turkey can come back next year and show that they are still a very consistent non-SEA region. It just seems like this wasn't the year for them, though.
And again, just to remind you guys, up next, it is going to be Keep Best Gaming, KBG, going up against Selangor, Red Giants, SRG. It is going to be another best of 3 match. We'll be going for a short break. Thank you. And you guys might need to comfort me after this, depending on how it would look like. But for you guys at home, we'll catch you guys in a bit. See you guys then.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage plays.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sijibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the elimination day in the Swiss stage. Just in case if you guys just tuned in, we had our first match between S2G going up against Vamos, where Vamos was able to win 2-0. And now we're about to head into the matchup between KBG going up against SRG. Welcome back. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Brigida as well as Strex. Before we even begin, I would just like to say shout out to Stormy's mom, W to Stormy's mom giving us apple strudel. That is absolutely amazing. You guys haven't had it yet, and make sure you guys do.
We will.
And before we even talk more about the competition, we would like to say thank you very much to one of our best friends, Kadia. Discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming future. If you guys haven't heard of Kadia, you guys are missing out. Make sure you guys head over to Kadia and give him a shout out. Thank you very much. But now we got to talk about this matchup. Vamos became the heroes today, able to get a W for Malaysia. But now it's Selangor Red Giants' turn going up against KBG. On paper, people would say Selangor Giants is the favorite, but we've seen how that really, shapes M6. It doesn't even matter. Papers don't matter here.
Nope. Stats don't matter.
Stats
Numbers don't matter. Past internationals do not matter at this point.
Yep, the Red Giants felt a little shaky in terms of performance for the past few games that we've seen them for M6, whereas for KBG, it feels hard to say or describe how this team plays overall because they've been facing Titan after Titan for the past few games.
Yeah, they faced against RQ, TLID. That's where they got their losses, and now they're on their final loss. But now we got to talk about our topic here. Keep best or be the best. SRG's last stand begins now. And both team, right now KBG as well, a lot of pressure is on them. They're the only China representatives here, and of course, they want to make it to the knockout stage, but this is the nature of competition. Only 8 teams can go to the knockouts, and 5 teams have already advanced.
3 remaining slots to get into the knockouts, and they don't even get there once they get past today. So literally, the competition, it's becoming more and more intense even if they get past today. But for SRG, that's a different kind of pressure, I feel. Like, everyone had so much expectations for SRG coming into the M6, but from what we've been seeing from them, I don't know if it's like a case of being too aggressive. Like the overextensions, they've been happening quite often for SRG.
I feel like both teams have essentially kind of the same story. They both started pretty rough and have been adapting quickly, have been gaining some momentum, but at this point, one of them has to hit the brakes, right? One of them has to go home. KBG, we saw DFYG come into wildcard almost completely adapted, ready to go, ready to swing. KBG, day one, the drafts were a little off, their compositions were a little off, their rotations were a little off, and then same thing kind of goes for SRG, but now it feels like both of these teams have adapted and are ready. So who's going to be more prepared? That's the real question, right?
You talk about draft. Draft is going to be something that I really want to touch on. But before we started the match, we were able to talk to Aurora Vecchi, the analyst, the coach for Selangor Red Giants, the last chance to keep the dream alive. This is what Aurora Vecchi had to say. He said, our mental strength must remain strong because the pressure is on now that we're in a do or die situation. Another loss means elimination. Returning to our comfort zone, the BO3 format will give us a better chance since we've faced similar scenarios many times before, even in MPL MY Season 14. It would be a waste if we didn't make it through. A whole year of effort has led to this moment. So the stakes feel incredibly high and we're determined to give it our all.
Yep, definitely. I'm looking forward to Aurora Vecchi and Arcadia, all of the possible plans they brought into this match or they're bringing into this match. Because even when we had a different meta, a little back in, let's say, SPS or even MSC, like they were the coaching staff who were really able to play around the meta. I recall them introducing the entire concept of the Melissa even, countering all those Paramis games, and that's those potential surprises that would show up last minute in the draft. And now that we're seeing a lot of new metas emerging in terms of what our priorities are, I'm looking forward to see that now that we're in the best of three, could there be something that they've been cooking all along so that they could redeem themselves now that they're in this very dangerous position?
Gentlemen, something has to be said here. KBG has a secret draft, which is the Freya.
Yep.
The Freya has always been banned. I wonder if Selangor Red Giants will take a risk here and let go of that Freya, and then we might be able to see of what this Freya has been all about. But we're going to discuss that and more right after this. But right now, we have an interview with Gorgeous, so we'll see what is on his mind before we start the game.
Hi guys, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle with Poji again. And now we are having the SRG Gorgeous with us. Poji, I need help for the translating maybe.
That's right. Apa yang dia cakap, selamat datang kepada semua. Kita ada Gorgeous dan juga saya dan juga dia. Tapi sekarang Gorgeous sedikit sebanyak soalan berkenaan dengan super sub daripada Selangor Red Giant ni. Macam mana perasaannya sekarang?
Perasaan dia tak sabar nak menang.
Tak sabar nak menang.
Betul.
Well, basically, I'm asking him, what does he feel right now? He said he doesn't feel anything. He just feel that we will win this.
So you didn't get stressful before the game?
What?
You didn't get stressed before the game, right? It's stressful.
Oh, no.
No, you keep calm. But however, it's a do or die matchup for you guys. So how is your like the team energy right now?
The team energy is currently just fine, just good, because we know that we are the king of best of three.
Just fine. Everybody is confident about the game, right, Poji?
Tapi sekarang Gorgeous, bila kau cakap korang king of best of three kan, nak tanya sikit lah, sedikit sebanyak perasaan bila kalah dengan Falcon tu. Macam mana rasanya? Because I'm asking, he's losing against Falcon. What does it feel?
Lawan Falcon tu, bila kalah tu rasa agak mental boom lah. Sebab sepatutnya game tu dah owning sangat-sangat, tinggal nak end je. Cuma kita ada masalah nak end the game, so yeah.
So apa puncanya? Apa ya maksudnya macam bila cakap tak tahu nak end game? Apa puncanya?
Puncanya adalah Granger is bukan salah satu hero yang menggunakan basic attack lah. So dia susah nak end game.
I see. Just because of the Granger, they can't end the game easily. So got some miscommunication, something in there. But what happened is what happened. It is what it is.
But they actually figured out something wrong with this. So, and actually it's happening a few days after your last matchup. So any preparation or the like the training before this game coming up to you?
Yeah. Actually, as we can see, both of the game we lost because we got comeback. And yeah, we know we got comeback because we have a problem to end the game. So actually, the preparation that we done is just to how to end the game and
properly,
not drag the game to late game.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright. Apa yang coaches kata, kali ni diorang dah belajar daripada kesilapan 2 game yang lepas, membuktikan jangan drag game lama sangat. So kalau kata ada peluang untuk end terus, buat apa bersimpan lama-lama, betul?
Betul.
Alright, sedikit sebanyak I nak tanya dekat you coaches kan. Kalau lah pemain-pemain daripada Selangor Red Giant tengah tengok kita sekarang ni, ada tak apa-apa kata-kata semangat nak bagi? Because they need your boost.
Untuk pemain SRG, my teammates, my coaches, just do as usual that you done before in MSC, in MPL. Just do your job and we can win.
Just keep your confidence and good luck on SRG. So now it's a good time to figure out who's gonna go on our journey to the M6. Back over to you, panel.
Just do your job. That's what coaches, just do your job. Don't make it complicated, all right? You know what to do, and then keep on doing it. But now we got to talk about the drafts here, and I'm actually going to go over to Trex because we got to talk about there's 8 heroes that has not appeared in any M series. Freya is one of them. Freya, Zilong, Sun, Johnson, Argus, Hanabi, Aulus, as well as Yin. These are the 8 heroes that has not been picked up. And Freya is one of KBG's special. So if SRG doesn't ban it out, there's a chance.
Yeah, I think SRG, the fact that it's going best of 3, there's a big chance eventually it will not get banned out. Will it work out though? You know, we have a team, we have like one player, a player called Mikasa back in NACT that has a gold lane Freya that sometimes is extremely explosive. They get to late game and it rains destruction on other teams, but also it is one of the biggest risk-reward heroes I think I have ever seen in the gold lane.
Yeah, the only thing I'm wondering about when it comes to like the entire Freya conversation here for KBG is that if Bilexi is just as comfortable playing this, because I think it's a signature KBG hero, especially back when it was CU who was playing for the gold lane. But we know that there have been quite some changes in terms of their lineup heading into M6, but this is not exactly the lineup we've seen from them during the China qualifiers. So we see Bilexi joining KBG right now, but I could not exactly recall if we've seen enough Freya games from Bilexi. But then that is still somewhat a possibility. So we're not taking it out. And if SRG still wants to respect it, then we won't be seeing it. We won't narrow down the heroes who haven't showed up yet in M series to 7 or something. Yeah.
Now we got to move our conversation. The Golden Road. So far, it has never been achieved. Is there some kind of Golden Road curse? Yes? No? Maybe? Panelists, what do you guys think? Do you guys think once a team has a chance for a Golden Road, something gets in the way, something just makes the whole road bumpy?
You know, I have a theory on this.
All right.
I got a theory on this.
Go for it.
I like, in all honesty, a practical theory. The fact that, you know, you win MSC, you're on that high, man. You're on cloud 9. You come in, you win MPL, and I think at that point, you know, either the pressure gets too high, or maybe you're just too comfortable at that point, right? I think a lot of teams, you win MSC, you get that nice little chunk of change, you go shopping, you get the haircut, you buy your new Louis bag, and you get to a point where maybe you're just not as hungry. And I think a lot of teams, we see it happen, a lot of teams, or you're completely burnt out, right? You've been training nonstop for a year, and you're so much mental pressure that you're burnt out. But I think it's one of those two things usually. I don't really believe in curses.
What about you, Brigitte?
I think the same, especially in terms of like the burnout aspect, because the life of a pro player, of like the coaches and everyone involved in a team, it's no joke. Like the amount of scrims that they have to go through in a single day, especially when there are upcoming tournaments and when there are like a lot of or even off season, like they have to set particular schedules and just allow for some room to breathe. But when they know that there's still something up, they have to work. So I don't know if it's catching up to them, but it's now or never, definitely, for SRG.
And now let's look at the lineups, the players that will be playing here today. We're going to start things off with KBG, Balexi, Tracy, LMU, Saksa, as well as Win Return. One of the players I'll be watching is Saksa, because Saksa has played with Stormy before. So TNC reunion, you know, a bit of SMG reunion, a lot of reunions here between KBG as well as SRG.
Yep, and I think for Keep Us Gaming, we sort of see like the intentions, who they really want to primarily play around, especially when it comes to the early. But I want to see like their fallbacks. Like if they don't succeed once, that doesn't mean, or that shouldn't mean the end for them. Like I want to see them try to work things out a little bit more, especially when it doesn't entirely work in their favor, just so that we know they really want to pursue and actually assert dominance when it comes to the fights.
And now we have to introduce the lineups coming in for Selangor Red Giants. Innocent, Humes, Stormy, my boy Stormy, Sakai's, as well as Cram.
Yeah, shout out to Stormy's mom once
Shout out to Stormy's mom.
Were delicious. But no, you know, this is a team we haven't seen them change roster. They've been doing their thing. They were the undefeated Giants before MSC. And now it feels like that weight is getting a little bit too much. And what's going to be huge for them, I personally think, is getting back to just playing a solid game. But my eyes are going to be on Innocent and Cram. The offlaners have been so important in current meta. We've seen so many teams fold because their gold laners or their EXP laners just can't capitalize in the laning phase. So if they can enable, if the mid trio can enable those two offlaners to really pop off, it's going to be huge for the side of SRG.
I really feel like they can do it, but we heard the quote as well as the interview with Gojes, where the Granger looks like is a bit of a problem, where it's amazing everywhere else around the game. Ending the game does seem a bit of an issue. Like if you get a wipeout, then it's gonna be easy for the Granger to end the game. But you can't force an end, and that's kind of the most important thing about the game, right? You gotta end the game. So it's gonna be a question: are they gonna pick up the Granger again, or they just have a different kind of answer in case the Bruno gets picked up? But now we were able to talk to Stormy. How do you feel seeing Saksa here at M6? And he said, I'm happy for him. He has a long way. He has come a long way with KBG. Now we're going up against each other. So good luck to Saksa.
Yep. I actually like what you mentioned about whether or not we'll be seeing the Granger again, at least for SRG, because earlier, together with Michelle, Gojes, right? They were talking about what did you try to address prior to this match? Like, do you know already? Have you learned about your previous losses? And like Gojes was pretty much saying about how they just really want to focus on closing out the game. So if that's their intention heading into this match, I see a world where they might not be prioritizing the Granger just as much if they know that it's possibly one of the biggest weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I think a lot of it's going to come down to how KBG wants to play the gold lane. Do they get something like that Freya in there, right? Do they go for something crazy and it gives SRG some ability to counterplay? But as we've gotten farther, as we're getting down to some of these last teams, you know, we've seen the Bruno to be able to be countered. We've seen the Granger actually start to work in the right hands of some teams. And we've also seen that micro can sometimes be a bit more important than macro right now.
Yeah.
So it's maybe not about finishing the game with the Granger, it's about getting the full wipe. And I think some of the teams that have been so macro-orientated for the past year or two are now learning, okay, let's just group up, let's just attack, let's try to get this wipe before this Lord and finish the game.
We need to out-muscle them.
Yeah.
Time to show what we build in the gym. Yeah, flex it, Brigida, flex it!
Okay, they can't see me now, but I am. But then, now we're finally about to find out what might be the answers here for both SRG and KBG. And actually, I like what you mentioned earlier, because we know SRG as a team who really specializes in terms of the micro. But like, we need to see a little bit more of macro from them as well, especially based on how they tend to really overextend and commit mistakes in terms of the late game.
One big difference here now, SRG has finally banned out that Bruno. So they banned out the Jushin, the Bruno, and KBG banning out the Lu Yi as well as the Fanny. So for KBG, really hitting, I would say, respect bans here going up against SRG.
Well, you know what respect ban's not there? The one you've been whispering about,
Yeah.
talking about. The Freya ban is not on the field just yet. Alpha ban from the side of KBG. SRG, would you ban the Suyo here? The Lu Yi hasn't been out as well for KBG, so the Yi's still open, Suyo's still open, Hylo's still on the field as well. SRG, them being on red side, once again, want to look for some trades here. So honestly, the Freya, you know, a throwaway ban wouldn't be horrible because at least there's still 3 or 4 power picks on the field and you win something out. But at this point with the Alpha ban, I think you do go for the Suyo ban. And you bring it down to more of the assassins, the joys, things of that nature.
I'd be okay with seeing Hayabusa as well. It performed pretty well earlier when we've seen it in the first series. It's been one of the comfort heroes as well for Saksha in the previous qualifiers, if you'd recall. But now Bandit Focus instead. So yeah, definitely a lot of power picks still available here for KBG.
Yep, they pick up the Cho first, not letting that into the hand of Yumes. We haven't seen the Matilda today, but Yumes does enjoy using the Matilda quite a bit. However, without the Alpha here, it's going to be quite an interesting situation. By the way, the Hilda is still open. The Hilda is still open if SRG wants to pick that up for
Hilda Matilda right here.
Hilda Matilda,
kind of clean. I mean, it would be a nice, aggressive, fast-moving comp immediately. Something that can at least counteract the Cho's quick movements. But Hilda, just about anything would look good right now.
Yeah, if a safer option, there's still the Hylos as well. But they get the Suyu immediately. Together with the Hilda. At least now they know that they have the Hilda in their hands.
The Eve is open as well in case if KBG wants to pick it up, because if they don't pick up the Eve, it is going to be on SRG to pick it up. By the way, if we're looking at fighter tanks in the jungle, only Fredrin is really one open here. Bane here and there, but hasn't been having quite a good success. So if KBG doesn't pick up their jungler here, I'm thinking the Joy, but I don't know if they want to take that risk against a Hilda.
There goes the Joy. So
time to drop the beat of the flash.
All right, Joy pick comes in. I think the Eve is solid. You have the Cho, it works great with the Eve. Yep. It keeps people in a little bit longer. It can bring them back into it. You have control. So overall, just a nice pressure. They do go for the Hylos though, which again, solid. The only problem is now we have there's no flexibility left, right? The EX3 roam is already in.
Yep, and the problem with the Cho and the Joy right now is that they can disrupt so much of SRG's potential positioning. If they were to go for a hero who's very much reliant on that, if not disrupt, penetrate, and just really pour out all the damage towards those targets that they look for or look out for in the backline. So I'm thinking about if ever Stormy wants to go for a mid lane who's a little higher in terms of mobility. I was considering the Louis even earlier, but now that we're seeing this kind of lineup,
Eve or Matilda.
And Louis, Louis banned out, so no Louis. Okay. Now
team is banning.
We get the Tig.
Make sure they get it now, and the Joy is going to have a big problem. Now, I'm looking at the mid lane. A lot is open, but I'm also looking for a Moskov here for Innocent.
And, you know, taking a page out of Falcon's book from yesterday, Falcons rushed the Tig because they knew it was just going to be so helpful in those neutral objective fights. And this gives SRG an immediate answer, even though, once again, you now know this Hilda is a guaranteed EXP laner, but still, the advantage you get from this when it comes to first, second, some of the most important objectives of the game, those first turtles, it's going to be huge.
Can we say that both have the same opening here, grabbing Roam, EXP, and jungler? Both teams are on the same page.
So you're self-banning at this point, you know?
It kind of reminds me of the Balearic and the immediate response to all those dive comps here, but yeah, they take out the Freyas. Still not gonna find its way to KBG, but I mean, we also still don't know what Innocent might be pulling off this time, and they don't decide to ban out the gold lane heroes just yet. Instead, they go for Stormy. So
Eve is still open, by the way.
Eve is still open.
Eve.
And SRG gets first pick, so I mean, KBG has to ban that Eve out, because Tig, Eve, Hilda, that is... You have a lot of power when it comes to these objectives right there with the Tig and the Hilda already. You had a Eve, you had a RWM around a Turtle Pit, Lord Pit, and now it's a hard fight to take to try to out-retry somebody.
If they want more frontline, they can pick up a Vexana as well. The mid is quite open here, so it's going to be pretty difficult for KBG to bat out against them. If you take out the Eve, there's still Aurora. There's still Vexana. And in terms of the goal lane, Moskov is open, but it looks like they banned the Moskov themselves.
They take out the Moskov, right?
Beatrix, Nathan.
The Harith is still there. But then this is a composition who might not make it easy for you to use the Zaman Force. Like there's the Cho, there's the Joy. They're just constantly on the hunt for these targets. So KBG, will they just let whatever gold lane Innocent wants to play? Will they just let it pass here and just focus on Stormy? Because again, the Eve is still open, so they might want to ban that out.
Yeah, Fermi's also still open, could work okay with both comps, especially SRG if they want to go the sustainable route here. SRG on first pick. I think you save the with so many gold laners being banned out at this point. I think once again you save it for last pick here. Maybe you get some counterplay, like if KBG decides to go for something like a 1-1, you can counter with the Aerithal. If KBG decides to go for something that has an obvious answer, SRG will have that answer.
Yeah, if they really want to like go all out on the possible counter sets and that responses to the dives that will be done here by KBG, I think Aurora works well here. It's just that you might have to worry about your Pride of Ice being taken out every now and then by KBG. But Stormy is really good in terms of positioning, and they go for the Vexana instead. Still, at least they have additional front. So that's a lot of space created, whoever Innocent decides to pick up.
Look at the crowd control for SRG, man. Yeah, there's a lot of disruption here. The Joy won't have a good time.
Yeah.
And they still have an opportunity for a nice gold laner. I mean, it's SRG's looking scary right now. We're going to see a lot, and the problem is KBG, a lot of their heroes don't have much purifiability. It's going to be all revitalizes, things of that nature. KBG still needing a gold and a mid. For their mid, do they go for something that also gives them for
Aurora?
some CC answer, right? Yeah, like Aurora, something that can at least kind of counterplay on the crowd control answer.
If they want to go for a little bit more of late game, Sicilian's there too. But they go for the Feramis.
Ranger Feramis here without the Valentina. It's a one-sided all coming in from the Feramis. So KBG looks to basically stay the team fight for quite a long time. The Beatrix is not there to answer the altar as well.
The problem with the Feramis here, though, is their composition is a very spread out. Everyone's in their own position. It's not a very ube stick-together composition. You have Cho, who's going to be looking for dives. You have Joy, who's going to be looking for dives. You have Granger, who's going to be, dancing back and forth. It doesn't really feed off that very much. And if they do decide to group up, there's a big Eternal Guardian coming. There's a big implosion coming. There's a big threat to if KBG decides to go for it. So a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, that Melissa, we mentioned it earlier. I mean,
it's not Melissa. It is going to be in a time which we have talked about as well. So now looking at both teams, honestly, both teams have a lot of utility from almost every single role except for the gold lane here. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup here between SRG going up against KBG. Thank you very much to Trex as well as Brigida. But now we're calling in Ingan as well as Nisu to cast this game.
Thank you very much, panel, for breaking it down, the draft there. It's game number 1 in the best of 3. We already know what's at stake. Again, second match for today. Very crucial. What is up, guys? I'm Nisu, joined here on the desk with Ingan, and we're here ready to break it down. What do you think of the draft so far?
I do agree with Trex specifically with the way that the composition of KBG is going to revolve around the Feramis ult. But at the same time, these kinds of compositions don't necessarily group up.
Yeah. Will they group up? Will they make it work? Again, facing the brink of elimination in this tournament for the M6 World Championship. Starting out in this best of 3, will it be Keep Best Gaming? Or will it be SRG, the Selangor Red Giants, to take the series and get one step closer to the knockouts? Now SRG, obviously the crowd here rooting for them, the home team, the champions. Time after time again, they were the tournament favorite leading into this. And man, talk about Keep Best Gaming. How many Titans have they had to face up to this point? RQ and TLID already, and now SRG.
Yeah, they won. However, up against Maycam Evolve, now it's time for KBG to prove that they can go head-to-head with one of the giants as well, SRG. Now, Wind Return, forced to use his Revitalize plus the Ring of Punishment. But again, this is a Hilda. It's just going to go to the bush, get those HPs back, get a shield for 5 to 10 seconds, and now he's back to clear out the minion waves.
Yep, and while we take a look there up top, don't forget, you guys can go ahead and grab your M6 pass right now too. Reach level 75 for free and grab all the goodies waiting for you guys. Make sure you max it out. I know I haven't, so we'll get to that. But we got to get through today, man, because it already started at a high note. You know, very, I would say, in my sense, surprising that our first series was a sweep. Now win return.
Oh, up against two. Wanting to look for the first blood kill. It's going to go on the hands of Sekai's, but Saksha on the other hand answers right back with a kill of his own, taking down Sekai's.
That's actually pretty big here for KBG in terms of, just jungler power early on. Even taking a look at this, rolling with a temporal rain here for Saksha is going to be great. This is usually what we see, of course, from the Joys right now. Very common pick being picked up, especially against the Suyo in that sense. But I got to say, too, the fact that they have a Tigreal over here for SRG is going to work wonders. It has done really well, just statistically, being able to set things up. But then on top of it, you throw that you've got an extra body in the Eternal Guard on the field, but also a Hilda. They have a lot of tools in favor of SRG, and I feel like that's the biggest obstacle that KBG has to overcome. And it's going to start up with this first turtle.
Okay, Eternal Guard pop right out by Stormy as KBG just trying to kite away the turtle. A kick coming in from Tracy onto the backline, but Crab on the other hand, here comes the NetherRealm Glorious Pathway, and Sekai's will secure the turtle. Here comes the counterattack coming in from KBG. They're going to take down Yumes. So a turtle for SRG, but a kill for KBG.
Yeah, a trade again. The trade that went in the hands of Saksha, so this more or less continues to build up, at least for him, the momentum that he can get on the Joy. But eventually, the rest of the team's also got to keep things under control. Sekai's himself has been doing really well, counter jungling when he can. He gets the information like this, of course, from Yumes, as Yumes tries to go ahead and protect that purple buff. But ultimately, they want to go ahead and put pressure around the map. One of the things that SRG loves to do is play to that style where they're, putting pressure, they're playing a very aggressive. But at the same time, that aggression has been kind of a double-edged sword so far throughout M6. I mean, that's exactly why they're in the situation they are. They've kind of had to make some adjustments to their decision-making and to their discipline. And, we heard that even earlier on in the first couple days of the Swiss from Coach Arcadia, where it was just like, yeah, we lost discipline. We got to be able to keep things together even if we're ahead. And that's been the case of a lot of teams here, Ingan.
Yeah, considering the fact that they lost to S2G, they were in control towards the mid-game, but S2G still hold on, was able to extend it to the late game, eventually wiped out SRG to take a win. Now this time, they can't afford those kinds of mistakes because, again, they're tournament favorites. Tracy got cancelled out with a Sacred Hammer.
Oh, Tracy's going to go down. Yumes able to escape. Saksha was going to hunt him down, but just backs off for now. So again, Tracy gone, SRG picking up a kill. That's about all they're going to get as they get back into the lanes.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Trex was saying. That Tracy is going to look for those initiations, so realistically, he's going to be out of the vicinity of the NetherRealm.
Yeah.
So how can you save Tracy, your main initiator, if you can't reach him, and at the same time, heads-up play for Yumes actually to use the Sacred Hammer to make sure the kick is not going to connect, but this time it does!
There's the kick, running the target. Yumes going to go in, dash in. Glorious Pathway already dropped down too. Still going to be bringing the fight. Tracy's going to be in trouble. Still 1 HP, tries to help him out. Cram couldn't get the kill.
But Saksha does bring down Karam, and KBG finally. That clash was in their favor. The turtle has not yet started. And this is the over-aggression that SRG is really known to commit mistakes on. Again, going back to their first game up against S2G, these were the times that their opponents capitalized on their over-aggression.
That's what they want to do here. Looks like it's going to just be ignored for now until they reset. They get to the turtle. Innocent does grab that tier 1. So first one of the game going down. And they'll play around some of the macro decision they have. Win return.
Again, Kram too deep there. Connects the Way of the Dragon. Get bursted down by 4. But Selangora Giant still not starting the turtle. So another kill onto Kram. They did, however, trade for the top lane turret. And considering that Innocent has a mystery shop, he's gonna eventually reach his power spike early on if KBG doesn't manage to contain Innocent Nathan.
This is where you really have to capitalize on the fact that Saksha already has this kind of lead, this many kills early on, and he should be able to be enough of a damage threat, towards that back line of SRG. The hard part is, again, getting through Yumes, and even this Eternal Guard to an extent. I think that's why Tracy is also, he's kind of facing this obstacle and really can't find that window that he's looking for. As that second turtle gets grabbed and secured by SRG, you can see where they're starting to focus. Good return, though, up top. That's a trade objectively. Turtle for the tier 1 up top. So they try to even things out. Nothing too crazy. They're just trying to clear out the lanes at this point and hold on to what they can in terms of turrets. Now the question for KBG is how do they play around this portion? We've seen this so much, you know, Ingan, where teams trade for objectives, they trade even kills, but then how is that transition into that mid to late game for them? And can they adjust from there? Because they're looking to make a play down here on bot. They already used the conceal, but it's going to get spotted out.
Yeah, SRG was all ahead of the play that KBG was planning to make. And I do like what Kram has been doing. Although he's 0-2-2, he's just trying to go for the backline, forcing KBG to group up. Tracy though on the other end got bursted down once again by Sakai's. That was a quick kill for the Giants.
You're seeing how much damage is already there. Overloaded now in the mid lane. Going to force him back a little bit more. Rhapsody from Lexi, he's going to have to wait.
Oh, wind return!
Oh, wind return is gone. Not going to be able to return from that.
And that's a big pickup there for SRG. 2 kills plus a mid lane turret, exposing the base of KBG. And we all know that Saksha in the, with the Joy is a scary, scary jungler when it comes, especially late game when it scales up. He did, however, start with a 4-0-0, but this might be the tempo break SRG is looking for up against KBG. And again, I like to go back to my point where in Kram, just really focusing his attention on the damage dealers, Saksha and Belexi, forcing KBG to group up. And even if they're forced to use that Netherrealm, it's not going to be used up against a huge 5v5 team fight. So that's a concept SRG is going with right now.
At this point, too, SRG getting themselves that little lead. This is what I was talking about when I was saying, you know, this transition from games where that mid to late, especially with the load up, again, the lockdown.
Even onto Wind Return, they're not afraid to commit these kills. Here comes Shadow Stampede onto Kram plus the kick. They might be able to bring him down, though, but here comes Sakai's, though, on the other hand. Saksha onto the backline. Innocent forced to use the entropy in. Netherrealm is there to save the members of KBG, but Saksha, on the other hand, got slowed down by the weakness finder of Innocent. Even though he's a mobile hero, he can't escape the wrath of Innocent.
A big pickup, too, for SRG. Now they're going to have to fight for the Lord. Sakai's will be able to get it. They forced them back a little bit longer, but SRG gets a whole lot. Here's the conceal.
Even with one Sacred Hammer, they were able to force out the Pure Run coming in from LMU. Look at the damage coming in from Innocent, though. Even forcing Wind Return to use the Revitalize. A lot of battle spells, a lot of skills have been expended, but no trade whatsoever for KBG.
No trade at all for them, and this is where we do see KBG struggle. Now that there's a point of the game, the Lord making its way, they're quite behind. Holy Crystal nearly there for Innocent. As soon as he gets that power spike at this point on the Natana is going to be huge. Already with the Starlium Siphon Feather in heaven, and right now they can have enough tankiness in the front line that they can probably force their way into these base turrets. Eternal Guard drop down.
Okay, when Return drops down the Glorious Pathway, Yums, however, has the Flicker plus Implosion play. He knows that a lot of Purifies aren't there except for Belexi, but they're not going to force things out. The discipline, once again, of SRG to just maximize the Lord, go for the outer turret takedowns, and just eventually help Innocent get his power spike once again so that he can burst down any member of KBG standing in his way.
Tier 2's going down, being worked on. Soxel will be able to hold on to that top one for now. The wave's still pushing in. It is good that they hold on to the shields. Was expecting SRG to actually collapse in and try to take those down at least. They could still play around it too. The thing is, the KBG is actually able to go ahead and clear things out decently well. The fact, too, that you have a Faramis, a hero we don't see pop up too often, has really been helping them out. It's more so just they are good at extending fights, you know? Whether that's a Revitalize in the Glorious Pathway paired with that Netherrealm, it extends the fights for KBG, but they're lacking that damage throughput. That's what they're having a hard time with. And this Malefic Roar being picked up by Belexi, it might be enough eventually, but he still needs more time. Typically, when you are on this Granger, you know, you really have to be able to rely on that setup. And unfortunately, they have just been responding to SRG this whole time. And they're going to have to do that for a while. And even when he has the Flicker available, you never know when that Implosion Flicker combination or vice versa is going to come through. And so it is difficult for KBG to actually look for those windows. And that's why I think anytime we see a Cho on the board, Tracy or any Cho player has their work cut out for them, man, because they are the ones to usually go and start things up.
Oh! What a bait out from Tracy, forcing out the Implosion play from Yums.
But ultimately, you're still 30 seconds away from the Lord. So SRG can play around this unless they force a fight.
They're going to force a fight. Even Innocent has to use the entropy out.
Oh, no.
Here comes Cram onto the back line, just trying to work on Bilexi. Sekai's enters the picture.
They're going to back off. Nether Realm already popped. Tracy gets the kick. Stormy flickers out defensively. Sekai's will pick up a kill.
Tracy is down. KBG has to retreat here, and Selangor Red Giants still standing strong, even with the Nether Realm, even with a glorious pathway, plus the Revitalize. They seem to not lack damage. That's why they're ahead. 5.8k gold lead, and plus this. Innocent picks up another major item. Now SRG, this might be a clean Lord takedown for the Giants.
That's what I was talking about. You just saw a preview of that. Lacking the damage. Trying to keep Wind Return at bay here. He might get collapsed down on.
Now they commit the implosion. This time it's going to connect. Saksha though, trying to see if they can have an angle over this Lord, but the problem is Wind Return is down, their main frontliner. Tracy still has his Way of the Dragon, can commit it and try to burst down someone, but Selangor Red Giants, again, the discipline of the MSC champions portrayed right now.
Start up the Lord. They should be able to just go ahead and freely secure this. Cram will just post up, staring down any of that entry point that could come from KBG. So with that being said, SRG finds himself with a massive lead. And just even in terms of damage and tankiness alone, like even their tanky heroes that they have here are enough to withstand the major damage dealers from KBG right now. So this Lord will definitely get them knocking on these base turrets down. And as we look into it, you know, you see the stacks, it's not really that much. He doesn't have, I mean, he's got BOD, he's got Malefic Aurora, but still working on the next Hunter Strike too. But it just seems like even those shots, the Rhapsody, the Destinata, just not enough to deal with the front line, whether that's Cram or not. Cram, most of the time, he's just sprinting on into all the shots, you know, soaking everything up, because that's like literally his job. And then that's where Yumes gets to shine later on. Even an Eternal Guard is enough to tank things up. So there's so much here to deal with if you're KBG. Mid-turret already going down. They're going to have to clump up to actually have this fight in their favor. SRG, there's a conceal going to be used. They try to clear out the waves the best they can. They're slowed down with the Glorious Pathway, still holding it together. And KBG, very clean so far on the defense, unless SRG decides to force a fight. So far, so good. Lemieux's got to go back. There's Tracy with the kick. Still holding on to the Way of the Dragon. Wow. Not able to capitalize on that, but right now, trying to hold on to the base turrets the best they can.
Okay, they take down one bottom lane inhibitor turret. Important to note that Yums again has his flicker. Here comes the Wave of Dragon connecting onto Yums. Hasn't casted an implosion yet, but here comes the Nether Realm. KBG trying to respawn, but Selangor Giants' damage is just there. They're going to keep SRG at bay without losing any casualties, and they manage to save their top lane inhibitor turret.
Wow, KBG, despite being down almost 10,000 gold, will have a defense. Saxa, you gotta be careful here. Oh, he's actually gonna go.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Sekai's with a stun and Innocent with the damage. Brings down Saksha. Now this might be an opening for SRG. Yums again has his flicker. Gonna wait for the implosion to be up. Wow, an unfortunate play from KBG.
KBG, I was saying, you know, great defense, but then now down a member. This is an opening for SRG.
Innocent goes in with the entropy. They're just trying to delay with the Glorious Pathway. Here comes the Wind Return. Eternal Guard is there to kick as well. But SRG, the damage is just too much. 3 members are down. Bilexi trying to defend, but Selangor Red Giants with a Game 1 win.
And SRG will make it happen. First blood in the best of 3. Another game is what they need to stay alive in the tournament, of course. And KBG, you know, that early game looked like they were able to hold things together a little bit. Then it just slipped out of their hands, and that seems to be the trend here, the story of KBG. But again, they have been against Titan after Titan, and now a Titan Giant. Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down game number 1.
Thank you very much, Ingan, as well as Naisu. One of the things we have to talk about, what is up with the EXP laners today? Because in that game, Cram on that Hilda, he's the biggest reason why Bilexi as well as LMU could not deal out that damage. He just zones them out away.
And we didn't expect it to happen that fast after he's been taken out, what, 2 or 3 times consecutively in the early stages of the game. We were thinking that this might be an opportunity for KBG, but that was all just a distraction because SRG, they were able to focus on the other parts of the map.
Yeah, I mean, with Cram in the very beginning, to elaborate on that, you know, he died, what, twice? There was a few times where, like, what is he doing? But that seems to always kind of be the goal of the Hilda. And what that did was it bought time, because even when KBG was ahead in kills, I mean, SRG was still winning out in gold, still winning out in map control, and it just felt like they had the pressure throughout that whole game. It felt like they were in control that whole game.
Yeah, this is one of those games where honestly it's clear that it's all about macro, right? Selangor Giants, they understood, because this is one of their strengths, because in MPL Malaysia, quite a lot of teams that's very good in the early game, but Selangor Giants, they're the king of mid game. Something about that second turtle, one second turtle spawns, something about SRG, whatever their planning is, they always execute it well.
Yeah, and KBG, unfortunately, we saw that there was somewhat an intention when they headed into the game. But then in the latter portions, after the mid stages, as you've mentioned, everything felt so reactive from them. The Nether Realm, it just felt like it was there to save whoever was in danger for KBG. It wasn't necessarily used to create some place for themselves, and that was something SRG just kept capitalizing on.
And taking a look at some of these items, focusing on Cram, I mean, Thunderbelt up front, just overall, a lot of physical defense, just a little bit of magic, but it's enough, right? The Radiant Armor at least helps deal with Saksa. It helps deal with what KBG wants to bring. And even though Cram, I mean, essentially, for an XP laner, it's not like he was insanely, you know, he didn't have the gold of a damage dealer, but he was still able to output the damage of Innocent, of Stormy, of Sekai's, of the rest of his team, right?
I mean, like, here's the thing. I doubt that he's the MVP, but if we look at his highlights, it's all about zoning everyone else. Like, look at this. Look at this. KBG has 4 kills and only 1 assist on Bilexi. Like, Bilexi probably deals damage, but it's all on one guy. It's all on the Hilda. Yeah. So this is probably something that KBG will have to respond to if they let go of the Hilda again. They need some kind of Hilda counter, because their lineup here, I don't know about you guys, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of times it didn't even feel like SRG were just going in for the surprise plays whatsoever. KBG, fairly enough, had a lot of ways to face check, especially through Bilexi. Like, he was always throwing out that Sonata, the Rhapsody, the range. Of course, they were capitalizing on it. But then, as you mentioned, I think they didn't like find the perfect way to put all of their, or make all their skills work together in the best way that it could. And most of the time, like, even though they're able to scout the members of SRG, the sheer damage, the sheer aggression, it was just so difficult to stop if you were in KBG's position earlier.
If I can take your attention, look at SRG's stats, look at the damage taken from Yumes and then, as well as Cram. It makes sense that they have that much damage taken, but look at how little damage Innocent took. Look at how little damage Stormy took. This just shows that KBG, Saksa couldn't go to the backline. He couldn't go to Innocent. He couldn't go to Stormy. Yumes and Cram, they create such a big barrier so that KBG, they really can't penetrate. And Sakai takes a little bit of damage here and there, but once he's in Immortal form, it really doesn't matter. He has that damage reduction and he's able to deal out the damage as well.
And not only did they create such a good barrier, but they did it without dying, right? We saw a few times Yumes was able to go in, set up implosions, and get away. And they were up against a Netherrealm to where they were still, I mean, they were able to outlast the Netherrealm, not die, and then output even more damage. And a big part of that has to be Sekai's, who gets this MVP on the Suyo. Just overall wonderful gameplay from him.
Yep, I think it was a near perfect performance for Sekai's at this point, honestly. Imagine just how well they were able to control the macro and the micro at the same time for like the early to the mid stages of the game, and showing us how they've decided to really start focusing on how they're closing out the game. Taking out all the outer and inner turrets in less than 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. They took out all the turrets. It was only the base turrets left for KPG, so it was all the more difficult for them to actually find the openings and create plays for themselves. Even Tracy, like, the moment he finds a target that he uses the Way of the Dragon on, there's just immediate punish. There's a counter implosion. There are just follow-up from... There's just an endless sources of damage here for SRG.
The big thing about Sekai's getting this highlight is we just saw there, he takes a death early on in the game, but is still able to pick up the pieces and still keep his head in the game and start getting those picks. And, you know, a lot of people play the Suyo more as the fighter, as the bulky frontliner, but Sekai still has that inner assassin in him, right? You never know when he's going to come, you never know when he's going to hit, and he is a Reaper on this hero. The rest of his team gets them low, and Sekai's comes in and cleans up.
And this is, again, when the Sky Prince has a good time, the entire team has a good time. This is just a reminder that Sakai's was the MSC Grand Final MVP. Like, when he's feeling himself, like, the entire team just starts going online. So, honestly, when we're looking at Selangor Giants, we got to look at Sakai. He's having a good time. If he doesn't have a good time, that's a different kind of Selangor Giants that we'll see.
All those soul sivers, all those...
That's how it looks.
Yeah, it's
perfect imitation.
It's literally how it looks.
Suyo.
It just
You
hurts
are
so
Suyo.
No.
I like that.
Yeah, there you go. But now it's really on KBG. Now that they see what Cram is able to do, they got to make sure that whatever Bilexi as well as LMU Hero has is able to really help out. Because looking at the draft, it does look like they want to make sure that both Saksha as well as Bilexi is able to dish out damage. However, with that kind of draft, it looks like they were not able to do so. Before we even jump into the second game, Michelle as well as Poji is with Simon, the head of SRG. So let's see what he has to say.
Hello guys, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle with Poji, and also we are having the Simon, the owner of SRG, with us.
Hi guys.
Hi Simon, how are
Michelle.
you? Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And so I just asked about how was your experience so far throughout the tournament, about the performance of SRG, because they got a very high expectation before the game, right?
Yeah, it's like ups and downs. It's like a roller coaster. We won one and lost two, so it's a bit like what I said, like a roller coaster, lah. Yeah.
Yeah, but they did well today, right? What do you think about Poji?
So far, yes. We got one more game to go. I'm confident. I'm optimist. I think the boys looking good today.
Sure, you're confident about the players, right? So Poji.
Alright, sekarang ni Misha tanyakan macam mana perasaan dia semua, dan diorang sekarang rasa sedikit optimistik dan juga yakin yang diorang boleh close game ni lah. Tapi pada masa sekarang, Boss Simon, saya nak tanya persediaan SRG tu sendiri macam mana, because yang kita tahu dekat dalam best of one dia sedikit goyang dan juga goyah. Macam mana perasaannya tu?
Of course, masa kekalahan dekat Falcon tu kena comeback. Yes, it really demotivate the boys lah. But kita ada 3 hari rest, so 3 hari reset. Kita coaches buat balik, kaji balik, analyse balik gameplay and what not. Here you go today lah. You see hari ni they orang performing good lah. Very proud of the boys.
Alright. Basically, I'm asking him, what's the main problem? Because in best of one, they are a bit, not strong enough. But then again, they said after they've been losing for twice, and then they went back, and then they try to look, what is the problem? What's the main cause? Because it really made the players demotivated, don't have enough strength, doesn't feel, we cannot do this. But then again, after a bit scolding here and there, now they're proving the game. They already prove it.
They have made the improvements. So how did the players to keep their energy after the previous losses of the game, maybe?
Of course, the boys has a good 3-day rest. They revitalize and re-energize. Of course, our mental coach did help them as well. And today we also have our nutritionist is here as well in the back room, helping to give them good supply of fuel of energy for them, make sure they are strong.
You got a very professional system for all the players, right?
Jadi untuk melakukan persediaan mental tu macam mana dekat player-player ni? Tapi sekarang ni kan dia cakap ada nutritionist, ada mentalist, ada macam-macam, ada pelbagai coach yang ada dekat belakang tu dah ready untuk kalau kata dia rasa down sikit, okey bagi nasihat. Kalau kata dia rasa macam lemau dan lesu sikit, okey ni Panadol. Macam itu. Tapi sekarang ni kan dari segi kejurulatihan lah, in terms of coaching staff, do they feel any pressure for Ozoraweki and also Coach Arcadia?
Of course, kalau you tengok lah, kalau netizen semua cakap and all that, the bannings, the drafting kan. Tapi saya yakin 100% dekat my technical coaches. Diorang tahu apa diorang nak buat. Kita sebagai netizen, saya pun public juga kan, mata public. Kita percaya diorang, yakin dengan diorang. They are good.
As the boss himself said, he's confident with his team, he's confident with the coaches because he believes they can prove it. By what mean? All mean it is, they have to win the game itself. And now, Michelle, do you have anything else to say to Mr. Simon?
I got a message because now we can see a lot of fans here sitting and rooting for SRG and also lots of fans back home watching. So as a boss and as the owner of SRG, any message to all the fans who is watching?
Okay, to all the fans out there who are supporting SRG, and also we are carrying Malaysia flag, please, thank you so much. Thank you so much for standing behind us until today. We will definitely try our best and go to the next round. And, well, Malaysia boleh.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you so much. It's a good time to start a game too. So, panel, back over to you.
Malaysia Boleh, a good closing statement by Simon, the head of SRG. But now we got to jump straight back into the game here, where again, KBG and SRG, just to remind everyone that this is an elimination match. But before we even go through there, have you guys heard of Ferry?
Ferry.
Of course you have, because here's the thing. Like, we've been talking about the watches, but something special here, something special I want to show you guys is I bought with my own money.
Oh.
This is not sponsored. This is not sponsored. If you guys see the ring, this is Stormy's ring. So if you guys want Selangor Red Giants ring, it is outside. The Ferry booth is there. Stormy's my boy. From the very first time he entered MPL, I've been a fan of him. And this is my way of showing that I support my boy. I want him to do quite well. So shout out to Ferry. Luxury meets gaming. Ferry's first M6 watches here and special jewelry that I bought myself my own money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a collaboration with SRG, right?
Yep.
So each of the players, they have their own, it's based on the eyes, like the shape of the eyes of their cartoon character forms. You guys have to check it out. I mean, you have a chance of getting the stickers if you just spin the wheel.
I got all the stickers, by the way.
You did?
I got all the stickers. I got Stormy's ring. I might add more to my collection. So for you guys, make sure you guys follow Ferry on TikTok as well as Instagram. There you go. I got Stormy merch, man.
Yeah, I mean, whose wrists look better right now?
Mine.
Not mine.
Not mine.
Because I don't have a cool Ferry watch. Just saying, wish I did. Would be really nice, you know?
I mean, you know, maybe Ferry can hook us up. Anyways. Thank you for that. But feeling a bit hungry here. Like, looking at the games, I feel low energy. Like, let me try this. Let me try this. Wata? Yeah, I don't have enough energy.
Oh, you don't?
Wata? Do we have Jalapena or Trex? Come on.
No, we ate them all.
What? How could you? What?
I just want to
Because
say...
they were so delicious.
No, I just want to say I only got to eat 3.
Trex.
Have you?
I had none. By the way, fuel your game with Jalapena Crunchy Biscuits. Trex did. We got the strawberry one. There's more in chocolate and other flavors. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. For me, I gotta hit up Trex to make sure that he doesn't eat everything anymore.
It's like they knew. It's like they knew.
I mean, we did say it suits your suit.
It's suit.
But we didn't say
My suit.
you.
So the entire day I'll just be like, "Wacha." By the way, Brigida, someone texted me on IG, and he's like, "If Vamos win, now you guys can smile."
Oh.
It's a serious day. Serious day, no smiles. Trex, stop it. Stop it, Trex. Get
Wait.
out.
Well, I just want to say, we never did predictions. I was going to vote for SRG, and right now, we're no longer T-Rex. We are T-Bless. We've been blessing them up and down, left,
T-Bless.
right. T-Bless. That's me.
You're T-Bless.
Because before I was T-Rex, now I'm T-Bless.
Wait, so mine's also... I know you haven't asked, but I'm just going to put it out there that I was supposed to go for SRG.
You were not.
I was.
She wasn't. You saw her go against Vamos.
That doesn't mean...
She did say that Malaysia's dreams will be crushed.
Wait, this isn't a PH versus MY match. What are you
This is a
saying?
podcast. You did say that. Just remember who the new public enemy #1 is. Our old one is not with us currently.
No, actually, it's DJY. DJY is actually wearing SRG merch.
He is?
He is. He's wearing the jersey. And now it looks like we have some fun fact here, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, we'll jump on it. So we have around 14 seconds before the draft starts. If SRG gets the Hilda again, I don't know, man. It's going to be muy difficult.
Muy difficult.
Muy is like very?
Very.
Muy.
See, I know some Spanish.
I thought, well, yeah, it's Team Vamos.
Let's jump into this
I
draft,
watched
guys.
Dora the Explorer.
Dora the
What's
Me
your
too.
command?
My daughter
Me too.
does. I'm in Spanish. I got no clue what's going on half the time.
Time to take the field.
Into the bans. The Louis ban once again. KBG gets blue side again. They decide on blue side, but as you said, it might be time to switch something up, and that's going to mean either banning the Hilda or picking it up front. I think it's extremely important. So many teams are having trouble with this Hilda. So many teams can't find counters. And in the first half of the game, Cram was doing as much damage as the rest of his team, while also being tanky enough with no damage items. It is a hero right now that should not be in the Land of Dawn unless it's on your side.
Yeah, but I do feel like SRG's not, or might not take it out because like Wind Return hasn't had a history of using the Hilda in the previous qualifiers as much. I mean, for sure they've been trying to explore in terms of that a bit, but still they'll stick with the Cho priority.
The draft hasn't changed so far, T-Bless.
So you just do the same thing. Suyo, Hilda.
Suyo, Hilda. I mean,
Hilda.
Like, there's no reason for Selangor Giants to realistically change. If they want to change, they can change to Suyo, but the Hilda feels absolutely necessary.
And Sekai's on the Suyo field. I mean, Sekai's Suyo is a monster, and this just sets them up for an earth-shattering early mid-game right here.
I'm not thinking if they still want to go for the Joy.
Oh, they still want the Joy. Guys, all right, this time they pick up the Moskov. That's a difference here. So maybe in the eyes of KBG, they just needed a change in gold lane. If the gold lane, like the gold lane matchup is solved, then it's all good.
Is it?
I don't know.
We don't know yet.
We will see for sure. KBG on the side of things thinking that maybe it's just a execution problem. Maybe, I mean, honestly, I wasn't against their draft. The Fermiz, I felt like didn't really complement what they wanted to bring.
I agree.
Everyone wanted to group up. When you want Joy to be able to dive, when you want Cho to be able to dive, they were forced to group up. So maybe there's the issue, right?
Yeah, and Yums, if they still want to stick with like the exact same draft pattern, since the idea of the KBG is similar, so they can like pick up the Tigreal here if they still wanted to go for that. I mean, they haven't revealed the mid and the gold lanes yet, so
I mean, there's no reason to change, right?
It's
I mean, the Moskov is a change, but is there any reason to answer it right now?
Not at all.
not at
and some teams, I think, will do this, like what KBG's doing, thinking that they'll get an SRG's head or something. SRG like, well, we don't want to play the same comp twice. That's boring, you know? Let's just change the Tigreal, and then you get the dub. But SRGs, they've been doing this. They know how to play this out. We're not going to switch anything at all. Except they won't ban the Freya this time, probably. They'll get an extra ban.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know what? That's right.
yeah, and so they can just like pretty much ensure that the Moskov's gonna
Ban
have like the best possible laning phase, so they can like counter the, they can like ban out the counters through the Moskov here. But as of the moment, SRG, even for Cram, I think they want him to have the best possible laning experience on the Hilda.
So right now, let's actually talk about this. What's a good answer against the Hilda now that we've already seen the roam, the jungle, as well as the gold lane? Yeah, go ahead.
The Barretts.
The Barretts.
I mean, we haven't seen it for quite some time, but like
We
I
saw
think the
it in
Barretts works a lot.
Was it
with-
Wildcard, right? From Ulfid? Or was it the other EECA team? I don't remember. We did see a Barretts very early on. I've actually, me, Giddy, and Leo were contemplating how to deal with this Hilda because nobody has an answer. If it goes in the XP lane, you could go for the Ruby. Which mid to late game, it would be helpful in 5v5s, but early game, you're going to lose out on rotations. I thought maybe Jawhead.
What about CC's?
CC's a possibility because you need something that can keep up, right? But the problem is that CC doesn't give crowd control to peel her. So it's like you might be able to tie in rotations, but not in team fights. You always have to like choose.
Yeah, but now, interestingly enough, they ban out LMU's hero. They ban out the Faramis. So they still respect that the Faramis did some job there. And to be fair, it did disrupt SRG quite a little bit because they want to go for the team fight. And they essentially have to kill KBG twice, which I kind of feel like it slowed them down just a little bit.
Yeah, and so even the Valentina's gone here for Stormy. So is there a chance that we'll see another signature here from Stormy, or still the Vexana, Eve? Because again, this is a very similar composition for KBG, but if there's one thing that we've realized from game number 1, it's that they barely got access to the backline. So I feel like Stormy has nothing to worry about if they get to execute it the same way as game number 1.
Yeah, they can pretty much, at this point, they could go for Vex Aurora, Yve, whatever backline mage they want, and the team feels comfortable. When you have a Hilda and a Tigreal and a Suyo, this Vexon is completely safe. KBG, I think, is one that's really forced to find an answer here.
And nothing is really stopping them from picking up the Natan again, but they can change if they want. SRG looks like they have quite good control over this draft, considering they are able to repick 80% of their previous draft, and the Natan hasn't been banned out, so they can pick it for a 100% repick.
Though they have the Moskov now, so
I don't think they can go. I don't think KBG can go Yve here because Cram will just run down on that.
Yeah.
Run down every single time. They need some sort of peel. They need a way to keep that away. They go for the Edith. I would like to see it in EXP because I like Cho in the roam, but what do you guys think?
No, I agree. I kind of feel like Edith on an EXP, you can deal with Cram on the Hilda, but now Cram's real name is Mark. Cram is just Mark spelled back. Oh!
Did you realize it just now?
We just call him Ikra.
I never knew that.
It's a thing in the Philippines, I think. Like it's
yeah. It's with your language.
So like
right?
I'm Adigurb.
It's like Lodi. You know?
Yeah, like Lodi. Exactly.
What's up, my Cram?
Oh, dude, that sounds so simple that I'm pissed off. I didn't figure it out.
My mind just imploded, like that Tigreal's about to do to KBG probably.
I mean, he's not gonna do it on his own team, you know.
That's true.
I'm just saying. He can only go one direction for this one. Is it gonna be the Natan? And it is gonna be the Natan. 100%. 100% repick by SRG.
It's the same.
It's the same. I wonder, with the changes of the KBG lineup, is this going to be enough? Thank you very much to our panelists, T. Bless, Brigida, but now we're going for Ingan as well as Naisu.
Thank you very much, panel. Coach Arcadia basically said, you know what, hold my water, copy paste. That's what we're doing for the next game as they face match a point against KBG. And this time, KBG's got to give it their best in this one as they are facing elimination in the M6 World Championship. Yes, they brought a different lineup to this one, but is it going to be enough against the Selangor Red Giants after what we saw from Game 1? They've got to bring it all together and literally give it their best in this one to extend the series to a Game 3 and keep their hopes alive in the tournament. Let's jump into the land of Dawn here. Again, Game 2 between Keep Best Gaming and Selangor Red Giants.
Theoretically, I think KBG's lineup is gonna perform better compared to their previous game because again, the Faramis, although the Netherrealm was always used up, they seem to not have any answer with the aggression of Cram, with the aggression of Yumes. They don't have any re-engage. So this time with the Aurora, the Frigid Glacier is key for KBG to answer SRG.
You think that time, or this time around, the Aurora is enough to stop the implosion setups that we saw previously? You know, because obviously, like LaFell said, he's not going to be imploding on his own team. So is the Aurora enough to go ahead and handle that now that we have some time to talk about this? Do you think that's a big enough change in that lineup from KBG to at least slow things down against SRG?
Yeah, might be enough for Selangor Red Giants to think twice if they were going to overcommit if ever Yums decides to go with the implosion, because again, the threat of the Frigid Glacier is just too immense, and at the same time, they have enough crowd control this time with Windreater and having the Edith, so they're not just going to rely on Tracy with the initiations of the Jeet Kundu or the Way of the Dragon. The Earth Shatter Flicker combination might just be enough to get huge pickoffs. Especially Innocent only has one Purify, and there's a lot of setups that KBG can go if they decide to flank the backline.
Yeah, I think it's more so a sense when we look at KBG's lineup in this time around. Tracy had to do so much work in the previous Game 1, and it just got to a point where Tracy couldn't. I don't think he had many Way of the Dragon setups that he was, wanted or that were favorable to KBG. Well, this time around, like you just mentioned, the fact that you've at least thrown an Edith into the mix helps things the same. And I think even part of this, if we can have a replicated game, KBG, in terms of Saksa, the lead that he got, then he's even in a much better position to actually go ahead and contest, the objectives later on. The problem, like I was saying from Game 1, though, was KBG, honestly, their early game seems to be rather good for the most part, but then that mid-game and even the late-game transition is where they seem to struggle. And they've made these adjustments even back before. You know, when we first started seeing KBG and the improvements that they had made, even getting somewhat of a revenge, you know, against Turkey that took them out last time in their visits in the M Series. They made improvements, you know, but clearly there's still parts of the game from game to game and all their matches where they definitely need to refine. And slowly but surely they've gotten to that point. I'm just wondering if they've fixed things fast enough from the previous one to get where they are here now to hopefully get to a game 3. Because looking at the emblems here, nothing too crazy this time around. You do have that Master Assassin, you know, over here for Lexi. That 1v1 versus Innocent. Going to be a little bit tough, but hopefully doesn't get overzealous against it, and a whole lot of rotation speed for LMU on this Aurora to hopefully join a lot of these fights, because you already know Yums is going to be everywhere. We saw this already previously alongside Cram. Cram just likes to just almost play roam on the Hilda, you know, even though he's XP.
Yeah, he's really active, and at the same time, he's just going to clear, and then as much as possible, be proactive when it comes to taking down neutral objectives as well, zoning out KBG. Important to note that Innocent, though, instead of the mystery shop, went with the tenacity. So this is ensuring the rest of the members of SRG that you don't have to babysit me as that much. You can go for the control over the mid lane, so we can secure neutral objectives like what we did last time. But look at this, the 1v1 between Innocent and Belexi. I think nothing's going to happen here in the bottom lane as they start things off with Turtle.
All right, Turtle's going to be started up. Actually, Cram could be in trouble. He bobs and weaves out of it, though. Gives the emote as well. Turtle already secured by them. SRG, though.
Okay, so the Frigid Glacier did not connect this time, and Cram just bobbing and weaving. And now onto the bush with the regen. SRG once again. Turtle secured. No trade for KBG.
It looks like they learned, you know, SRG, at least in the series today. Again, with what Coach Arcadia said earlier on in the Swiss stage, we got to learn to be a little more disciplined. We got to, you know, stop beating ourselves, basically. And I'm pretty sure, you know, if you guys have ever been in, let's say, traditional sports or esports yourself, you've probably heard that from a coach yourself. Stop being your own worst enemy. And at this point, SRG has had to make that adjustment. And so far, so good. Again, it's only early game. We're only 3 minutes in. That first turtle isn't too crazy for either team, you know, whoever ends up getting it. But traditionally with SRG, they get that objective, then they look for that setup potential, because now the level 4s are in question here. So both roamers obviously want to work with that. I expect Tracy to probably try to make that play first. But if they can't find it, and they can't play into the fact that you have an Aurora to help lock things down, then they might just wait for that next objective take for the turtle.
Yeah. And again, KBG, the thing is, they could also just delay the game and eventually reach Saksha's power spike, because a Joy that scales up pretty well towards the late game is going to be crucial in taking down the backline of SRG. Even just going front to back, he's going to be able to do that. Yums, though, with the Sacred Hammer, there was an attempt there onto LMU. And now SRG just playing disciplined enough to wait for the neutral objective to once again respawn.
Interestingly enough, too, the gold lane matchup, rather quiet, you know, just going to go ahead and farm each other up, even in the XP lane as well. But this might be a play here on Wind Return.
Oh, popping the Primal Wraith right away, but up against 4. You can't do as much. And a pickoff once again for SRG, setting themselves up perfectly for another turtle take.
That's such good timing, too, for SRG. You know, go up, cap out a kill. Now rotate to the objective. They're most likely just going to get this one. Enough distraction from Saksa, even getting the ultimate out. No electrifying beats, so all that results in SRG just getting a whole lot early on for not too much work. Again, you know, Wind Return just getting caught. They're trying to cut the wave and then getting crashed down, and now the play looks to be here on the bottom side. We'll see if they can defend against it.
Spear of Misery connects, and Innocent just walks away. Selangora Giants, although Yums has the Flicker plus Implosion, they're not going to overcommit, because again, Belexi has a Purify alongside LMU as well, and they don't want to dive down any deeper. And now the problem is for KBG, although they're up against the similar lineup of SRG right now, as Saksha pops his electrifying beats up against Cram, they were able to find kills and eventually farm up Saksha. But the thing is, right now, SRG is getting all neutral objectives, no casualties on their side. KBG, it seems like they have no answer whatsoever with how SRG is rotating.
Yeah, it's really hard for either team to like force fights early on. Just because they're waiting for Tracy like this.
Well, but the question is, are they going to be able to burst him down? Because the Frigid Glacier was there, but just cram bobbing and weaving once again. Another major resource expended. That was actually 2. Way of the Dragon, Frigid Glacier did not connect for KBG.
See, I don't know, man. I don't think that's the right target, you know, for Tracy to just kind of focus on. Because even if you kick Cram, yeah, he's just going to sidestep on out of that. And it's hard enough to get the Frigid Glacier down, but what more against the Hilda, who's so mobile already. So when they go and commit all that into trying to get a pick-off, look what's happening across the map. The macro level is already favoring SRG. They're able to push in some of the extra gold on the turrets. They get even one down on the top side. And this is where that momentum continues to build. Innocent getting the Starlium Scythe already is just showing you now. Uh-oh.
Another stun plus Sacred Hammer. Gonna burst down Saksha. Goodbye is the right response for SRG.
How do you even escape when these lockdowns are like this, you know? Turtles up again. This is just gonna, oh, Tracy, whoa, what a play. Stormy's reaction there. I don't know, man. This is really difficult for Tracy, as I was saying the whole time. Cram, he's just showing how tanky he is. That's it.
Limit testing. Limit testing when returns Primal Wrath, doesn't care, and now just goes in back in the bush, heals up, has an additional shield. It's like they're unbothered with 3k gold lead, and now they're gonna move past that and just go for Tracy. And again, Bilexi is also here. He still has his Purify, so they're quite safe. But as Selangor Giants, I'm pretty sure they want to go for a turret takedown before getting down this Lord.
They might just have enough lead here to actually put pressure where they can just say, you know what, this is the lane we want to go. We're going to put all our eggs in this basket. We're going to get a turret. Boom, we move around. You know, they can actually do that at this point just because of the power spike difference with the lineup that SRG has. Again, copy and pasted from game 1. And we especially saw it shine towards that first Lord. And it was really difficult for KBG to actually catch their breath after that. They're well on the way of doing the same exact thing in this game too. As, you know, Bilexi, the best thing that he can do is go ahead and try to push in some of the tier 1 turrets. They're going to do exactly that.
Oh.
They won't be able to get it, though.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, here comes the conceal. XP laner Roamer going for the flank. Bilexi trap. Caught in the midst of everything. Will be taken down. Raid return. Has to flicker out with the Primal Wrath as well. And that's a huge, huge blow for SRG. Taking down Bilexi. Innocent goes in with the entropy. And now Sakai's with a stun. And the kill onto Wind Return.
The moves, the grooves from SRG right now working as one unit. Not giving a chance to KBG at all around the map. They get the tier 2 as well. And now they get primed and ready. 20 seconds away from the Lord at this point. Massive lead at this point of the game. Look exactly what happened in the previous one where they just turned a switch after that early game. And now for KBG, it's looking grim. It's looking a little bit dire at this point on who do they even target. Tracy again. Who does he kick? It's Yumes and Crams every single time, of course, to the front side, and you don't really want to kick one of them. You kick Yumes, boom, implosion into the team. You kick Cram, he's just going to run away. You know, at that point, you don't really have a target here for Tracy, as that Lord is already easily secured for SRG. So now the question is, how does KBG defend against this deficit? And with this lineup, to go against this march in from SRG.
Yeah, going in 5v5 clashes with the numbers advantage, so that means getting a pick off before Selangor Giants commits their major ultimates like the Implosion, as well as, in a sense, Entropy. KBG really needs to bank up on that and again try to mitigate the pushes that Selangor Giants has by utilizing the macro advantage that they have with this Moscow. But again, if you're Moscow and you're trying to split push, a lot can actually chase you. There's Cram, there's even Sakai's. Oh.
Okay. Turret already down. Cram just went up there because he wants to stop Soxer from taking the Lord down. Like, he wants to delay it a little bit. That's it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing we were saying. Make sure to not let SRG utilize the pushes that they have. Again, Yums with the miscast, I believe, with the Implosion there, so there's no Implosion here. Tracy gets a kick, but quite off angle now. It's getting taken down by 4. One member down for KBG, and now they're working on the mid lane turret.
Mid lane turret, tier 2, already down. Holy Shield still up, but going to be popped here as SRG. Decisive lead right now for them. Eternal Guard dropped down just to cut them and zone them off. KBG can't do anything but watch their base turrets be worked on already. Saksa will go clear the wave, cut it out in the mid lane to just try to stop the bleeding a little bit. But the damage has already been done massively as SRG gets that base turret on the top side.
And at this point, this is what KBG can actually do. Just try again and go for the split pushes, go for the cuts, not let SRG utilize the push, the siege that they can do as Belexi picks up the Trinity build right now. So as long as they try and extend this game as much as possible, KBG will still have a chance.
You know, at this point, Ingan, I'm going to say KBG needs to extend this game into almost the next game because that's how much time you need with this kind of deficit, with this kind of lineup when we're talking about that because, my guy, you need like 10 plus minutes for them to actually match this power spike. I mean, looking at the damage dealt alone is enough to say, hey, we got to get it together. Like, we really need to lock in. And at that point, with this kind of lineup, that is not going to be the easiest to do. Even if you're forced into your base with the next Lord and they just, let's just say they die down, they wait. Sox is clearing waves, doing his thing. You need a lot more to go your way than what Selangor Red Giants can throw at you because they have so many tools to just go ahead and make things happen for them or force fights in their favor that even when the Lord comes up, then you know, they've got literally 7-man team running into the base, so if you're counting the Eternal Guard at that point.
What's the 7th man? Oh, plus the Lord.
The Lord and the Eternal Guard, the baby Lord, yeah.
The Lord plus the Eternal Guard. So clearly the numbers game is in the favor of SRG.
You call it 8-man because of the gold lead. Like, that's kind of like an extra body, too, you know?
It's a tough mountain to climb for KBG. They will, however, just let go of this Lord. Gonna hope for the best. Gonna try and look for a pick-off before the Lord respawns, before they siege in. But again, with the discipline that SRG has been displaying, even if Tracy manages to look for a good wave of the Dragon, is the damage going to be enough to burst down Kram? Is the damage going to be enough to burst down Yums? That's going to be the main question. At the same time, Innocent, I rarely have seen Innocent use the Purify for this game specifically because they cannot reach Innocent onto the backline. And the worst part is LMU, they have the Aurora, but the Frigid Glacier never seems to connect on the proper target that KBG wanted.
And that's the thing, because every single time the target is either Yums or it's Cram. Tracy can't really get anybody else. And so either of those is not going to be the target that you actually want to go and lock down, you know, with this Frigid Glacier. We'll see if they can make it happen this time. Again, quite a lead right now. Frigid Glacier, are we going to be expended?
Oh, wind return!
Whoa, wind return!
Used to force the flicker, Pyromal Wrath, just to try and delay. Here comes the Eternal Guard. Lord up top. A conceal coming in from Selangor Red Giants. No ultimates committed yet. Here comes the shutdown onto a wind return. KBG doing their best to defend the onslaught of SRG. The Lord still standing strong as Tracy goes down. And the curse looks to be broken. And another mile extends the golden road of Selangor Red Giants.
And the reigning champions of China will bow out. Their crown is slipping amidst the rumbling waves of M6 as the Selangor Red Giants are the last Titan they couldn't overcome. A decisive, strong showing from SRG in this best of 3. And like you said, Ingan, they add one more mile to that Golden Road journey that they have been trying to just claw back into. Now sitting, of course, at the 2-2 mark. They still have work to do to get to knockouts. We'll see if it happens. Again, I'm Naisu. That's Ingan. Let's throw it over to the panel.
Thank you very much, Ingan, as well as Naisu. And again, with a similar draft, they were able to more or less execute the same game plan. Unfortunately, this does mean that KBG has been eliminated from the run-in to go to the knockout stage. And there's a higher chance SRG Vamos play tomorrow. But you know what? People don't know this, but today's my birthday. I'll take this as a birthday gift. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, it's for the other team. But anyways, after this, we will be going on stage where both teams will be on stage because, again, this is going to be the final bow for KBG. And I feel like China as a region, they've really grown. Even at the wildcard, Tianfeng Yaguai almost did it.
Yeah, even in like other competitive scenes, the female competitive scene of China. Like they've been performing really well in a more recent international tournament prior to this. So definitely we're watching out, or we're looking out for more from China and the other regions as well in the upcoming tournaments. Turkey, China, all of them. I want to see them again next time.
But now we have to see what's happening on stage with Rose, where KBG will have their final bow, and of course the interview with Selangor Giants.
We have seen an impressive and drastical improvements with the MLBB China team. Keep Best Gaming has done their incredible best. Unfortunately, their quest to be greater than ever ends here today. However, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let us all give a round of applause as Keep Best Gaming give us their final bow. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. We hope to see you guys come back stronger next year. And the team that survives the elimination round this time around, the MPL MY champion. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants, Sakais and Innocent. Hello, boys. How are you feeling after that very intense game?
Good.
You're feeling good, Innocent?
Yeah.
Okay, now that you guys have just been through a do or die situation, right? Essentially, if you guys lost this, you guys would have been packing your bags and going home. What do you think of your team's performance this time around? Out of 10?
For today is 10 over 10.
10 out of 10? Innocent? You have your own mind. 10 out of 10. So this is going to be the peak form that we will be seeing from Selangor Red Giants. Is that what you guys are trying to say?
Not yet.
Not yet. So I'm guessing this is a 9 then, if this isn't 10 out of 10 yet.
Next 100.
Next is 100, which will be tomorrow. Am I right? Okay, now let's talk to Sakais a little bit. Sakais, we know that Selangor Red Giants had a very jam-packed year, right? You guys are 2 times MPL MY champion. You guys won IESF. You guys also won MSC. Is this a factor of you guys losing 2 matches in the Swiss stage, a factor of fatigue? And do you think people already know how to counter you guys?
For me, maybe that one can be a factor also, but I deny that first because I think for now maybe we are just maybe lacking something. I don't know what to say. Maybe discipline or what. Maybe after the losing, we already fits kind of thing lah.
Okay, now you guys have lost 2 matches in the Swiss stages. Still very, very critical. So guys, in your opinion, do you guys fix the problem already or has it been fixed?
Sorry again?
Adakah masalah dalam team dah selesai?
Yeah. Kalau tak menang pula hari ni.
Alright, he said if the problem has not been fixed, they wouldn't have won today. Okay, Innocent. Now, Innocent, we have seen that despite losing 2 matches in the Swiss stages, your performance throughout the Swiss stages has been consistent. Do you want to share with us how you're able to work under pressure like this? How do you work under pressure?
I'm not getting pressured because I just need to do my job properly, and I think that's why I'm consistent on my role.
How is it like playing in a world championship stage but in Malaysia?
In Malaysia, I'm happy because there's a lot of supporters, and because last time on M5 I want to play on our country but I didn't qualify, so I think this is my time now.
Do you guys feel pressure when the audience are cheering for you guys, or do you actually like it?
Actually, I like it, but of course, a bit pressure.
Innocent, pressured?
Yeah.
A little bit? So you guys prefer playing outside or in Malaysia?
Maybe at Riyadh.
Oh, you guys like playing in Riyadh. You know what? I understand. You guys did win 2 championships in Riyadh. Okay, let's do a little bit of a question. After this will be a do or die match between Aurora and TLID. Come on, guys, give me your prediction. Who do you think will move on to tomorrow? Is it TLID or Aurora? Innocent.
I think it's Aurora if they manage to get a good draft, because I think they're strong in this meta.
Okay, so guys?
For me, I think say Aurora, right? I choose the LID. And then if
If Aurora lose, I will punch him.
Huh? So that's what you guys are betting on. Okay,
Yeah.
I like that. Now maybe to wrap up this interview, just a final word to all of the fans who has come here to support you guys.
I just want to say thank you so much for all Malaysia supporters because still trust us lah, even though we lose last 2 games. Thank you very much.
Anything you want to say, Innocent?
I just want to thank our fans for coming here, and especially my family in PH and also my girlfriend.
Oh! All right, thank you very much to Innocent and Sakai's. Congratulations on moving on to the next day of the Swiss stages. And with that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against KBG.
Sakai's and Innocent can be talented. Because they're like, oh, you said Aurora? Well, I'm going TLID. What you going to say about that?
That's basically our predictions for like all
Wait,
the
wait.
previous. Wait, what?
Nothing.
But it is, right?
Hey,
It's always.
hey.
It's always.
He's T-blessed today.
Ah, right.
That sounds like a rap
And
name.
you're the Brigga Curse.
Brigga Curse. Do you even like that? Do you want to change?
I like it.
She wanted the curse. She's like, I want to have a curse.
I want to have a
Because
curse.
she
I
doesn't
wanna
have
have
a curse so
caster
far.
curse.
No, my curse is like we tend to watch long games, but in this series, it did not happen. It absolutely did not happen.
I got a birthday buff.
Birthday buff.
Maybe that's stronger.
He's the birthday buff.
We
Who's
got to
the
talk
birthday
about
buff?
this game, and I feel like more on KBG rather than Selangor Giants because essentially it's the same draft. And I feel like quite a few times we see Cram limit testing how much damage he can take by standing there and taking the damage head on.
Yeah.
I feel like I worded it the best way I can.
Yeah, and it wasn't a revitalized Hilda too. So it was literally limit testing. But even after those multiple way of the dragons, it didn't seem like KBG had enough damage, and it didn't seem like it was the right target for them.
Yeah, but look at Cram's build, right? He goes, he switches it up this time, goes for the blade armor, in hope that the just in case Bilexi eventually comes online. He even picks up, a little piece item of penetration for some extra damage. He goes for the plates. I mean, Cram definitely, with every game, he's thinking about what he's going to build depending on what the opponents are to a T.
Especially that tough boots, because we've seen the way the dragon, it cancels out so fast.
Yeah.
Like the way the dragon, and then he instantly gets out of it. That's because of the resilience that tough boots have.
Imagine even the knock-up, the airborne time, like there were small adjustments done towards that. So to couple it with the resilience and like Cram's innate tankiness, it was such a hard job for Tracy. I mean, he's the most accessible hero you can actually use the way of the dragon on. But it's at the same time, you can't take him out, so you can't proceed with the other members of SRG.
No, this is just a quick one. I just noticed this is a 0-10. This is an absolute perfect game by Selangor Giants. It's a 0-10.
Oh, that hurt.
I didn't notice. I
What a
didn't
way
notice.
to go.
No, me too.
I noticed. I just wasn't going to point it out.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I didn't notice. I didn't notice either. But
not enough damage, probably.
Yeah, it's not enough damage. It's honestly because their composition does have damage. It just takes a little bit to get on, and that's a risky way to go. You really have to be able to play the early game. You have to know how to do it. And SRG just took full advantage of their weak laning phase and hammered in.
Yeah, and I mean, KBG, looking at their lineup, it feels like they want to play the slightly longer team fights. They have the Edith in the hands of Wind Return, and the Bilexi, he did take some time to actually get enough items. And even for Saksha to look for the targets, it didn't really play out well for them because SRG, whenever they engage in a team fight, it felt like Innocent, he had that burst damage. And then like Stormy, he could just like disrupt all the positionings. And SRG was just always prepared for this idea that KBG had to the point that they couldn't really pull off the conditions of their lineup anymore.
Yeah, and one of the major conditions of their lineup from last game to now as well, Sekai's in game 1 had a rough start, died once or twice. This time, I think ended up deathless and just completely popped off. Like, now we know why the last game didn't, took maybe a little bit longer and there was a few deaths in there. This time, Sekai's goes deathless and put so much pressure on KBG through that game, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, so far, Selangor Giants played perfectly in this matchup, and now the MVP, the Sky Prince Skies, 7-0-3. How many dashes into Soul Severs that he did? It's like, oh, they're very low HP. Do we want to let them go? Sakai's just like, nah. I'd get them.
He absolutely did not let anyone pass. And I could only imagine how it was such a struggle for KBG there, who didn't feel like they had that much tankiness in their lineup as well. I think at most it was really just the Edith, because whenever the team fights began, Tracy was almost always not part of the other 4 members anymore. He was attempting to look for a target, but the team fights are always so separated, so it seemed like a constant 4v5 between KVG and SRG.
And speaking of, you know, the way that they were going, we're going to be taking a look at some of these highlights. And you mentioned it very well, because when we look at the minimap here, Keep Best Gaming is always a little bit split up. There's always one member off, like here with Sasha, with Tracy up on top side. The other 2 members are on the boss side. And Sangler Red Giants, they are always 4-1 or just all 5 together. And that is the advantage. That's why they're able to push this early aggression in these first 7-8 minutes and just completely start snowballing.
Yeah, looking at the side lanes, is never someone alone. Even Krem, as tanky as he is, he's never alone. Like, he will set up the lane so that Sakai's can come and pick up the farm as well as pick up some kills. So the macro coming in from Selangor Giants is absolutely impressive. And I gotta say, speaking for all the fans of Selangor Giants, this is the Selangor Giants that we've been wanting to see for quite a while. But that's all for the game for KBG against SRG. I've been nervous this entire day, and not gonna lie, I'm still nervous because we still have the draws later. But after this, Brigida's going to be the one that is going to be a little bit nervous. It is going to be Aurora going up against TLID, where, again, just to remind you guys, it's an elimination match. By the way, for everyone here at the venue, make sure you guys scan the QR code, because we want to say thank you guys for supporting M6. Behind me, you guys can see the M6 survey. Your feedback is invaluable in helping us improve future tournaments. So when you guys let us know what we can change, what we can evolve, what we can put in the show to make it better, we'll do our very best. But yes, I kind of want to immediately go for the next matchup. But before that, MLBB has been nominated for the Players' Voice Awards at TGA 2024. The first round of voting is now live until December 5th, the 12 noon GMT plus 8, which is Malaysia as well as Philippine time. Simply scan the QR code and vote now. Let your voices be heard at TGA 2024 so that everyone will finally know the name of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Have you voted, Brigida?
I will scan the QR code later.
So you haven't voted yet?
I did not say I did not. I will.
Have you voted?
I've done it on cam. I'm just gonna let you guys know I did it on the cam. Next match, TLID Aurora. It's been a 2-0 day, Trex. What do you feel like? Do you feel like it's going to still be a 2-0? Do you feel like that's going to be a trend?
I have to go look at my crystal ball.
All right, fair.
And I'll let you guys know when we come back.
Oh, okay. T-Bless. We are waiting for his crystal ball. I'm preserving my prediction for later as well, just so it's a little bit of a surprise. Though.
All right. But now, unfortunately, we have to go backstage. We're going to look at the wall of brackets here, where, unfortunately, KBG has been eliminated. And after this, we will have one more team in the 12th to 14th spot being in the 1-3 bracket. And we know we're getting closer to figure out who will be the champions when teams are dropping left and right.
I mean, how many teams do we have left in the Swiss stage, right? Like, -5, minus
Math's
3.
hard, guys. It's
very difficult.
It's just in Swiss stage.
8?
3.
Is it 8?
There's going to be 6 left at the end,
Oh.
but there's 7 right now.
Next match, TLID Aurora. Make sure you guys stick for this one, because the champions of MPLID will be going up against the runner-up of MPLPH. And I gotta say, they're the runner-up, but that final game, that game 7, that was pretty close.
Yeah, it was. I am absolutely excited for this upcoming series. I cannot wait to hear what T-Bless has to say, and I cannot wait to head into this break and immediately get back on this.
Agreed.
It's a very convincing, right?
She's getting worked up. She's got a lot on the line right now.
LaFell, I think it's time. You know,
Let me check on my fairy watch. I don't think we are going for a break.
We are.
Thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure. We got one more game coming up. We'll see you soon in the next series.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。
Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go and Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find us. Hence who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sijibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the M6 Swiss stage, where this is the final elimination match for today. It is between TLID going up against Aurora. If you guys just tuned in, we have just had 2 elimination matches where both Vamos as well as Selangor Giants are able to win their matches. But that does mean, unfortunately, KBG as well as S2G has been eliminated. Welcome once again to the M6 Swiss stage. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Brigida as well as T-Bless. His name says G-Rex, but with his reputation for today, his predictions is the one that we gotta look out for.
What about my new name?
Brigid Curse.
Yeah.
Why don't my name has ever been adjusted like that? It's just Lafel.
Just Lafel.
It's because you are you.
That is true. You know.
Laugh out loud.
Laugh out loud.
You know what I find the most achievement that I had in my life?
What is it?
You can Google my name and I pop out.
That's true.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Brigida.
07.
Anyways, now we got to talk about whether you like it or not. Either TLID or Aurora, one of tournament favorites, will be eliminated. And for you guys at home, you guys have to discover Kiria. Kiria's gaming and esport district unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walk of life. Thank you very much, Kiria Gaming, for sponsoring M6, the wildcards, all the way till the end until we find our champions. And for you guys at home, make sure you guys get the M6 Pass, because from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claw's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Light Seeker. Don't miss out this rare opportunity to get Beatrix M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins, returning for a limited time. And now we gotta go back into the conversation. Philippines going up against Indonesia. If Aurora loses here, it's going to be the first time we don't have 2 Filipino teams in the knockout stage. And if TLID loses here, an MPLID champion loses, gets dropped out before we get to the knockout stage. Either way you look at it, folks,
it's a win-win.
This no, Trent. Trent, that's not the message here.
For all the other teams.
For all the other teams.
Well,
That's gonna get clipped. I'm just saying that's gonna get clipped. But yeah, no matter what happens, something unbelievable will happen for today. So I don't think it's exaggerating by saying this is the heaviest game we have for today, the most anticipated one for today.
Yep, so much is at stake for these teams who came into M6 with so much pride after proving so many people of their capabilities. They're kind of similar in a sense that for Aurora, they're under a new name and like they just built this roster for the previous season. Whereas for TLID, it's also kind of similar. They're full of young people, aspiring young people who have made their debut in the world stage, also seeking to prove their name. So after they've made it this far, they definitely wouldn't want to let go of this opportunity.
I feel like, in all seriousness, this is a game that a lot of us thought would happen in, lower bracket finals or upper bracket semifinals or maybe even grand finals. These are two teams that all of us had our eyes on. And as you said, these are the ID champions. Just like there hasn't been a PH team, there has always been two PH teams. Yeah. There's just about always been the ID champion getting close to that finals, if not the finals. So this is unprecedented at all angles.
Yeah, the status quo at stake, PH versus ID, elimination thriller. This is, again, something that no one saw coming. And this time for both teams, it is going to be a best of 3. We've had 2 0s across the entire day. But if we're going to see any kind of 2-1s, it's definitely going to be this one. But something in my gut, you were talking about gut. I feel like whoever gets the first win in the first match will lose. If it's a 3 game, if it goes 3 games.
So whoever wins game 1 will lose.
So for example, if TLID wins game 1 and then Aurora wins game 2, I feel like TLID will lose, Aurora will win. And if Aurora wins game 1, TLID wins game 2, I feel like TLID will win.
So it's about riding on momentum and the possibility of a reverse sweep. Do you agree with that, T Bless?
I think I am on the other side of the board. I think, here's my thought. I think if Aurora wins game 1, it's probably a G for them. And if TLID wins G1, it's game for them. I think game 1 is going to be the crucial for the winner.
Yeah. And now before we start the match, we have a match highlight video before we start to get into the game.
Last opponent for Aurora MLBB is Team Liquid. The champion of Indonesia will face off against the runner-up of the Philippines,
Aurora MLBB. Wow! Spatial migration from Renegade.
Kalau Aurora bakalan jadi match yang lumayan cukup panas dan pedas ya. Di beberapa scrim, sebenarnya dia duluan yang trash talk. Terus kita lanjutin.
IP Flash left the Northern Lights down south of the Swiss bracket.
Liquid ID, tingin ko kaya din namin kasi tinalo sila ng FNOP.
FNOP, make it quick!
And they seem to know what TLID had in mind.
Team Liquid ID, it's like original Indo player that plays as an aggressive brawl style because they play aggressive heroes and uses a lot of assassins, aggressive mid, so they're like strong mid team.
They don't.
Hold on.
Mr. Renmar.
Banyak sih dari strategi, hero, sama gameplay juga pasti beda.
Can ever Shiki live up to his hype?
But for TLID, I think it's definitely getting to them. I think, in a way, mentally, they're still trying to adapt to the world stage here. So hopefully today, they actually show their expressions again. I want to see Air on Shiki with the Roblox smile all over again. I want to see Fabian with the signature mewing, all that. We got to see the real TLID today.
I like the Roma, the Renegade. When he scream, he play the Chow super good. I also learn from him.
Aurora so disciplined and good in team fight.
The clash is still going on.
Demon Kite. He improved so much during the playoffs.
I have huge respect for the coaching staff. They will definitely step up.
We saw truly what Aurora could bring to the world stage when they're feeling it, when they're in their element, when they've understood the assignment.
TLID auto version, take down KBG, illuminate Aurora's path back to greatness with a flawless play.
mau buktiin lah ke semua orang kalau emang kita tuh layak.
Nung mga natalo kami, so parang naisip ko parang door din ito, parang ayoko pa umuwi ng Pinas. So parang gusto ko pa ma-extend yung araw namin dito hanggang mag-champion.
Like, looking at that video, the debutants going up against the veterans, where both teams don't want to go back yet. I mean, I heard what you guys have to say. I mean, like, nice, do you have thoughts? Yeah. For sure.
Let him know what he said.
I agree with what Nice said. Now, Brigida, this matchup, right? Veterans, debutants. Do you feel the veterancy of Aurora can help them out here against the young bloods, TLID?
They need to really make sure and ensure that their pillars will really serve their purpose, that those who can actually serve as those who will back up all the players who are actually not as experienced when it comes to the world stage. I'm talking about mostly Renegade and Edward here, Mr. Consistent, the hitman, really leading the team as the pillars. I need to see that in action here for this game, because for the past few games that they've been playing, I think they've admitted it themselves. They've been struggling to pull off and show their full identity so far.
You're talking about Renegade. We were able to catch him backstage. And then we have a quote as well from Renegade, the hitman, stepping up. This is what he has to say. In the first few days, I couldn't fully lead the team effectively. Previously, I focused more on our performance and didn't engage much with the coaches during the draft. During the match against Ulfandar, I worked very closely with the coaches and helped with preparations, which led to our win. However, I won't get complacent. We're still at the risk of elimination, but since we've been in the lower bracket before, I'll stay focused on supporting the team. So basically what Brigida said, hoping for Renegade to really lead the team. And now we have some insider that he wasn't really able to do that for the first 2 days.
I love the mention of lower bracket too, because it's not just Renegade who is used to lower bracket runs. Edward as well has won championships off of lower bracket runs. So I mean, this is a team that they're used to the pressure. They're used to this type of thing. This is nothing new to them.
Yep, this is the lineup for Aurora, MLBB, Domeng, Renegade, UA, Demon Kite, as well as Edward. We just had a quote from Renegade. This time, he's going to be leading the team.
And as you've mentioned, they're comfortable with this. So we've seen them perform well in the best of threes the last time we witnessed them here in the main or the stage of M6. And we've seen the adjustments as well, particularly in terms of what heroes they really want to prioritize and give to their XP laner, Edward. And earlier today, we've seen some changes as well in terms of what people decide to show up in the XP lane. So I don't know, potentially a different Aurora MLBB may show up as well.
And now we have to look at the champions of MPL Indonesia. The debutants, young bloods here, Aaron Shiki, Weedy the Wise, Yezekiel, Fabian, Fave, as well as Aran.
You know, you can't help but love a good rookie to championship story. You can't help but love the new kids on the block, and that's what this team is. But you know, we saw it in the video, Mirko even said it, the pressure stands tall, heavy is the crown. Team Liquid ID has to be able to stand under that pressure right now when going against pillars like the players on Aurora.
Yeah, for sure, the pressure is definitely on, I would say mostly on them, because again, bringing the title of champions, it is honestly very, very heavy. And we have to see what kind of play style does TLID want to play. Because we looked at the video, the likes of Innocent even said they're a very heavy brawl meta kind of team where they like to have a very aggressive mid as well as strong assassins in the jungle. I'm not so sure if that's a good idea going up against Aurora, going up against Demon Kite, where he has a lot of tanks and fighters in his arsenal. So if you show an assassin, he has ways to fight against it. And even if he wants to, he can fight fire with fire.
Yeah, and that adaptability you're talking about for Aurora MLBB, I don't think it just stops in terms of like the hero pool.
Yeah.
They definitely are more adaptive when it comes to the in-game.
Hold on. Right now, I have to see in M chat here, we talked to Demon Kite. He said, who are you closest in the team? And he said, I'm close with everyone. In my previous team, I bonded really well with my teammates, so it's easy for me to build a connection with Aurora too. If I had to choose, I'd say I'm closest to Renegade. We often hype up the team in-game.
Yeah, it seemed like when Aurora first made their debut, like chemistry-wise, they just really clicked. Like that is my main observation when it comes to this team. They just clicked. Their chemistry was it wasn't questionable at all. But then the consistency is an entirely different conversation. They weren't able to just be as consistent in terms of performance. They gradually got there, but now I think it's the most important test of consistency if we were just talking about that.
Yeah,
Gentlemen, because the draft happened so fast, do you guys still want to do the predictions?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Brigida first, because you're the Brigida curse.
No. I think I'm more of a Brie Blessed too. This day.
Blessed?
I just invented it today, but I'm a 2-0 Aurora for today.
2-0 Aurora.
I thought you were going to try to curse.
I know. I believe in the power
Well,
of...
T Bless read the crystal ball, and right now the crystal ball is telling me
What's it telling you?
TLID.
What's the score?
Ooh.
What's the score?
2-0.
All right. We have a split table here, folks. And now Brigida is shaking in their chair, in their secret lab chair. Aurora has done with their bans. They banned the Eve, the Phovius, as well as the...
Angela,
yeah, thank you very much. The LID, banned the Fatty, the Matilda, as well as the Shin. The show is open.
So, but that Angela ban, right? I mean, it's a good throwaway ban. They are on blue side. They get first pick, and it's going to force things like the Cho to be left open, the Hilda left open right now, the Hylos left open, Suyo. So much power picks on the field right now. So it's either a good throwaway ban to try to get trades back and forth, or we're putting too much into the basket of TLID can only do the Angeling or something of that nature, right?
And Bruno's open. It's open.
Oh, Bruno first pick. Oh.
Bruno's open. So
forgot about Bruno, man.
But TLID gets a good trade off of that. You get the
Hilda
Cho, Hilda Hylo,
Hilda Suyo.
So much Hilda Suyo.
Yeah.
I think Suyo. I think you lock in the Suyo now.
Nah, Hilda Cho, man.
Okay, now I'm just thinking that there might be a possibility that Aurora is kind of okay with this, since
predicting it almost.
What really worked for Edward especially wasn't entirely the Gatot. It didn't give them a win in the past few games he's played it. It's mostly the Phovius, and as I mentioned, even in the previous season, he was really comfortable with the likes of the Edith and all that. But we'll see if they will be going with that decision later on, because it seems like they're reserving the XP lane for the second phase of the draft. They prioritize the Alpha and the Vexana.
I like the Alpha, I like the Vexana. Yue gets on something that he can make plays with, and as well, the Alpha, we know how well it goes. TLID knows what they need to do. You pick up the other best fighter jungle in the meta right now. You pick up the Suyo. Now, I really want to touch on what you said with Edward, because I agree. He needs something that can throw punches, that can get aggressive, and right now there's not a lot of that in terms of... because all of it's so tanky. But when he gets the Phovius is someone that's tanky and can still deal damage. So I'd love to see Edward on something like that. But TLID, maybe they call the card and they ban it out here.
Yeah, the Phovius has been banned. So we have to see, does he have a different answer for this Hilda? And CC got banned. One of my theories to fight against the Hilda is the CC. But let me talk to you both gentlemen here. It does feel like both Aurora and TLID, it's odd that they're both in the driver's seat. Yes, Mr. Brigida.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mr. Brigida.
Yes, sir.
Have a deeper voice.
Brian.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because Bruno, priority, for sure. Alpha can actually fight against the Hilda. But if you look at TLID, amazing front line. The Cho, the Hilda, the Suyo, it really does feel like both teams have considered the things that they're going to trade in the draft, and both teams have decided we're okay with this.
Yeah. So does Aurora ban into gold lane here? Like, do they take out the Granger, that possibility?
I would say Beatrix.
Yeah. Probably...
Beatrix, good call.
The lane, the heroes that could provide a difficult laning phase here for Aurora. What if we...
Maybe even a Natan.
What if this is the game where we see all those theories that we put out earlier in terms of what you could use against the Hilda? Like
well, I mean, the glue's a decent answer, and they get rid of it. The Alpha, as you said, the Alpha does great against the Hilda in terms of jungle, but I feel like Edward is good enough to a point where he can at least stalemate. He may not be able to catch up in terms of rotations. Khalid's another answer. It doesn't exactly win lane, but it ties and rotations. Edward can at least be the proactive EXP laner that he always is, and get to those turtles, get to that mid lane.
I don't know if I'd be surprised or what if the Barrett actually shows up here, as we've mentioned earlier for Edward. I mean, the resilience against this kind of lineup, might work well for Aurora MLBB, and if they were to go for that, this might just be a front-to-back composition, really, for Aurora MLBB.
Oh.
And now they pick the Granger for TLID.
What if Edward goes something crazy like Benedetta? You know, we
Yeah,
saw
that-
Benedetta
that's
last game.
too-
That's
that
his
too.
old school signature, you know. That's
Joy?
Joy EXP.
Joy
We
EXP.
saw Chicken on it the other day, and it did work at least game one.
I mean, it's not a good time against Hilda, but you can definitely get a Granger.
And I mean, knowing Edward, like I said, for me, he's one of the most proactive, quick-moving EXP laners out there. Heroes like that do fit him, but does it fit the meta? And will it work against a ID champion?
Hey, if you're going to do it at any time, it's definitely game number one.
Yeah.
Actually. So we're thinking about the possible heroes that will be used here by both Renegade and Edward. So we've put out some suggestions for Edward here. They do go for the Edith, but we're not sure whether or not this is the Roam or the EXP. But since the time reel comes out for Renegade, this is likely going to be the EXP for Aurora.
One of Renegade's best hero here. Able to fight against a lot of what TLID is showing. TLID has not shown the mid lane. Quite a lot is still open. The Luyi is open. The Balance is open.
Would be,
right?
Luyi would be gross, like good gross, disgusting right now. It would just be that wild card pick.
Just send Hilda to the back line and then just sandwich them in.
Hey, you don't even have to go. You just send whoever through the diversion and boom. Cho and Hilda, who knows? I mean, there's definitely a lot of possibilities with the Luyi pick. It could definitely be the thorn in Rora's side right here. But they might go for something simpler.
A Valentina, take away.
Get the implosion.
Wait, who's that?
Xavier! Xavier with the new Starlight skin as well. Xavier debut. Oh,
I don't know how to
TLID
feel
is
about
cooking.
it.
TLID is cooking.
Are they cooking or are they burning? We'll see in a minute.
Hey, you said TLID is going to win. This is something interesting. Thank you, Mr. Trex. Thank you, Mr. Brigida. But now we're sending to Mr. Ingan as well as Mr. Naisu.
Thanks so much, and welcome to the most neutral English desk for this matchup. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu and Ingan, and we're here to bring you the match, the crucial one. How are we feeling about the draft? You can't say Aurora.
I swear we're unbiased, we're neutral, but I have to lean towards Aurora. I mean, they have the Bruno, Naisu.
You know what? I like TLID's draft. I know the panel reacted to the Xavier. This is one of my favorite heroes in the game. I'm just wondering also if this is actually going to work in their favor or work against them. Well, we're going to find out here because this is all about the status quo at stake for both the teams. We know what's on the line. We've had sweeps all day, but we're hoping for a great game 3 in this one as we jump into the land of dawn. It's Aurora MLBB and Team Liquid ID, both jungles. We already saw the build-up video. If you guys missed it, it was amazing. Favian, or like some like to say, Favian versus Demon Kite. You know, some adjustments had to be made early on throughout the Swiss stage, but they'll get things locked in here. Ingan, we have an M6 pass also for our viewers.
Yeah, and you can complete all activities tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards including Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, Baksha's Battle Emote, and then the new special skin, Baksha Dauntless Shield, all for free.
All for free. Grab it while you can. Now looking at this, you know, both lineups, I like that it was broken down, but so far, it's such a curveball, man. The fact that we have a debut pick in the Xavier for Ezekiel, you know, working against a set potential lineup that Aurora MLBB brought to game number 1, at least you have that range to work with. At least you have a distance. I mean, his whole point, obviously, is you don't want to just be caught into that implosion or into those setups, especially with an Edith here. Like, there's so many tools that Aurora can throw at Team Liquid ID, and you just want to be as far away as possible from that. And we know, we've seen the Xavier many times where you late game, you're a monster, you're donning lights on a very low cooldown. But that's the question, can Team Liquid ID make it to that late game with this kind of setup?
Early engage coming in from Aurora MLBB. Arando, quite tanky, has to use the flicker to walk away, evades a potential death, and Aurora MLBB just aggressive as they can be.
Being aggressive, starting things off. Renegade taking a little bit of shots, of course. But this is the thing, you know, at this point, you want to be able to go ahead and set things up for this turtle. Get in the position. Witty doesn't have the level 4, but he's going to keep Demon Kite, poking him down a little bit. They do get that stun. There's the Dawning Light.
The Dawning Light right now hurts, but Witty hurts more as he's going to fall down in the hands of 3 members of Aurora, setting themselves up perfectly for this turtle take. But TLID unfazed. still checking if they can get a hold of this turtle.
Well, you saw it already. Ability to stop things and slow things down with Yahizekiel. Able to keep them at bay. No one able to commit. It's going to be pretty much a reset. You can see Implosion back up. UA also waiting. They might go for this turtle at this point. Trying to slow it down.
Dawning Light connects. Implosion for the Hitman. Connecting onto 2. Plus the Spear of Alpha coming in from Demon Kite to bring down 2. Plus the turtle. And even until now, Witty is not yet level 4. And the panel's been talking about who is on the driver's seat because both of these teams seems to be there. But Aurora just hanging on to this lead. Witty finally, connects with the Way of the Dragon, but Domeng managed to stay alive, evades the Dawning Light as well.
Gonna invade that. Good thing Domeng should still be fine. I mean, he already had to use a Purifying Renegade making his way. Talk about discipline, you know, able to get not only the 3 kills, but also get the turtle, giving them a nice little bit of lead at this point in the game, setting things up. First items being picked up too. Looks like we're gonna have to take a breather. Mind you, those 3 kills went all to Demon Kite. Like that alone gives him this advantage. He's got a War Axe early on.
Yeah.
And I would say relatively well that now approaching the next objectives, if you're Aurora MLBB, you kind of have free reign. You're able to set things up. You've got a great lead on your jungler. And for TLID, they have to approach it in a much more cautious way.
Yeah, even if they have Cho in hands of a Witty device that could go for the initiations, go for the pickoffs, they have to take things slow again and don't go for the pace of Aurora MLB because so far Aurora has been performing well. The first Implosion flicker play of Renegade connected onto 2, serving him up in a silver platter to Demon Kite with the Spear of Alpha. So far TLID, we know that in terms of micro, they're one of the superior teams, but they're up against a team like Aurora MLBB. Your macro really has to step up early on in this game.
You know, in the things that we saw earlier throughout the tournament, especially the early Swiss stages, like we saw even that quote, you know, from Renegade, how they had to make the adjustments leading into this point. Even when it came down to the draft, obviously the adjustments had to be made, but this lineup, at least for game 1, it looks very familiar to a lot of people that watched their journey, you know, throughout the MPL Philippines, got to the grand final, of course. This is that lineup that they like to play around. This is the lineup that they like to capitalize on macro, but also in team fights. Like, they are going to want to team fight it out. And that's what I was saying, you know, as we jump back into the game here, TLID has to be able to answer that. And we've seen this all throughout this point of the tournament where, you know, the Cho is going to be an integral part of the success for TLID if they can get those kicks in the right direction, if they can get that setup potential early on. That all works in their favor. And then even with the Granger, man, you know, it was some of the panel that put this really well together that Granger has been getting a ton of kills, but he hasn't been getting a lot of wins. You know, he hasn't been getting a lot of just overall wins. And if you can scale up and get those, you know, get the items early on, get the damage profile early on, then great, but you got to be able to cap out the game on top of it.
Yeah, Aaron Shiki already picks up a Hunter Strike. And I do agree because, again, Granger is skill-based. So in terms of getting pickoffs, especially if Widdy will get a huge Way of the Dragon. Speaking of that, Implosion connecting onto Fabian. Here comes the counter-attack coming in from TLID. Dawning Light will connect. Aaron Shiki with the Death Sonata. A knockout coming in from Widdy. It's going to bring down the Hitman. And they're going for more. Edward will fall down out and onto the backline, working on Demon Kite. Getting gagged up by 3. Widdy is still here along with Aaron Shiki. And Eran Spear of Alpha is there. They're going to get a kill. But TLID manages to bring him down as well.
Oh, there's a whole lot of trading happening there. Of course, for TLID, they get 4 kills. They're gonna get an objective. They do get that turtle. A lot of extra gold going over here to top, but also the same on bottom from Domeng. So just trades all around. But even then, you know, Demon Kite's like, if I'm going down, I'm taking one of you with me. So he does get a kill. But ultimately, that was a fight started by Renegade. He wanted that fight. He started that fight up in the jungle of TLID, and then they got collapsed on. So that's a nice little swing to bring things back to pretty much a balance. You know, no one really just kind of building up off of that momentum just yet. They can adjust from it on both sides, but still, it took that lead that we saw where Aurora built up, even with Demon Kite having those early kills, those 3 kills. Now it slows down a little bit, and TLID equalizes things out.
Yeah, for the good thing for Aurora MLBB is that Domeng with the Bruno, we all know when it comes to the 15-minute, 16-minute mark, they're going to have a good time. But TLID, okay, they're going to catch Widdy Renegade!
They go in. Widdy's already gone. So a quick kill. that time around, you know, this is what I was saying, man. They want to fight. Again, the Spirit of Alpha. There's the toss-up, and Aaron is gone. Another kill. Another body added to the list. Now Aurora MLBB looking to go down the mid lane. As a full force, they get a flicker out.
A lot of chain CC from Aurora MLBB. Started things out with Widdy, and then eventually bringing down Aran. So the pickoff potential is also high for Aurora MLBB. And even if TLID decides to go for the pickoff or decides to go for huge initiations, Aurora MLBB, they have a lot of kit to counter it out. Even the Spirit of Alpha, even the Implosion, much more the Deathly Grasp and Internal Guard coming in from UA. So TLID, again, they have to play this at a safer pace. Work on their strengths. They have Widdy on the show. They can go for huge pickoffs. They need Aran to be present as well to try and get Domeng preoccupied so that he couldn't deal the damage onto the backline of Aurora, of TLID.
TLID gonna go ahead and get things possibly set up here for that turtle. There's the kick already. Edward tossing up again. The flicker from Widdy, but he won't escape.
And Renegade follows up with the Implosion connecting onto Fabian. He has to walk away. Aran as well, running for his life, but then caught down by the curse blast of UA. Aurora MLBB with 2 kills.
They also get the turtle here. That's the third one, last one of the game. So again, Aurora MLBB will win that exchange just by a margin. But you're starting to see just how many tools they do have to start these fights up. As Team Liquid ID tries to hold on to the tier 1 turret. You are seeing some of that damage, of course, from Yehezkiel, how he's able to go ahead and just poke down a little bit, even if it's with the Dawning Light, and just stopping them in their tracks, of course. But so far, the answer for Aurora MLBB has just relying on all the crowd control they have. They have so many options. And as we take a look at the items here and where things are falling into place, you can already see that Dom Ice set in for Renegade. He's got that. We have Widdy that went with the Athena Shield, obviously so, because there's just so much magic damage that's going to be thrown at him too. Whether that's Edward, whether that's UA.
Oh.
Now mid lane again.
Jeet Kune Do double man knockup connecting onto Renegade as well, but he managed to stay alive. Domeng gets a kill, and the Implosion connects as well. Demon Kai with the Spear of Alpha just slowly bringing down bodies of TLID. Fabian again and Aran will fall down.
You only have so many flickers, so many purifies to be able to use here for Team Liquid ID, and they're feeling how much crowd control's thrown at them. A Divine Glaive picked up by UA. So that damage is going to help even more now, as UA is pretty much online already. Just a couple Curse Blasts alone, and even the Eternal Guard able to help them out. They try to hold on, keep things together in the tier 2. They do clear it out. Again, Team Liquid ID has pretty good clear.
Yeah.
And as the game goes on longer, that the fact that they have this kind of lineup should be able to keep them into the base defense, even if they get in that situation. But again, it's all getting the space that they need to deal with all that setup potential. This is obviously, you've seen it time and time again. Malefic Gun now picked up for Domeng. So he's already got the Haas Claws, the Berserker's Fury, and the Malefic Gun. Good item pickup here for Aaron Shiki too. Gets a Malefic Roar. We have to start seeing that damage come through from Team Liquid ID. A lot of the times they're getting set up on, and then they're forced to fight. Well, maybe at this point, the power spike's getting a little bit closer for them also. But right now, with that lead, Aurora MLBB will make their way towards this first lord of the game.
Major objective up for grabs. Aurora MLBB has a 1.6k gold lead, and proper positioning so far for 2 of the gold laners haven't been picked off yet. And now we are going to watch 2 of the masters of the lore dance excel in the very first objective.
As they approach the fight, again, Demon Kai quite tanky himself on this alpha. Can just rely on, actually let Fabian start things up. You can see how much is respected, especially when Renegade and Edward just kind of walk into an area. They do take quite a bit of shots, though. They get poked down. Renegade!
This might be an opening for TLID. A kick onto Widdy once again, bringing down Renegade. And UA trying to answer back with a kill of their own, but Aaron Shiki picks up a triple. Edward doing his best to dish out the damage with the Primal Wrath, but TLID is going to catch him off guard. Earth Shatter, last attempt, but a maniac for Aaron Shiki, and it looks like the hype is real for this kid.
The cavalry is out as Team Liquid comes out with a massive swing. And what a play. Again, they got whittled down, they got poked down. Demon Kai gonna be in trouble too. Goes in with the Spear of Alpha, tries to get a kill, pops the Widow Crown, and Renegade joins the fight.
Sacred Hammer Implosion play and just blasted down Fabian out of the map. But for some reason, Yezgiel is still alive. The range, the positioning of their mid laner is just too much for Aurora MLBB to handle. And now they have to think about the Lord push that TLID can bank on.
This is where, again, momentum favoring Team Liquid ID this point of the game. Even though it's only that first Lord, Aurora MLBB is going to have to do the work, keep things together. They might be able to obviously keep their base turrets too. We'll see if they keep all the shields, but right now, waiting for Demon Kite to come back up. You get a preview of how much damage this poke comp is actually able to pull off from Team Liquid ID, especially now that you're getting in that zone of, these quicker dawning lights from Yezgiel. And the thing is, he's got Wishing Lantern too. I believe he just recently picked that up. You can see the stacks here, of course, for Aaron Shiki on both sides, and the fact that now he has a Sky Piercer too. They'll have to keep this under control. He hasn't died at all. He's 6-0-3 right now. He's still holding on to that Purify, has that available. So we'll see how they play around it. Not a massive lead. Aurora MLBB isn't out, but they got to control the map now. They've got to be able to find a setup that they're looking for. They've got the tools themselves. Wind of Nature also picked up for Doming.
Yeah, Legend Zero, Mr. Consistent, needs to be aggressive here, needs to try and go for those damage dealers of TLID, because so far they have better position and they can dish out the damage. Just looking at the damage dealt, Yezgiel is leading the leaderboards right now. And he can safely do so again because the kit, the Mystic Field, even used to their advantage a lot of times, forcing Aurora's aggression to be halted, and at the same time dishing out the Dawning Light was just too much to handle for Aurora MLBB. Yeah,
the crazy thing about it too is just being able to actually combine some of the usage with the Mystic Field. It allows Aaron Shiki to actually move around a little bit faster on his own, and then poke, of course. Like, part of it obviously is getting the Destinata off, but even the Rhapsody, you're seeing how much it's hurting the front line now for Aurora MLBB because of the items that he's locked in. So this is going to make it a very interesting fight for this next Lord, as clearly they don't want to really start things up before it. You're 20 seconds away. You're not going to be able to move too much past, this line of that tier 2 turret from mid lane for Aurora MLBB. And all Team Liquid ID has to do is set up. They go ahead, set up, they get things together. They're going to choose where this fight happens. And if that happens before they even rotate down for the Lord, just for a numbers advantage, they might actually go for it. So Aurora MLBB, they've got to play this very smartly this time around. As you can see already, Team Liquid ID makes their way to start up the Lord.
It's all going to boil down to the setups that both roamers can do right now. But just look at the zoning capability, the poke of TLID, forcing Renegade and the rest of Aurora to back away. Widdy has good vision, has good position here. TLID is in full control of this Lord pit.
They're in full control right now, and Widdy waiting on the side portion. Just on this bottom side, Aaron holding up the top. They can take this as slow as they want to. They still have poke. Another Dawning Light going to be used. The Lord does reset. Renegade though.
Renegade connects with the implosion play. Might be a proper target though as they bring down Aran, but Widdy answers right back with the Wave of the Dragon connecting onto Edward. And now Domeng with a double kill. The next standard, bringing everything he can for Aurora, but gets taken down by the dynamic duo of Yezgiel and Aaron Shiki.
Again, working together. Great initiation started, but it will ultimately lead to a reset on the Lord. But both teams are really just fighting it out. And you saw, that's that advantage. That's that minor advantage that Aaron Shiki has right now because of the fact, too, that he has that Sky Piercer. And Domeng, he tanked a lot of Rhapsody shots, man. So that is definitely, a fight started on the whims of let's maybe turn this tide and then get the Lord. But ultimately, it resets things. They get back in position. Aaron Shiki is going to go ahead and swap in, picks up the Wind of Nature himself. Domeng already used his. So now this changes the course of the fight a little bit more. As they approach it up, it'll be started up by TLID. As Aurora gets in position, taking again a couple shots with the Destinata. And they'll approach things out. Again, Edward might be the one to start things up as he has the flicker available. They already know. There's the conceal coming through. Oh, gonna get stopped in his tracks. Renegade.
Oh, got bursted down. A huge play coming in from Yezgiel. Earth Shatter, Flicker combination is gonna connect, but it's not gonna be enough though, because TLID on a rampage right now. 3 Auroras will fall down. Dawning Light connects, and it looks like they're not gonna go for the Lord instead, because Aurora has it. They're gonna go for the mid lane. No casualties for TLID.
Yue and Domeng, they have to go ahead and defend into this. Again, they did get the Lord, so that might be able to buy them a little bit enough time, but they gotta work with this push in.
Okay, Domeng. Flicker, Ezekiel flickers in, pops his Purify, and the Winter Crown. Here comes TLID to try and take the game one away from Aurora.
And the Cavalry will make it happen even after losing the Lord. They make the move and they get the first blood in the series. Aurora MLBB had the tools, they had the crowd control, but they just took too much damage up front. The poke from Team Liquid ID was too much, and the Xavier, what a pick. What a usage of the Mystic Field, the Dawning Lights, everything in conjunction with the Rhapsody and the Destinata. So difficult to approach here. The panel, you can break down this one. Tell us about game number one.
Thank you very much for the good cast, Ing and Anaisu, but where do we even start? Before we even get into the in-game stuff, first of all, T-Bless and Brick Curse, when he's blessing, he said TLID, when you cursing, you said Aurora. This kind of makes the universe easy to dictate what happens in the game.
I know, I was manifesting a Briggy Bless.
Doesn't work like that, Briggy.
It doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work like
you
that,
don't get to
Briggy.
choose.
Sorry, Briggy.
Now let's talk about the game. Brigitte, how about we start talking about the poke? The poke from Ezekiel as well as Aaron Shiki, man. That was... Whew.
I mean, we already mentioned about how Aurora MLBB, they might be a little more systematical in terms of approach when it comes to pulling off their lineup. Very much reliant on Renegade and Edward in terms of the setups, but they start things off based on whatever Edward and Renegade will be doing in the map. So whenever we see that TLID, on the other hand, go for an engage, it's not entirely Witty doing all of the setups himself. He can just go for the targets and add to the pressure, which were already put on there by both Aaron Shiki and Yehezkiel.
Yeah, and Witty had some trouble kicking into gear there, but it almost felt like he was just the bait every time.
Yeah.
It almost felt like, fine, you can kill Witty. We have answers anyways, because Aaron Shiki and Yehezkiel, but Aaron Shiki in the beginning, I mean, was just, this guy was online so quickly, and I think Roar just underestimated the damage he was going to be putting out.
Can we just say, it's like Witty, Fabian, Aaron, just give us targets. Because look at the KDAs here. Aaron Shiki, 907. Yehezkiel, 5-0 and 11. Everyone else had a lot of deaths. They're just like, just bring them out of position. We just need vision, that's all.
Yeah.
Once we have that, we got you, fam.
It's not like TLID had the best early game or what. It was more of like they waited for a particular spike, a particular timing for TLID. By the moment Yehezkiel had his hands on the Wishing Lantern, it felt like endless pokes here and there for Aurora MLBB. And there were certain times wherein Renegade still was confident enough to go for the implosion plays, but the counter sets with the Mystic Fields, that was already a huge problem for Aurora as well.
I feel like because this is Xavier's debut, we have to talk about his emblem setup as well. Inspire, Mystery Shop, and then the itemization, Glowing One, Enchanted Talisman, and then Wishing Lantern. That was really the three items that he got. Maybe he went for Divine Glaive after that, but those are the core items for you to play like Yehezkiel. But dude, that Dawning Light.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like, yo, Weedy, all right, let me do your job for you. Let me check that bush.
I think that bargain was extremely important because it's already kind of a mid to late composition, and with the aggression that Aurora brought early on, they did get some nice pickups. They were at about a 1.5k gold lead on that first Lord. It was huge for Yehezkiel to be able to really pop off as soon as possible.
Let me just say as well, Leo has gotten it right. He said, one of these days we'll figure out Bruno. It looks like Yesterday was the day where people are starting to figure out Bruno and how to take him down. TLID is like, oh, Bruno has a lot of range. Guess what we have?
More.
Just more range.
It was a first big Bruno.
Everyone in the front lines, you guys will die for sure. But we'll out-damage them eventually.
It all goes back to when Kelra picked the Layla, right?
Yep.
And we saw that range is key. It's been the same thing with the Granger, being able to poke more. And now TLID is just showing even more possibilities, even more answers. And this game, Yehezkiel was the answer, MVP on a debut pick.
Screenshot this. Screenshot it if you want to bring Xavier in your ranked games. At least play like Yehezkiel.
Yeah, I mean, Yehezkiel, he did more than just poke. I think the Aurora MLBB and their inability to narrow or close or actually make the map smaller for TLID was also because of the Savior's ability to just defend and constantly put out the damage onto the members of Aurora MLBB. So in as much as they were trying to rush things and take down the turrets as fast as they can, there was just too much defense. And again, range coming in from Yehezkiel and Aaron Shiki as well.
Yeah, I mean, Yehezkiel was definitely a monster. We're going to take a second to look at some of these plays from him, look at some of these highlights. And, you know, there were some moments here, like I said, in the early game, Aurora starts us off 3-0, but Team Liquid ID did a good job at least keeping this at a stalemate. They found some moments where they bring the gold back down, but Aurora still had a lot of control. But Yehezkiel has a good start at the beginning. It's 2-0 in 8, and this is part of some of the turnaround here. Big first Lord.
Yeah.
Aurora kind of underestimates Team Liquid ID, but Team Liquid ID continues to kind of win out in these fights, and Yehezkiel consistently gets these long-range snipes off.
Felt so hard because ideally, you would think that you just have to create the space for Doming, but there were so many factors to consider for TLID that made that job so difficult for Aurora MLBB. Even when Renegade, even when Edward tried to be just as aggressive, look at this last moment.
No, I mean like...
TLID just forced their way in.
I mean like, here's the thing. Create space for Doming, but still get outranged. Right? Still get outranged by the Granger as well as the Xavier. But here's the thing. I said that this series, if it's going to go 3 games, it might be a reverse sweep. Both of y'all said 2-0. If somehow Aurora wins the second one, then, you know, there's still a chance here, Brigida.
Yeah. Can you see my smile?
Not over just yet.
Stop smiling. Thank you very much. Anyways, will we see a Xavier again? Because there might be a chance here that Aurora just like, okay, you know what? Ban out the Bruno, and then just play something else. Maybe the Beatrix here for Doming, or one of his specialties, bring back the Moskov.
I think it's more of being a little more careful in terms of priorities, at least in the first pick, if ever they are on the blue side, because the Bruno priority is very much understandable. But I think it's also somewhat of a restriction for Aurora MLBB, because typically you would expect those first picks to be, or first 2 picks at least, to be flex heroes.
Yeah.
Heroes you could either see in the roam or in the XP lane, such as the Hylos. But we know for a fact that it might not be the game plan for Aurora MLBB this time. So it's probably why we see a slight difference in terms of their priorities when it comes to the draft. But they'll definitely have to figure out, so what now if we're up against TLID, who can just suddenly bring out these random surprise picks every now and then?
I think if Aurora shows their jungle early on again, like second pick, picks up the alpha, then we could definitely see the Xavier again. It's definitely a big possibility. I think Aurora at this point, maybe you store the jungle pick for a little bit later, maybe, because if they're going to pick these big backliners that are just going to outrange you, you know, maybe you need something like an assassin. Maybe you need something that can dive. Maybe you need the Ling, you need the Hayabusa. You need something of that nature. Or the Joy, you know, something like that. That's also a big possibility. I mean, so Aurora might need to hold on, but if they bite that bait again of picking up the Alpha or even the Suyo up front, then we could definitely see an Xavier again.
You know what else do they need? They need energy here because they just lost the first game. They need to come back. And they can get more energy with Hello Panda. Fill your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits that Trex has finished, filled with creamy strawberry, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Heck, if you want better predictions, Trex has shown. Hello Panda gave him the T-Bless.
This fuels me. It was because I ate the pandas.
Maybe that's why.
You only got 3.
I only got 3. You got 0.
Hey, you know what? Malaysian 1, I'm happy.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know what? Feel the T-Bless. Feel the T-Bless. But now, I believe we have an interview here. It looks like it is with I feel like it is Clara Mongstar. Yeah. You're a bit short. I couldn't see you. Jackson was too tall. But now we're going over to an interview where Michelle and Poji are going to talk to... What's her again? Clara?
Thank you, the panel. Yeah, that's Clara. Hi, it's Michelle with Popo G again. Now we are having the very pretty Clara Mongstar with us. Hi, Clara. How are you?
Hello. I'm super nervous here. More nervous than being a host. So yeah, it's super nervous here.
Yes, as the host of the MPL Indonesia, you must witness the moment that when the team at Liquid just lift their trophy during the qualifier race. So were you getting kind of surprised when you see their previous matchup, when they get loss of 2 games maybe?
Yeah, actually it's kind of surprise for us because they play really well. They won MPL Indonesia, but we know that this is their international stage. They're first for everyone in Team Liquid. So yeah, they need to adapt. And they adapt well, I guess.
They did well right now, right?
Nice. But then now, Clara, we're curious more about TLID because, maybe you can share some insight about the team, the dynamic, the chemistry, and everything that you know. Maybe you can put some info to Aurora because right now they're scared of losing.
Okay, so as we know, Team Liquid ID, this is like full pack. We have a comedy guy, we have serious guy, we have calm guy, we have a crazy guy, we have a lot of players with their own personalities, but they blend so well. It's like completing each other for Team Liquid ID, and I love their spirit in their team. They failed sometimes on the MDL, but they proved that they are getting better and better and better until now. So yeah, they fought for their place here. They really did their best. So I hope that they can still growing and growing.
They are finding
together.
The best way too. Yeah, definitely the best way. So one more, who is the nervous guy?
That's me. I'm so nervous here.
No player?
Of course, all the players. Actually, this is again, as I can know, they are just they got the first MPL, their first, and then this is the first international stage. So I guess everyone is nervous, but now I think they are more calm and confident now with the first game. Yeah, they can do it. They can do it now.
Sure, they're getting better.
Yes, of course, they're better now.
All right, maybe. Oh, sorry. quite nervous. Okay. Clara is beside me. Bude Clara, kebanggaan Indonesia. Siapa yang gak gugup kan? Jadi sekarang nih, Clara, maybe you can, give some words to the player, also the fans that watching in Indonesia, in telephone, mobile, ROG or anywhere, any place, maybe at the venue himself. You can give support to them. Share your thought.
Yes, mungkin buat semua Cavalries, semua super fans, dan khususnya dari seluruh Indonesia yang lagi mendukung tim Liquid ID, terus dukung. Yang lagi bisa datanglah di sini karena tim Indonesia lagi butuh banget. Ini momen yang mendebarkan, apakah mereka bisa melanjut atau enggak. Jadi terus kirim dukungan positif. Sing penting yakin, and for tim Liquid ID, we know you can do it. Dan just trust yourself, be calm, and stay positive. You can do it, guys. Let's go! Indo Pride!
Hashtag Indo Pride. Thank you so much, Clara. And now, it's time to turn back to panel. Apa-apa kita jumpa kejap lagi.
Thank you very much, Michelle, Poji, Clara. She's somewhere there.
I still
tu dia. Hi, Clara. Yeah, she jumped up, so now I see her. Thank you very much. She gave a lot of energy to TLID. And both of you gave a lot of energy against each other. It's like, you shut up, everyone shut up. Do you guys care to say anything?
I do want to say that so far, there's been an ongoing theme of when team representatives get interviewed, when the fans get interviewed for a team, just saying.
What? Oh!
They
Wait,
win.
what's
They win.
event?
They win.
DJY got interviewed. Dave got interviewed yesterday.
No, I mean,
so
just now.
hopefully
Simon
we
got
get the big... oh, yeah.
Simon got
Today's
interviewed.
totally different. All the
Simon got interviewed, yeah.
Fair.
Oh, yeah, and
they have the T-Bless.
There's a 2-0 trend too.
There is a 2-0 trend.
So there's a lot to unpack for...
Fates are aligned right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is runner-up, champions. This is an intense matcher where if we really want to talk about it. But before that, we have a fun fact here. Mr. Consistent has played 82 games on the M Series stage. This is the most among all players in M Series history. Edward, man.
Whenever I make a dream team, Edward's on my EXP. Like whenever someone asks me a dream team, I always put Edward on my EXP. He really is like, he's him. He's him.
He's him. He's Edward.
Super consistent. And I think we saw a glimpse of it earlier. But then the unpredictability from TLID.
Yeah, like who would have saw the Xavier coming? Like I didn't. We were all seeing all kinds of heroes, and then Xavier's like,
hey,
will they even work? And
No. I think the most surprising we've seen in the mid lane was because of Vamos.
Yeah.
Other than that,
we've moved past that, Brigida. We've moved
She's trying to avert the current situation right now.
We gotta talk about this game, Brigida. It's not over yet.
It's not
Aurora
over.
can do it. You have to believe. You have to trust. Date bayo.
Date bayo.
Date bayo. They do get blue side, Aurora. They do ban out the Hilda this time, so there's the change up. There's the big difference maker, hopefully. Because last game, even though Witty made a few mess ups on the Cho, Aaron did play a great Hilda game, and it's just one of those heroes that even if it dies, it still is a problem. Now, TLID have to think about this, right? It's like, do we leave certain things open this time? Do we go for the Cho ban this time?
Yeah.
Because Aurora might be looking for a different type of strategy.
And I think,
Matilda.
First of all, is if ever TLID do not ban the Bruno again, will Aurora still decide to pick it up first pick? Because as of the moment, we're seeing it's available for Aurora, but given the circumstances earlier, I wouldn't be so sure if they'd still want to go with that.
Joe, Hylos, Bruno.
Dragon is ready anytime.
Ooh,
to pick up the Cho
first, which I think is very solid. And we've seen
Cho
teams,
is always there, man.
by second, third series, Cho always moves his way up to be in the first pick.
How many years has it been? I feel like almost every M series, you will fit some kind of Cho there, either in the ban, in the picks, damage, tank.
He's he is Mr. Consistent.
He is the face of MLBB.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So how does TLID answer this?
Yeah, look at how many skins he has.
Blue's open this time. Hylos is open. It's something that TLID could pick up for sure.
If they want a Suyo as well.
Suyo, Hylos maybe.
Oh no, they get the Bruno for themselves.
All right.
Hylos, Bruno.
No. So Aurora, Granger, Xavier. I'm kidding.
Well, I think TLID wants them to pick up the jungle, and they can just. Well, no, they don't need Xavier anymore because they have the Bruno.
Yeah, and the difference is TLID, they haven't revealed their jungler yet.
True.
They can actually switch it up, pick up an assassin, depending on what Aurora picks for their next two picks. And now we're questioning, like, does Demon Kite show us the assassin too? So they gain somewhat of a more aggressive playstyle, more backline access, because earlier it was really just front to back. They were reliant too much on Renegade and Edward, and they couldn't make any other plays other than that. So now Demon Kite, he will be securing the joy.
Time to drop the beat of
There's their back line right there. And I was going to say, honestly, even with the Cho, they didn't need full-on assassin. I think the Joy is a great answer right there. You still have that essentially assassin, someone that gets to the back line, but you also have a Cho who can flicker kick, right? Who can get there and target just about anybody at this point. And then the Vexana is just a beautiful answer to the Hylos. When that Glorious Pathway comes down, you drop the Guardian on the charge.
Yeah, the only time we haven't seen the Joy and the Cho perform as much was earlier in KBG, right?
Yeah.
They struggled to pull it off. So if TLID goes all out on aggression, that might be a similar case. So Aurora has to kind of balance their lineup a bit more, probably in terms of who they're picking up for doming later on, since I think they're really reserving that gold lane pick for later.
They already show the Vexana as well, so there's not going to be a lot of cheese. The only one that can really throw out the damage against Aaron Shiki is going to be that Joy and possibly their gold laner. So I feel like TLID looks like they are focusing on Mr. Consistent, taking out that Edith.
They're like, it's okay, you can have the Granger, you can have this gold
Aaron
laner.
Shiki's just like, I can handle any gold lane.
Fine, we're good. I'm Aaron Shiki. I like it. Now, they still might ban out the Granger, very possibility. On the side of Aurora, they need to ban out mages, right? Take out the mages. Do we think we see Xavier?
After Xavier, wouldn't that make it? Yeah. It's like, what do we ban? All of a sudden, they pick up something like a Lilia. They pick up a No Dead.
So TLID really in a good spot, essentially, because they have the flex high-low, so they're making you guess on EXP or Roam. And then do we even ban Mage, which they decide to take that risk? And yeah, we ban out the Valentina.
Yeah, they go for pretty standard mid lane bans for now up against the Hizkill. I think you'd have to respect how deep his hero pool is right now.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't recall like the Savior that much last season for Hizkill, honestly.
It's been like a year.
What if it brings the Khalid Roam, Khalid mid? Oh no, nah, you won't do that.
You want the Hellcurt roll?
Let's keep things simple. Let's keep things simple. All right, let's keep things simple, guys. TLID last ban. There goes the glue. Mr. Consistent consistently getting targeted.
And then after this, TLID can pick up, like say a Gato Kacha and just narrowing down that choices for EXP even more.
Yeah, so like at this point, it's mostly just the CC, the Khalid,
CC, yeah.
that's available for Edward if he ever wants to go for the meta XP laners. Because earlier you were suggesting, Trex, like, what if we shows up the Benedetta or like
What if this Joy is EXP?
Or what if the Joy is
That
EXP?
is really a possibility.
Right.
Especially if, but it's tough because they don't get last red side pick, right?
Yeah.
So it can always be countered. If they had red side, they would get to know where the Hylos is going to be, and then they would get to go, right? So last ban, Arlot ban from the side of Aurora, covering their own bases, which honestly that could have been a good pick for Edward, maybe even.
But they know that TLID is gonna pick up someone tanky here. They don't need to show mid because again, Ezekiel might have something even crazier.
Something even crazier something even crazier.
What is even crazier than that? Cyclops.
Cyclops mid.
Oh, actually. Yeah, or what if they make Naisu happy?
Don't
and,
get on this train. Don't go down this rabbit hole.
You're on Aurora's side, okay?
Oh yeah, okay, actually, yeah, you're right. I'm on Aurora's side, okay. So they show us the
Now we're back to the basics.
Now it's Lu Yi.
Back to the simplicity.
That was what we called in game number 1.
Yep. That's what we wanted in game number 1, and I think this still works very well. It may not work as well against the Joy. It's going to be hard to proc the duality against some of these heroes, but still, Lu Yi, you have the diversion. You have a lot of possibilities.
So what do they pick now for their XP and their jungler, depending on wherever this Joy is about to go because of BTK?
They need a gold laner for sure. That's the major thing. They need a gold laner for sure.
So they
Edward.
Yep.
But the thing is he doesn't have the longest range for the dive, right?
Yeah.
And now with Malefic Gun, it's much harder to lock down onto a Bruno, and Edward's not going to be able to do that exactly.
I thought you were about to say he's going to get the Malefic Gun, and I'm like, wait, that doesn't work that way.
Does that work on his penalty zone?
If that works, that
long
would be
range
amazing.
penalty zone.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's more of a response possibly to all the diversion plays. I mean, there's a flicker.
Belly boy.
No visibility, but yeah, they get the Balearic.
How do you feel about that, Brig?
This Joy, this Cho, is not going to have a good time.
They have so much heroes who want to go for the dive. I was also saying about the flicker penalty zone, but now...
Mr. Brigida, breathe. Mr. Trex, do what you're doing. Ingan and Naisu, do what you're doing.
We're going to do what we do here. Thank you very much, panel, for breaking down the drafts here. This is looking a little risky. As we get a look here once again at the draft here, Ingan, how you feeling?
Man, I've seen the combination of the Lu Yi and the Belleric. We've seen it in our own MPL, in the hands of Smart Omega. And I'm thinking TLID has a really, really good draft for game number 2.
TLID's definitely got a draft here. The upper hand possibly with this one. Will this be enough? Aurora MLBB, one of the teams from the Philippines on the brink of elimination. Faced off against this, faced off against match point. Can they take it to game 3? We're gonna find out. We jump into Land of Dawn again. Broken down here with this. If you look at the lineup that Aurora brought, they want to go in, they want to dive, they want to do all those things, but there's one hero that could stop it all. We've seen this happen before to teams already throughout the Swiss stage. This Belleric pick from Witty could change the tide of those early fights and the later ones as well by just locking members down of Aurora MLBB. So fancy footwork is going to happen here. And honestly, if you've seen Aurora MLBB and even Renegade, this is one of his signature heroes that he loves to pick, loves to bring to the table. But I have to agree with Trex. I'm also wondering, you know, I wish there was a Malefic gun for a Terizla, you know, for a little extra range, because I think this is going to be difficult also for Edward.
Yeah, again, he lacks the mobility. He's going to rely a lot on the flicker penalty zone just to go for the back line. At the same time, looking at the emblem set, Widdy going full tank, and we all know the sustain that the Beller can have, especially since he has the Nature Strike paired up with the Revitalize. It's going to be hard to take down Widdy, not to mention when he casts the Wrath of Dryad right on time.
Not just Widdy, but the fact that they have two heroes, two players from Team Liquid ID that are basically fully tanked up, stacked up, plus a Revitalize, and then all they have to do is post up around the Wrath of Dryad. That requires so much damage to overcome that if you're Aurora MLBB. And honestly, the fact that they don't have a Revitalize, and we're so used to seeing two lineups usually have a Revitalize. You know, like that's typically what we've seen. There's a lot where, again, Team Liquid ID can just say, hey, we're going to extend the fight, we're going to post up and leave it at that, and then outgun you later on. So Aurora MLBB needs to get that upper hand early on. This first turtle, though, for the taking already. Renegade doesn't have a level 4.
Here comes the glorious pathway. TLID just on the attack. Penalty zone coming in from Edward. And Demon Kite manages to steal away the turtle. Plus picks up 2 kills for their own. Aurora MLBB for the price of Demon Kite. That was well worth it.
2 kills, a turtle in the hands of Aurora MLBB will give them that early game lead they need. You know, 1,000 and some change above now Team Liquid ID. Surprised that they were able to make that happen. Again, there was no level 4 available in that fight from Renegade, but they made it work. And so now for Team Liquid ID, they'll have to go ahead and adjust for that next turtle later on. But the same can be said for their roamer. You know, Winnie didn't have his Wrath of Dryad ultimate, so still great start here for Aurora MLBB. They'll play into it. And when we look at this lineup again, when we think about where's that moment in the game where they're able to get that power spike, where they have that advantage against the lineup that TLID has, well, really, it takes time, obviously. Wow, early flicker already from Yue. So that's an important battle spell burnt already. But they're going to need time, especially for Domeng. He's got to build up quickly. We know that Aaron Shiki, when he gets that, especially the Malefic Gun of the Bruno, it's done so well. Yeah. And Domeng's choice of even down to the guns, you know, will play a crucial part in this. Look at the top side. A little bit of focus there, cutting the lanes. They might try to make a play up there.
Oh, Aran forced to use the glorious pathway defensively alongside his Vengeance. Looking for the cross-map play. Here comes the diversion play. 3 members of TLID just going to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Nothing there right now. It's going to get spotted out. Demon Kite's going to be fine. And this is, again, something that anytime you have the Loi Yi across from you, the team facing against that has to constantly keep their head on a swivel. Where are they going to come from? One of the advantages, of course, on that macro level of play. And now with the second turtle coming up, nothing happening up before this. This is where you see, you know, this is where the lineup of TLID should shine in these small crevices. You can see Yue still doesn't have a flicker. So he's pretty exposed here, and Renegade just trying to give the information with Domeng around the corner.
Okay, they're still not going to commit the kick, but the glorious pathway is there. Demon Guy trying to work on the back line as TLID gets the turtle. Now counter engage. Here comes Edward with a penalty zone. Domeng on the other hand going to take down 2. And again, the counter attack of Aurora MLBB is just too much for TLID.
Man, you don't need a Malefic Gun when you can do that. Mr. Consistent, able to get a great penalty zone to lock down multiple members, utilizing the flicker there. And great response too. Perfect area to shoot off if you're Domeng. So now they're going to get a little bit of extra gold, obviously, here on the bottom side. The objective did go to TLID, but still, you can see this lead slowly building up.
Oh.
And this is where they start to take things, of course, from Fabian. Demon Kite, he's going to play with the advantage, especially the fact that he has this Joy. We've seen how elusive Joy is in the jungle. I mean, even in the hands of someone like King Kong, where he barely escapes threading the needle of his life. Demon Kite looking to do the same thing, replicate it here.
Yeah, looking at the gold difference. Huge advantage, 2.6k already for Aurora MLBB. And you're not going to wonder why, because TLID, they can't seem to find the trade. Renegade has been phenomenal with this show so far. Not just the kicks, not just the Jeet Kundo, it's also the vision that he provides for TLID. That's why we haven't seen a lot of diversion plays coming in from Ezekiel, because they have a lot of ground covered for the side of Aurora.
This is what they'll do. They'll just go ahead and look elsewhere. There's a trade tier 1s on both sides of the map. TLID still kind of waiting to see if they want to push further in to the top side, but they're going to get the information that they go ahead and regroup. Once again, mid lane probably going to be the focus for both teams because eventually, obviously, the turtle's going to come up and they want to go ahead and have that favor. But this is the thing with Witty this time around. He's not able to just kind of set things up. You know, there's no forced initiation. Like, their forced initiation from TLID is entirely up to the fact that how do they utilize the diversion. Domeng?
Okay,
flicker?
Domeng, first to flicker out. Get chased by the Glorious Pathway as Renegade uses the flicker as well, plus the conceal. Here comes the last turtle objective, but a lot of resources has been expended for the side of Aurora MLBB.
They might still fight this out. 2 battle spells are down, but they're gonna go. They get a shot off Witty.
And penalty zone from Edward is gonna take down Witty. Here comes Demon Kite, gonna try and chase for Fabian. Aran pops his vengeance, but on the hands of Aurora MLBB, they're 2 members, and now they're gonna work on bringing down the turtle as Edward zones out the rest of the members of TLID.
Great usage of all the tools they have in their favor for Aurora MLBB, and right now you have to give it up again to Edward here. He's been on point on locking down the right members with the penalty zone. As long as he continues that, Aurora MLBB will be able to win those fights. But now the battle, even for the resources of TLID. Prolific gun picked up here by Domeng. As they continue on, diversion going to be used. Where are they going here? Down to the bottom side, they're looking to sandwich in.
Sandwich in, Glorious Pathway is there. Witty might be, he's not going to out-sustain anymore. The damage coming in from Aurora as Demon Kite goes in for the backline. He has to walk away. Another penalty zone coming in from Edward, up against 2.
Edward holding his own, buying enough time for the team. He is going to be able to sacrifice himself, but Renegade gets a kick. Fabian will be able to get away. Renegade, 1 HP away. G-Kundos to safety. They survive mostly from the sandwich play with a diversion.
And finally a trade for TLID. They had to give up the purple buff instead because during that time, Fabian actually used up his retribution. So it was a lost cause for them if they want to try and contest for that purple buff. Huge diversion play and to cut things off with the Glorious Pathway. And there was no exit route for TLID during that time.
That's the thing. They can still play around this. We got a preview. That's literally a preview of what TLID will have to do later on. As I was saying, they're very reliant on diversion. That's how they're going to set things up. It's not going to be Witty surprising them. You know, he doesn't have, it's not like he's running a flicker on the Belric. You're going to see him coming from a mile away. And that's why even for Aran, he's got to be the one to hopefully utilize his Glorious Pathway in the best way possible for TLID to play around and not always defensively. Because usually when we see these Hylos picked up and they get constantly, you know, they have to constantly use the Glorious Pathway defensively, then you're kind of missing a big piece of utility for the fights. Again, a diversion going to be used. Whoa! To the fight!
Glorious Pathway, and they're going to catch someone off guard there, but the penalties are onto the backline for Edward. Just trying to delay the attack of TLID as they pick up a kill onto you and onto Edward. But Domeng goes in. Demon Kai trying to chase for Aaron Shiki. Renegade the hitman. Ajit can do double man knockup, but there's no follow-up from Aurora. And again, a huge diversion play for TLID.
The surprise factor happens again with the diversion. Able to get 2 kills off of it. Slowly bring it down, but Renegade
finds, okay, it didn't connect, so Fabian was able to evade that. I was waiting for that Renner, but unfortunately, he pulled the trigger, but it missed Naisu.
Oh man, that would have been such a clean play from Renegade if it ended up happening. But ultimately, they know, hey, that's the flicker down, that's an ultimate down. TLID might be able to go ahead and get an advantage on this Lord now. Those are crucial things that are needed for Renegade to set things up. So now the responsibility shifts to Edward, possibly even Yue. They're going to poke it down a little bit, but TLID takes their time. Keep an eye also, Demon Kite, entry point, Aaron Shiki, there they go!
Okay, here comes the dispersion rotation coming in from Ezekiel. Gonna bring down Renegade. Aran onto the backline, gonna bring down Yue as well. Domeng just trying to burst down the members of TLID, but they only lost Witty. A double kill for Aaron Shiki, and they're not even done. A diversion, they're gonna look for another target as Fabian focuses on the Lord.
Again, a smart play. Team Liquid ID now, how many times have they pulled off a diversion to make things work? But that time around too, they just fought with Aurora MLBB, and that'll get themselves the Lord now, completely diminishing any gold lead that Aurora MLBB built up in the previous 8 minutes or so. Now in a great position to march towards the base. Again, this is still very defendable for Aurora MLBB. Their lineup's going to be able to keep them together. the base turrets possibly even, unless again we see the same thing replicated from Team Liquid. The diversions have been on point. They're looking for more in the mid lane, putting pressure on Edward alone.
But there's a pre-fry from Aaron Shiki. Wasted attempt for Aurora MLBB. Then they're trying to go for the Hitman. Forcing Use to Conceal to walk away. And now during the previous class, you've seen the effect of the Luyi. The dispersion rotation damage paired up with the yin-yang reaction just caught Aurora MLBB off guard, bursted down 2 members right away, and again, Yezgiel is playing out of his mind for TLID.
Domeng's gonna lock in. You know, he's been doing good at like having the space that he needs to work with, but how much space do you really need when you've just got to always worry about the diversion play? They are going to get rid of this Lord. They're going to lose some of the buffs, of course, but they hold on to what they can. And now Aurora, they'll find themselves in a position where even approaching the next Lord, they have to be careful about it, because if they get overextended, if they put themselves in a position where they're relying on Renegade to set things up, there's most likely an immediate reaction coming out from TLID. So for Renegade, as he holds on to the most crucial battle spell for him to set things up like we've seen before, he's going to hold on to that flicker, find the right mark. And Edward, this might be the moment too where leading into that next Lord where they maybe switch things up a little bit. Maybe Renegade holds on to it, waits, and lets Edward be the one to engage. But at this point, it's just trying to control this side of the jungle and not get overloaded from Team Liquid here.
Okay. They're going to go for a bottom lane turret, another diversion play, setting themselves up perfectly.
Oh, no.
Onto the top lane, they might catch Demon Kite, but Demon Kite is well aware of that. That's why he popped his ultimate just to walk away. And now 40 seconds in before the next major objective is up for grabs. Aurora MLBB, they need to make a play here. They need to activate Renegade to go for a huge pickoff and gain the advantage, the numbers game, when it comes to going up with this Lord.
You know, Domeng, like I said, he's not too far behind in terms of gold and everything else against Aaron Shiki. He is in good fighting form. He's also got a little bit of defense. You know, he's got the Wind of Nature available. And so, again, as they get ready for that next objective here, it's really just kind of a standoff. It's a stare-off while they try to get what they can. Most likely, Demon Kite will continue to have a hard time, you know, locking in these buffs. Does get the purple, but positioning could be in their favor, but this is the thing. It's like TLID wants to let them think they have that favor. They go in with the diversion. Iran goes up top. They're fine again into a still. Battle spells all ready and available for both sides. It's going to be started up really quickly. There's the kick.
A kick and a penalty zone paired up, plus the flicker going on to the backline, but TLID manages to out-sustain the damage. A kill onto Renegade plus Edward. A lot of Aurora members are falling down. Demon Kite gets the Lord, but TLID wants to go for the kills.
They just got to disengage. Oh, Aaron Shiki won't be able to slide through that wall. Doesn't help with the Cyclone Eye either. The Lord was taken for Aurora MLBB. They've still got 3 members up, but it's against the full force here of TLID.
TLID looking to take down Inhibitor down bottom. They managed to catch Demon Kite as well. Electrifying beats, they might be able to take down Laran. Glorious Pathway is there, but it's not going to be enough to evade the death caused by Demon Kite.
Again, that might have been enough time to just keep them into the game from it going out of control. Demon Kite makes his way up to the top. Well, TLID has to deal with the Lord. They're going to try to get something out of this. As UA drops the Eternal Guard, there's diversion. Where are they going here? Back to safety to go ahead and get ready for this small push in from Aurora MLBB.
Aurora MLBB slowly diminishing the lead that TLID established. Looking at the kill scoreboard, 14 minutes in, 11-11. They were able to at least take down some outer turrets as TLID made quick work of this Lord. But again, this is where Aurora MLBB shines. The pressure, the Hitman, Renegade. Will he go for a Jit Kundu initiation? What can Aurora MLBB do at this point?
Take their time, honestly. At this point, you know, they don't want to overstep. It's great that they managed to stay in the game. Demon Kite able to go ahead and secure themselves that Lord here. Buys them some more time. Gets to where they need to be. Again, Domeng didn't go down. You know, he is in a position to be able to go ahead and even knock down some of the health spars of these tanky frontliners from TLID. And sometimes it might just be better that they fight in favor of the space they have to work with. If they overextend just like before, they can easily get cut off, and that's the biggest part that Aurora MLBB has to overcome. You can see this even when we're a minute away from the Lord. It's always going to be TLID looking for some sort of pick, some sort of advantage.
Yeah.
And Aurora, they just have to go ahead and calm things down. You know, readjust, recoup, and then get ready for the next fight because they don't want to overextend over a certain line on the map here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. TLID loves this stalemate at times because again, they can abuse the presence of the diversion. They can go for the macro instead. And approaching the 15-minute, 16-minute mark, we know that Aaron Shiki with the Bruno is already activated. Lock Item Bill has the Wind of Nature for added sustain, has the Purify as well. Even Aurora MLBB is having trouble going for the backline because again, it's the same story for game number 1. Aaron Shiki, Deathless, Yezkiel, Deathless.
That's the biggest thing here. The fact that they have 2 Purifies too, that's what's making it so difficult. Again, anytime one of these players picks up the Cho pick, you really have to respect how much work is done from these roamers, or even the occasional time we've seen in the XP lane. It really takes a certain amount of finesse and just even courage to get some of these plays off and knowing that, hey, I might be putting myself in a bad situation, but it's to just simply get a Purify out or something else. Maybe even the Revitalized Lord's going to be started up now. TLID staying around the fact. Again, playing into their strengths. It's going to go for a little bit of a reset. And we see them both get squared away here for this one. They might actually commit to it. Renegay's positioning, crucial. Has an immortality, so he is going to go ahead and be a threat. They can't just quickly get rid of him. Lord goes in for a little bit of a reset, not a full one. Still held here. And half health, Renegay goes in!
They might go for the diversion back top. Edward goes in with the penalty zone onto Aaron Shiki, but Aaron Shiki managing to out-sustain it.
Oh.
Fabian gets the Lord! A kick, Demon Kai going in for Fabian for the kill, but Aaron Shiki picks up one as well as Doming trying to bring down 3. Here comes the Wind of Nature coming in from Aaron Shiki, popping Doming to mortality and gets caught up by 2, and a shutdown for Aaron Shiki!
Fabian gets the Lord! And now they're able to go ahead and march in. It's Aaron Shiki and Aran. Can they do it?
Lord sieging in Renegade. Demon Kai desperately trying to delay.
They're going to keep it together again. Immortality going to be popped. And Demon Kai trying to keep them at bay. He pops the beats, but it's not enough. As Team Liquid ID will make it happen. The lights of Aurora will dim on the M6 stage. Their brilliance unable to outshine the Cavalry.
The MPL Philippines runner-up failed to see the light at the end of the tunnel and will bow down to the champions of Indonesia, TLID.
A day full of sweeps here. Great effort, of course, from Aurora MLBB, but now the hopes of the Philippines, they lie within one team moving forward throughout the M6 World Championship. Again, fantastic performance here from Team Liquid ID, really playing together, and there's a reason why they are the champions of Indonesia. It's me, Naisu, and Ingan, we're gonna be ahead and throw it over. Take it away.
You okay?
I am.
It's okay. And Trex, for today, people that get interviewed had a good shot. They did good. They did good. And it's very heavy for me to say. But folks, ladies and gentlemen, M6 is a new era for MLBB. Like, story changes. For the first time in the knockout stage, there will not be 2 PH teams. I mean, PH can still win, but of course, it's just one representative here. TLID survives another day. It's okay, Trex can talk.
It's honestly, I mean, and I love the way you put it, though. You know, it is a new day for M6. It is game never over, and it shows that even if old champions don't return, even if new players are rising, there is always hungry new players ready to go. And I think TLID winning that match just shows that there is always fresh rookies ready to take the crown, look for the throne. And it is just huge. It's poetic in a sense. And Aurora, there's players that we've grown to know and love, and just the fact that they are here under this new name and they made it this far is huge. But today they had to give it up to the new kids on the block.
And now looking into the stage, We have Aurora. We will soon have TLID. And of course, we have Rose. With that being said, we're throwing it over to the stage for the final bow for Aurora.
The Northern Lights served as one of the Philippines' beacon of hope. Aurora MLBB, on its first season, managed to qualify for the world stage. Unfortunately, their quest to be greater than ever ends here. So Aurora, I would like you guys to give a final bow in 3, 2, 1. Once again, everybody, this is Aurora MLBB, and we hope to see them come back stronger next year. Thank you very much. And the team that has managed to see another day tomorrow, Team Liquid Indonesia, Aaron Shiki. An amazing, incredible game. Hello, Aaron. How are you?
Saya baik.
Baik. Okay, Aaron, I saw on TikTok that you were actually practicing for interview.
Apa?
I nampak on TikTok you're actually practicing for interview.
Yeah.
You're ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, Aaron, Shiki. Now that we know you guys...
Saya ready tapi guna bahasa Malay je. Bahasa Inggris tak ready.
Okay, I'll speak in English first and then I'll talk to you in Malay, Ken?
Okay.
Okay. Now, we know that you are actually new in the international tournament, right? Are you nervous? Kita tahu Aaron baru je masuk international tournament, tapi awak rasa nervous tak?
Nervous sedikit.
Sikit?
First time lawan Onyx.
Onyx? When you went, okay. Now, we know that your journey also is not the easiest. You meet so many big teams, strong teams. Was it hard for you guys?
Apa?
Kita tahu perjalanannya bukan mudah, bukan senang. So, Onyx, jumpa Aurora, is it hard?
Tak susah, sama aja. Cuman nervous sedikit je itu masalah.
Nervous dikit. Okay, now apa reaksi Aaron? What was Aaron's reaction when you found out you were going up against Aurora? Apa reaksinya bila nampak match up versus Aurora?
Kita orang udah pada pede menang kalau BO3.
Oh, he's confident that they will actually win if it's a best of 3. Now, Aaron, what else are you guys preparing for tomorrow? Because today you guys won, meaning tomorrow you guys will play another round of Swiss stage, right? So, who do you want to meet? Esok main lagi di Swiss stage. Mau jumpa siapa?
Saya mau jumpa Vamos.
Vamos! He wants to meet Vamos! Why? Kenapa? Why you want to meet Vamos?
Sebab si Zorn suka recall.
Because Zorn likes recalling. I like that. Okay, if you could say anything to Zorn, what will you say?
Halo Zorn, jom makan nasi kandar.
Oh, okay. Hi Zorn, let's go eat nasi kandar. Nasi kandar is one of a Malaysian dish, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron Shiki, what do you think of the game just now? How did you feel going up against another Filipino gold laner? Yes, Doming. How did you feel like going up against Doming?
I think it's GG.
It's what? GG?
Yeah, GG.
Oh, that's it? That's all you feel?
Yeah.
Okay, now, you see Bude Clara? You see Bude Clara there? Bude Clara has been shouting for you. Now, I want you to say something to the Indonesian fans or to all of Team Liquid fans.
Buat fans Team Liquid sama fans dari Indonesia, thank you yang udah support Team Liquid sampai sekarang. Love you guys.
He said to all the Indonesian fans, thank you so much for supporting Team Liquid from before all the way until now. You know what, Aaron? Your practicing paid off. I like it. I will interview you more, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much to Aaron Chicken. Congratulations for surviving another round of Swiss stage. Just that, let's throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Aurora MLBB.
Well, he said he wants to meet Vamos. Trax, do we want to make that happen?
I mean, we are doing the draws.
We're doing the draw.
Do you want to let it happen?
I mean, how do I say this? The direction was to ask someone else to do the draw, but if we're there, how are they going to stop us?
That's true. You could just do it. Brigitte could do it.
I'm not going to be there. You guys are going to be there, so you can just get the orange
ball.
It's orange?
It's orange, right?
LaFell's colorblind.
Oh, it's orange.
Talk about the game. Personally, for me, I'm going to have the panelist thoughts. I really feel like it's the draft because TLID came into this game against Aurora it's like surprising enough, but it doesn't stray away from the basis. It doesn't stray away from the fundamentals of the game or how TLID wants to play.
Yeah, I mean the Louis Belleric combo, it's not the first time we've actually seen it in action. But to pair it with TLID and their kind of play style, it actually caught Aurora MLBB by surprise. I mean, the intention was there. Definitely Demon Kite, they also did, or they didn't really stray away from the fundamentals. We always see Demon Kite looking for the backlines, and then Red J looking for the targets, just providing enough space for Doming to hit the targets. But there seems to be some inconsistency from Aurora MLBB.
Can I just say, even Edward tried to carry that one. He even has a War Axe, right, Trex? He has a War Axe. He tried to carry.
He was like, if I got to do the damage, I'll do the damage.
Yeah.
And we saw him outputting some decent damage overall. And I don't think Rora's draft was exactly bad. I want to give it up to TLID for just executing their drafts, executing their win conditions so well and getting to where they need to be. And in this game, Aaron Shiki decides to go for that full damage emblem set because he just knows, I'm going to go deathless, boys. Which means this full damage emblem, these items I'm going to get, I'm capitalizing on it all.
Aaron Shiki played 2 games, and he didn't die in those 2 games. King Aaron Shiki, man. Like, he's making a point that the hype is deserved.
Definitely. I think this is a statement going up against the next standard, if you would call him. There was a significant difference in terms of what we saw from their play styles, from their performances in this entire series. Aaron Shiki, he just felt so comfortable and confident heading into the game. It's like, yeah, TLID, the rest of the members, they did their fair share of making sure that Aaron Shiki had little to no problems in terms of executing his role. But even all alone, Aaron Shiki, in terms of looking for the positionings, finding the right targets, sustaining the entire team fights, it's an entirely different story for TLID.
Yeah, I mean, in TLID, the thing is they were able to wait out that beginning game until Aaron Shiki came online. And then you got to give it up for Yehezkiel as well. He wasn't as much of a damage dealer as Aaron Shiki, but his plays are what made the team. And throughout that game, I was biting my nails when I saw some of those diversion plays happen because they were risky, they were crazy. They would literally be within 10 feet of each other, but he's still throwing a diversion out there just to throw them off a little bit. But it pays off. The insanity, the chaos that TLID brought in that mid-game was, I mean, it was perfect chaos.
I mean, like, in my head, it's almost like the team asking him, Yehezkiel, do you have your ult?
Yeah.
He ults first and he's like, yes, I do. And they're like, well, okay.
Someone say ult?
Someone say ult? It's almost like, no. Oh, well, since you already committed, we might as well go in. But Aaron Shiki, the MVP, 90,000 damage, 9-5. Did you see how he pressed the basic attack button? Oh, my goodness.
King Aaron Shiki, first of his name.
I think we need to give it to both Yehezkiel and Aaron Shiki, really. Like, for this entire series. In game number 1, Yehezkiel, but I think even here in game number 2, it carried over, like, the pressure that he was able to give, even not as a savior, but as the Louis, as you've mentioned. Whenever the diversion is available, they would just find their